Good morning, Kick. Good morning, YouTube. It is the most roguish of HeeLs, the Rogue Heel, coming to you live with this beautiful Tuesday morning. I told you. Morning streams are the thing from now on, folks. So I'm gonna have the afternoon and the nights to myself. Hope everybody's doing absolutely stupendous this wonderful morning. I know I am. Hope you're listening to some cool beats at the moment from Pretzel Rocks, courtesy of Harris Heller, giving you some purple noise. However, we're gonna take a pause on some of that purple noise from Mr. Heller because we got a stream to get to. Let's start the show. And oh, look at that. I actually clicked the right scene this time. Beautiful. Let's scroll all the way down here. Destiny will continue. Destiny 2, that is, will continue. The actual Destiny person will always continue. The man is a god amongst men. I kid, of course. He bleeds like everybody else. But until that day comes, we're going to start off our day with a cup of Joe, some Henry Resilient, and some escalating drama. Let's go.
I'm the jump master.
Because I took Seer to 15k viewers, Will Neff to 14k viewers, and then 18k viewers in a span of 3 days.
Well said.
And then extra Emily to 20,000 viewers.
Hold your breath.
Ooh.
So I'm not sure who the fuck you're talking to. You're talking about Miz, right? For 2 years he didn't go on anyone's streams?
That two off drop.
Until he had to fix his rep. That's who you're talking about, right?
I'm down.
Holy shit.
Governor, time to cause some mischief.
You not look at Miz stream? Oh no, did he copy it?
Wait, what happened right now?
I love the comments, guys. Keep them coming up.
Let me see.
Huh.
You not look at Miz stream? Oh no, did he copy it?
Let's see. Clarence, there's drug use in Ms. Kiv's house, too. A streamer named Newt found mushrooms on the counter when he was visiting. I mean, these are like young, like rich people. What did you expect? Them to be like fucking haram like the entire time? Like, come on, man.
Let me see.
I love the comments, guys. Keep them coming. I'm putting them up on the screen as we go.
He did. He did.
Nick's alt
Just
account.
copied it straight up.
I never understood the alt
Someone
accounts.
said, when does Nick does Nick go on other people's streams? Like, look, this is like high school to me. Like, hey, you didn't come on my no, you.
I mean, there's a lot of money involved too. You get rubbed by like somebody from like Nick or like Miz. You know, it really does like boost your career. But usually the people they bring on are people who are on the come up and they're like growing. Like Squeaks was on, I think Miz and Nick's stream a little while ago down there in Austin, but he's a guy that's like on the rise, right? I think he's gone there too. Put this light on, it's not as bright as I thought it was gonna be. Okay, what does the comment say about this? A little drama to start off our morning. That is a clip. Hot one, streamer in cars, loot box cooking streams, loot box opening. Holy, what a pool of creativity. Nick stole that content. Good one. We all know Euro wasn't in that car. 3.7%. I'm a brother. No, we don't get it. They do that dance in the kitchen when subs happen. Here you go. Oh, god damn. Oh, fucking savage, man. I get where Freshwater's coming from too. Like, who cares? The thing is though, the small streamer is just like, well, fuck, man, I came up with that idea too. But they're a small streamer, That's why I don't try to like reinvent the wheel, so to speak. I try to figure out like what's going on, what's popular, and try to latch on to that too. That's why I'm doing like news coverage, and then I'm actually talking about like, we're literally going to watch this. This is at what, 9:30 in about like 10 more minutes. 11 more minutes too, because no one like, there's people on YouTube that cover the news seriously, like Sam Cedar, but they have their network. I want like people, I know I'm gonna get like older people and younger people who are interested in politics, because Gen Z, I'm trying to tap into that Gen Z market too and get them in on progressive politics, which is not that hard to do since they're like the most progressive generation we have so far. You want to watch something that's fun too? Failed Japanese TV shows. That's actually something fun to watch. Failed Japanese TV shows. Oh my god. Okay. It's a kick on YouTube, so it's okay. That's true.
Multiverse.
Yeah, those are good.
Never
Is this
heard
like
of
the
that.
same
What,
thing?
offline
Very
TV?
similar.
If it's like the ass version, I'm gonna be
There's
so
the
mad.
Asmir.
Oh my god.
Okay, offline TV. All right, that's Henry. He's at the very top, man. Yeah, he's at the very, very top. So this is the alt stream, apparently.
I'm not a big fan of Amber though. She always copies me.
Yep.
Like she stands, I stand.
She breathes.
She breathes, I breathe.
I barely do that.
Well, when you do it through your mouth.
Not always. I don't try to copy you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what was the reason for the ban. Kai getting banned. Someone said it was like that clip. He was saying something about like white people or something like that. He'll get like unbanned in a day or two. He'll be fine. Hey, he'll be fine. Saw that clip. That's fine. Typically, people like. He's sad about all the. Who the fuck is Barry? Okay. Jesus, this is literally all the top people on Twitch. You got Lyric there too. Eris, Copper the Champion. Okay. Fellow Bald. And that's the top ones. Alright. Let's see. That hit rank's not gonna start too. We'll do something fun. We'll do a little Donald Trump.
I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. A federal judge in the Southern District of New York, Judge Lewis Kaplan, just issued a scathing order against Donald Trump in connection with Trump's request for a 4-week, quote, cooling off period.
Bro, he has like a history of doing this too. Like you can't keep asking like federal courts, or rather like federal judges to like postpone this stuff. They have like, their calendars are not as busy as like state law judges, but like even state law judges won't tolerate this too. Like there's like, oh, bro, hold on, man, I got like shit to do here. I got a life outside of this courtroom. You know, we got to make sure like we can't like disenfranchise like people bringing in suits like this too. So we'll see what happens. If you're not familiar with this case, this stems from like an alleged rape. I want to say, hold on, let me get all of Trump's court cases, active court case. Okay, Trump versus Vance, Donald Trump. Mary Trump. Michael Cohen. Shit, I forgot her name too. I actually read up on it yesterday. So Business Insider. Oh my God, stop it. Pending civil. Jean Carroll. Jean Carroll. Carroll is suing Trump for defamation a public accuser in June 2019 of fabricating a rape allegation against them. The parties are currently okay. So this is a defamation suit. This is a defamation suit against Trump for essentially blaming her for falsifying an alleged rape allegation against them. The parties are currently involved in an appeal before the Second Circuit with Trump and so far the Justice Department as well, saying that he had official immunity from Carroll's defamation claim under the Federal Tort Claims Act. September 27th, the Second Circuit asked DC Court to rule on whether Trump's public denial fell within the scope of employment under the FTCA. Yeah. Then this, Carroll filed suit for first day permitted under the New York 1 year window. Even the statute of limitations has passed. Good.
Delay in E. Jean Carroll's civil rape and defamation.
Dude, this
case,
is like
which
all
set to
coming
go
to a head for this
trial
motherfucker.
On April 25th, 2023.
Godspeed, Trump.
The federal judge in question, Judge Lewis Kaplan, called Donald Trump's request completely illogical and also pointed out that Donald Trump's request for a cooling off period because Trump claimed that the criminal arraignment that took place a few weeks back had all of this circus-like atmosphere and all of this press.
Get the fuck out of here.
Judge Lewis Kaplan pointed out, well, Donald Trump, you are the person who invited all of that attention.
Not going to happen.
Lewis Kaplan said, we believe we can assemble a fair jury pool here and that Donald Trump's request for a delay is completely irrelevant. And Judge Lewis Kaplan also pointed out that since this case has been filed, Donald Trump has filed request after request trying to delay this trial. And Judge Lewis Kaplan previously called Donald Trump out, many months ago for trying to delay this thing. And Judge Kaplan said, nope, we are going to trial. And again, this order was even more scathing than I expected. So let me read for you the memorandum and order by Judge Lewis Kaplan, federal judge in New York, denying Donald Trump's request to adjourn trial. Here are the key portions from this order. Judge Lewis Kaplan writes, Mr. Trump seeks a month-long postponement of the April 25th, 2023
GTF,
trial.
man, get the fuck out of here.
He does so on the theory that such a, quote, cooling-off period following the media coverage of Mr. Trump's indictment on New York state charges of falsification of business records is essential in order to select a fair and impartial jury in this civil case for alleged rape and libel. There is no justification for an adjournment. This case is entirely unrelated to the state prosecution. The suggestion that the media coverage of the New York indictment, coverage significantly, though certainly not entirely, invited or provoked by Mr. Trump's own action, would preclude selection of a fair and impartial jury on April 25th is pure speculation. So, too, is Trump's suggestion that a month's delay of the start of this trial would, quote, cool off anything, even if any, quote, cooling off were necessary, end quote. It's quite important to remember also that postponement in circumstances such as this are not necessarily unmixed blessings from the standpoint of a defendant who is hoping for the dissipation of what he regards or says he regards as negative publicity. Events happen during postponement. Sometimes they can make matters even worse. And that ominous last sentence by Judge Kaplan is accompanied by footnote number 2. But first, let me read you footnote number 1. And in footnote number 1, Judge Kaplan says, Mr. Trump requested in early February 2023, quote, an extension of all deadlines in this case by 6 weeks, including the commencement of trial. The court denied that request, but moved the trial date from April 17, 2023 to April 25, 2020.
Speaking of lawsuits too, do you know that Fox News Dominion defamation lawsuit? It's going on today.
As a personal accommodation to Mr. Trump's then newly engaged trial counsel. On April 13, 2023, it denied another recent motion for a month-long postponement. So again, reminding Donald Trump that I know that you've made these requests for delay after delay in the past. Now, here's footnote number 2. Mr. Trump faces a number of criminal and civil investigations and litigation, including one, the United States Department of Justice Special Counsel's investigation of matters relating to the possible mishandling of classified documents, as well as matters relating to the 2020 presidential election and the events of January 6th, 2021. 2, a criminal investigation by the District Attorney of Fulton County, Georgia.
I'm gonna take a look at it.
The New York Attorney General civil lawsuit against Mr. Trump, his family, and the Trump Organization for alleged financial wrongdoing. Developments in at least one of these matters, as well as actions and statements by Mr. Trump in relation to any, may well give rise to intense publicity that in some respects Mr. Trump might claim to be prejudicial in this case. Mr. Trump's suggestion that a 1-month trial postponement in this case would ensure the absence of any such developments in the period immediately preceding jury selection is not realistic. And so basically what the judge is saying is, because you're in all of this trouble anyway, and not only are you in all of this trouble with all of the various criminal and civil investigations taking place, but because of your own propensity to post deranged things, there's a high likelihood that in 4 weeks anyway, when you're claiming you want this delay, you're just going to come back to me and say, I need another delay, more delay, more delay. And so basically what you're saying is, you know, when you have a friend who you're trying to meet up with and they're just like, all right, I just need 5 minutes. And then 5 minutes later, they said, all right, just give me 5 more minutes. And they go, okay, I need 5 more minutes. And before you know it, hours and hours passed. The judge is like, you're trying to do the equivalent of that. I know the game that you're playing. And in 4 weeks, all you're going to do is come back and you're going to say, I need 4 more weeks. Look at all of this press now. I posted this, and now all of a sudden, there's additional press attention. And now I'm not going to get a fair trial at all. And so the court's like, I know exactly what you are doing here. Here's another key portion of the ruling, though, that I wanted to share with you, which the court says, okay, even though I don't believe that there's significant prejudicial aspect to any of this, but the court goes second, even if there was a meaningful likelihood of a prejudicial rub-off from the media coverage of the New York State falsification of business record charges among those prospective jurors aware of those charges to Miss Carroll's rape claim, and there is not, Mr. Trump's assertion that the media coverage of his indictment and arraignment was so overwhelming that, quote, a cooling off period is needed before selecting a jury in this case, and that it would be effective, is unproven and speculative, not to mention illogical. The court goes on to say, there was, of course, a great deal of media coverage, some of it invited and indeed provoked by Mr. Trump. First of the apparently impending indictment, then the indictment itself, and finally the arraignment. But the connection that Mr. Trump seeks to draw between the coverage and either the need for the effectiveness of a cooling off period is supported by any evidence. The relevant inquiry is not whether prospective jurors will have the criminal allegations top of mind when judging Mr. Trump's defense against Ms. Carroll's allegations. Rather, the relevant question is whether they will be able to render a fair and impartial judgment regardless of what they have his criminal allegations in mind at all, whether they have his criminal allegations in mind at all. And then the court goes on to say, there is no reason to assume that a sufficient number of fair and impartial jurors cannot be found on April 25th, 2023, or that it would be materially easier to find such jurors on May 23rd, 2023. And it's important to recognize that the voir dire, means the jury selection process, of prospective jurors in this case, whenever it occurs, quite likely will include inquiry into prospective jurors' awareness, if any, of Mr. Trump's various legal troubles, past, present, and perhaps future, and the jurors' ability and willingness to render a fair and impartial verdict in this case. So I think, again, very powerful words there. And then the court draws a distinction between, as Donald Trump tries to say, well, the case with Stormy Daniels involves sex, and the case with Miss Carroll involves sex as well. And the court points it out. These are very different things. The case in New York involves falsification of business records that's related to consensual sex of adults. The Carroll case involves rape. And that's what makes this case very, very, very different than what's taking place in New York. And the court goes on to explain, in the New York State case, the sex, if there was any, was between consenting adults. Its significance to the New York indictment, to whatever extent it has any, is only that a desire to conceal the consensual relationship allegedly was a motive for the alleged hush money payment and the alleged falsification of the business records. In this case, on the other hand, the sex, if there was any, was rape. And while both adultery and rape are offensive in New York, they are offenses that the legislature regards quite remarkably different and in seriousness. So the court's calling him out right there. Like, don't you compare what you're being accused of in this case with rape with what happened with Stormy Daniels. And then the court finally concludes, for the foregoing reasons, Mr. Trump's request to adjourn the trial is denied. Trial will commence on April 25th, 2023. So ordered Judge Lewis Kaplan. A very strong order by Judge Kaplan here. And this case is starting, folks, very soon. So everybody get ready. Jury selection
Get your
will
popcorn
be taking
ready.
place next week, and we'll be covering it here, of course, on the...
I know for jury selection, they're gonna like file every motion to get like that, like every like initial juror like thrown out, only because they don't think that he can have a fair trial. Bro, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, they're not gonna just throw out the trial just because like you're a former president. Everyone knows who you are. It was the same thing that we're trying to do in the Bragg case. It's the business record case.
The Midas Touch Network. So please hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million subscribers here on the Midas Touch YouTube channel. Please hit subscribe. Check us out at patreon.com/Midas Touch, patreon.com/Midas Touch. And also wherever you get your audio podcast, just search the Midas Touch podcast. Thanks for watching, and hit subscribe on our YouTube channel.
Hey Midas Mighty, love this report? Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram @Midas Touch to keep up with
They are there. So a little, well, not really like fun news,
ladies and gentlemen,
but like everything that's going on with Jonathan Majors. I am like very intrigued by this too. They built around him in like Kang too. That's the only thing. So I'm very interested in seeing like what's going to happen with him and Marvel. There's nothing definitive yet. His people, his lawyer and his agent, I think, came out and said they have, or his agent came out and said they have definitive proof that's going to exonerate him. That was like a month ago. And it's been crickets since. So I don't know where that definitive proof is, or that agent was just talking some fluff, but we'll see what happens.
Gentlemen of the Reject Nation, this is big. Ezra Miller is still the Flash.
Yes.
I pictured can't believe it. The whole DC universe.
Yeah, that's like the whole thing. I don't understand like how Ezra Miller, with all the evidence that's against him, he's still like, I think it's really dependent on like how well the Flash does. And from like some people who saw the screenings, they said like the movie's gonna be good.
Hinges on him.
Oh wait, no, wrong celebrity, my bad. Jonathan Majors, this is major news. Just found out I was shooting a movie reaction, and then I had a whole bunch of text messages about it. He got dropped by his talent manager and his PR team following the assault charges. This is pretty much like the next step after that. Like, he still has his agency, who's what I'm surprised they're sticking with him.
Well,
and
for how much longer?
to me, it just seems like it's only a matter of time now before he's officially going to be replaced as King the Conqueror. We've already been hearing talks for the past, like, at least a week now. There's scoopers like Jeff Snyder going out there saying that Marvel has already been having meetings with Jonathan Majors' agent about potential ways to move forward, who they can be potentially looking at for who they can replace Jonathan Majors with. And I feel like you can replace King the Conqueror. I do. And because as great of a performer as he is for King the Conqueror, at the end of the day, they have opened up the multiverse. They have opened up variants. They've done it all.
Yeah.
So they could totally get a different face on there. Yeah, they can. But to me, this is more than enough to have me go down the road, at least saying, yeah, this guy's on his way out. Because especially with like a PR team. I was talking with Michael Tesler, who's a lot more familiar with this sort of area when it comes to like the public relations department. A PR team, they have celebrities and they're used to dealing with all kinds of crap coming their way about the celebrities. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Situations like this are part of their job.
And then, following the whole thing with what first came out regarding these assault accusations and charges, the allegations and whatnot, and then following the backlash of the statement that was released by the lawyer, the text messages released that just did not help him out. And then it's just been silent. It's just been quiet on their end ever since. It's just been really quiet. They must know a little bit more. They have to know a lot more than what we all know. And for this to be the thing where they are dropping and they're firing him from as a client, right? Yeah, to me, this is just confirmation that he's on his way out.
Yeah, because I don't know, like, if anybody is privy to the inside information about the truth of what really happened, I mean, agencies, managers, they don't take precedence over, like, legal counsel, blah, blah, but they're high on the list, and they have to have enough intel to base this decision on in the first place. So, I mean, yeah, it's like if he had real concrete evidence that he was innocent, I feel like they would just stay silent and wait for the court proceedings to take place. Yeah, this seems like a pretty loud message, and this is like the day this is being announced, so his agency could drop him at any moment, in the future here.
Maybe by the time this is uploaded.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes you get on these news stories, you wait, like, well, we've already kind of avoided some other things that have come out before saying anything. But to me, there's a reason all these messages are coming in, because it's pretty much, here's what comes next after that.
This is the next step down. Yeah.
He's already got all this stuff for Loki season 2 filmed. I don't know if, replacing him or whatever is going to lead to a delay. One of the alarm bells going off in my head about why they just haven't gone ahead and done it is because they had that whole James Gunn situation where he was getting canceled over some stuff. Tweets, though, not
jokes. Not quite the same, but yeah.
They fired him, and then they eventually just rehired him. The court case has yet to unfold. They've still got a few weeks until that's all. I mean, I could go for a while, but still got a few.
I imagine the James Gunn thing is like weighing on them very much, because they don't want to do what James. I mean, look at what James Gunn is like. They lost exclusivity on him, right? Beforehand, he was like solely theirs. They essentially, quote unquote, owned him, James Gunn, that is. And now, like, he's the head of DC Films.
Begins, yeah.
So I imagine that Marvel, the Feige company, everyone at Disney is probably like, maybe we can just like be quiet for a while and then just wait it out and then see how it all goes. And then maybe by then, depending if Jonathan Majors gets away with it, and then Loki comes out and everyone likes him again, then
maybe we don't have to say anything at all.
Yeah, we might be able to just
it's not gonna work out that way.
We could just lock it up and then at the very end say, "See, we had your back the entire time. Nothing to worry about."
As much as I joked about the Ezra Miller thing at the top of this, it is a different situation to me. Like, to me, I still feel like that Ezra Miller shit has to be addressed. I think that has to be talked about. Same way I'm going to still watch Loki season 2 and be like, yeah, there's Jonathan Majors. Same way I watch Creed 3 because I'm like, yeah, it's already done. Flash, like, already done. A bunch of people worked on it and whatever. I still feel like you got to talk about the Ezra Miller thing. This is about him not continuing in other projects that have yet to be filmed.
Yeah,
right.
He's already inked to be a huge part of.
Like, I don't think they're going to go out of their way. I'd be really surprised. They have the technology to do it, but I would be very shocked if they actually go, well, we got to reshoot all his scenes now from Loki season 2. I just don't see them doing that.
At most, I could see them going into like the spoilers for anybody who cares for Quantumania 3-2-1, but the Council of Kangs, you could, CG various other faces just to bolster the idea that variants don't all have to have the same face. But I think we've seen through Loki and Spider-Man No Way Home especially unfortunately, variants can have as many faces and species types as you want. So I think while it seems like a really big thing to get past right now, I don't think it would be as hard, especially if you find a talent who is just as electric and who can captivate people. I think then the conversation will shift to like, wow, thank God they found whoever, steps up, because this is a huge star-making moment for them. Hope they keep their shit together.
I haven't looked up who the girlfriend is. I don't know if that information is information. I don't even know if it's out of who.
I would hope not. Honestly,
I would hope not as well. If these charges
Isn't it the same girlfriend he's brought to premieres?
They have been going.
Unless it's some other girl?
There's evidence that he really did do what he is being accused of doing. I mean, this poor woman is suffering right now as well. Because when you look, we did a whole video about it, like even when looking at those texts, like one way to interpret that, someone in a very, trauma bonding type of toxic, abusive relationship, right? Again, it is just allegations still even at this point, it's still just allegations, right? At the same time, like, man, I know all the focus is on the celebrity, the star here, but whoever this woman is, my God, this is such a shitty ass situation to be in.
Well, I feel for her almost no matter what, because
as it may be at the moment, that will help us prevent the next pandemic, no matter which COVID origin theory you believe in. We must also take a deep dive into the barriers to our nation's ability to research the origins of COVID and respond to it. This includes examining how the Chinese Communist Party's refusal to cooperate with international investigations in December 2019 set us back in our pandemic response, and how the Chinese Communist Party's continued spread of misinformation and obfuscation of evidence has hindered our ability to understand both theories of how this virus came to be in the first place. In order to better be prepared for the future, it is crucial that we develop forward-looking domestic and foreign policies that advance American interests, protect our public health, and save lives.
Some putting wrong
this
stuff.
Means rejecting the isolationist approach President Trump took under the guise of, quote, America first, unquote, that decimated the State Department, weakened our ability to engage, left a void that rendered America vulnerable to China's growing influence. It also abandoned state-to-state diplomacy, allowed tensions to intensify, and escalated a trade war that fell hardest on American workers. Under this approach, America's public health, economy, and security ultimately paid the price. So now, we must take decisive action to protect our public health, economy, and security from the CCP's growing influence by investing in competition, deepening collaboration with our allies, and furthering the State Department's diplomatic work. That means building on the progress we've made with legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act to invest in innovation so that we can outcompete China in sectors critical to our public health and national defense, and strengthening our supply chain. And that means building on House Democrats and the Biden administration's work to bolster our pandemic preparedness, public health infrastructure, and international and domestic standards for pandemic surveillance to address possible animal transmissions, and biomedical research safety to address possible lab leaks. There is certainly more work to do, and it is my sincere hope that we can pursue this work together on a bipartisan basis. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how global health security, pandemic preparedness, and national security are linked. And so as we seek to better understand the virus's origins, we must take a scientific and evidence-based approach. As physician and ranking member of this select subcommittee, I take this charge seriously of putting people over politics to protect our public health. We should do this work without the politicization and extreme partisan rhetoric that get in the way of common sense solutions to the public health challenges we face. Let's get to work on forward-looking policies that will prevent and reduce the harm of future viruses and pandemics without vilifying our nation's public health officials. The world is watching what we are doing here today, and it is my hope that we rise to the occasion, and that we meet the moment with the integrity that our global health and national security demand.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Pursuant to Committee on Oversight and Accountability Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. Our witnesses today are the Honorable John Ratcliffe. Director Ratcliffe was most recently the Director of National Intelligence, serving as the Principal Intelligence Advisor to the President. Prior to that, he served in Congress and as a member of the House Intelligence, Homeland Security, and Judiciary Committees. Mr. David Feith. Mr. Feith is currently an Adjunct Senior Fellow at the Center for a New American Security. He was previously the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. And Dr. Mark Lowenthal. Dr. Lowenthal previously served as the Assistant Director of Central Intelligence for Analysis and Production, and also as Vice Chairman for Evaluation on the National Intelligence Council. The Select Subcommittee certainly appreciates you all for being here today. We appreciate your service and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Director Ratcliffe to give an opening statement.
Chairman Wenstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, members of the committee, it's a pleasure for me to be back in the House of Representatives, where I spent 6 years serving on the House Intelligence, Judiciary, and Homeland Security Committees before leaving Congress when I was confirmed by the Senate to serve as the Director of National Intelligence in the Trump administration. My confirmation was actually the first in-person Senate hearing after the COVID-19 pandemic began, and during it, I promised to ensure that the intelligence community would be laser-focused on getting answers to the virus's origins and spread. What follows is a brief, unclassified overview of what the intelligence community learned and knows, a synopsis of the relevant challenges that I encountered during this effort, and where I believe we must go from here. First, let me state the bottom line up front. My informed assessment, as a person with as much access as anyone to our government's intelligence during the initial year of the pandemic, has been and continues to be that a lab leak is the only explanation credibly supported by our intelligence, by science, and by common sense. From a view inside the IC, if our intelligence and evidence supporting a lab leak theory was placed side by side with our intelligence and evidence pointing to a natural origins or spillover theory, the lab leak side of the ledger would be long, convincing, even overwhelming, while the spillover side would be nearly empty and tenuous. Were this a trial, a preponderance of circumstantial evidence provided by our intelligence would compel a jury finding of guilt to an accusation that coronavirus research in the Wuhan labs was responsible for the pandemic, and likewise, the Chinese Communist Party would be guilty of going to great lengths to cover up the virus's origins, from destroying medical tests, samples, and data, to intimidating and disappearing witnesses and journalists, to lying and coercing global health authorities, even spreading propaganda that the virus originated here in the United States by the US military. Their efforts continue to this day, as the Chinese embassy has formally objected to this hearing and this committee's efforts to ascertain the truth. And the Chinese government has done all of this while proving itself incapable of offering even a shred of exculpatory evidence. The intelligence community's sources on this issue are numerous, diverse, and unassailable, and I hope that the recent unanimous congressional support to require the declassification of our COVID origins material will make some of this available to you and the American people. Right now, a few of the intelligence community's agencies are publicly assessing that COVID-19 virus originated from a lab leak in Wuhan, and as this shift continues, the day will come when every single agency in the IC will make the same assessment, which begs the question, why have they not to this point? It's a simple and obvious question that does not have a simple answer. The challenges that I and other senior Trump administration officials encountered while in office included legitimate concerns about our closely held sources and methods of intelligence, as well as illegitimate roadblocks that related to professional conflicts of interest and partisan politics. These included the headwinds created when a lab leak assessment was initially labeled falsely and falsely reported with near unanimity as a conspiracy theory by conflicted scientists and by mainstream press, while also being censored as disinformation by social media giants. Internally, national and electoral politics were also influencing the analysis of our intelligence on China within the IC, as reflected in the January 6, 2021 report by the intelligence community's analytic ombudsman. As a career non-political official, the ombudsman found, quote, analysts appeared reluctant to have their analysis on China brought forward because they tend to disagree with the Trump administration's policies, saying in effect, I don't want our intelligence used to support those policies, end quote. To this day, the CIA, which I believe is unquestionably the world's premier spy agency with an unrivaled capacity to acquire information, has continued to state that it does not have enough information to make any formal assessment. To put it bluntly, I think this is unjustifiable and a reflection not that the agency can't make an assessment with any confidence, but that it won't. Some 3.5 years later, the only plausible assessment the agency could make with any level of confidence is that a virus which killed over 1 million Americans originated in a Chinese lab whose research included work for the Chinese military. And such an assessment would obviously have enormous geopolitical implications that I believe the current administration does not want to face head on. Let me close by saying that I think that the search for the truth should drive where we go from here, and everyone, from our intelligence agencies to members of the administration, to members of Congress, to public health officials, should put politics aside and let our intelligence speak the truth about what happened. Speak the truth to the Americans who deserve that truth, deserve justice, and deserve accountability. And only by seeking truth, justice, and accountability for this pandemic can we achieve the other equally important goal of preventing the next pandemic. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director. I now recognize Mr. Feith to give an opening statement.
Chairman Wenstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, and select subcommittee members, thanks for this opportunity. My written testimony that I've submitted has 3 elements. First, it describes how the State Department's East Asia Bureau approached the COVID origin issue during the first year of the pandemic, from the outbreak to the publication in January 2021 of a fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Second, it describes the terribly damaging effects of our public health establishment's efforts to stigmatize the very notion that COVID may have emerged from a laboratory accident. This drove underground discussion of a set of risks, namely those involving gain-of-function research, that deserve to be at the front and center of our policymaking. Third, it offers some policy suggestions on helping to find the origin of COVID, to fix policy and intelligence problems raised by these issues, and to tighten U.S. science and technology exchanges with China to protect national security and to help prevent a next pandemic. In my short remarks here, I want to stress the stakes involved in whether COVID emerged from nature or from a lab. The stakes are almost unimaginably grave. COVID was not some immaculate infection. It was not spontaneously generated. It came from somewhere, and the details matter. If it emerged naturally, it implies certain things about human interactions with nature where the risks are sizable enough. But if it emerged from a lab, particularly one conducting gain-of-function virology experiments with technologies invented only a few years ago, then this was akin to a Hiroshima event, revealing new and modern high-tech risks to human civilizations and even to our species. This is what makes it such a scandal that many of the most influential US government and academic authorities on virology were coordinating to, as one said, disprove any type of lab theory. These officials and scientists knew that COVID may have come from a lab. They knew that a lab leak could have resulted from research in Wuhan funded by the US government. And they knew that if such research were in fact part of COVID's origin, they could face professional and personal embarrassment. So these officials and scientists evidently collaborated to convince the government and the public not to investigate the origin of COVID, at least not in a fashion that followed the evidence down paths that could point to a lab origin. The misdirection tactics worked. The lab leak theory became stigmatized, driven underground. And yet evidence continued to mount in its favor.
What evidence?
2020, colleagues at State flagged new US government information that underscored the plausibility of a lab leak. Most significant, there were sick researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology just before the public outbreak in Wuhan. That same Wuhan lab had a long record of secrecy about its coronavirus research and undisclosed ties with China's military. Working with ODNI, we at State arranged to make this information public. Some of our colleagues warned us not to. They said not to highlight China's gain-of-function research, lest we draw attention to the US government's own role in such research and open a Pandora's box. It wasn't clear exactly what these colleagues feared, but their seeming demand for non-transparency was unpersuasive. On January 15, 2021, we published a fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In the months that followed, the lab leak possibility began to force its way into the mainstream. By May 2021, President Biden himself recognized the significance of the lab leak possibility and ordered a 90-day review of US intelligence. Unfortunately, progress since then has been limited. We now know that the FBI and the Department of Energy both assess that a lab leak is most likely.
So this is the guy that's talking now too. I was like not familiar with them.
Straw poll, as much as we need a transparent whole of government campaign to recognize the gravely high stakes of the lab leak possibility and pursue appropriate policy reforms. Gain-of-function technologies of the kind that emerged only in the last 10 to 15 years, where the deadliest viruses can conceivably be fused with the most infectious ones, appear to pose a species-level risk to human life. It has been commonly said for 75 years that nuclear weapons could destroy the world or humanity, and so they might. But that would likely require many decisions in at least 2 capitals over some sustained period of time. The gain-of-function risk is that one mistake in one place, let alone one deliberate act by some actor, is all that it takes. Once a virus of sufficient infectiousness and deadliness escapes a lab, there may be nothing humanity can do to stop it. This is the stunning tragedy of those experts who stigmatized even the notion of a lab leak. Faced with a possible dry run of the worst-case pandemic that gain-of-function science has made the world have to fear, the authorities who know the most about this threat didn't speak up. Many even sought to silence others. This has caused a paralytic effect to this day, not only on public awareness, but on the policy reforms that we need to protect ourselves from lab risks in the future. Overcoming this handicap is a major obligation for lawmakers and policymakers going forward. As for trying still to confirm COVID's origin, I'd quickly note 3 points. First, the immediate declassification test. Congress recently passed a law requiring the Biden administration to declassify intelligence on COVID's origin within 90 days. This is a third test for the IC and the rest of the interagency after failures to disclose in 2020 and 2021. There's no doubt that the administration has far more information than has been released publicly. Second, the sick researchers still stand alone.
Something
the sick
Fauci.
Wuhan lab researchers identified in the January 2021 fact sheet remain the best lead into who or what was patient 0. No animal anywhere has been identified as a comparably likely source of the outbreak. The Biden administration, like the Trump administration before it, has more information about the sick researchers than has been released. Third and finally, what changed the Department of Energy's mind? The most significant fresh piece of intelligence we know about post-2020 is whatever reportedly motivated the Energy Department's recent change of assessment. Maximizing the release of this information would clearly shed additional light on the COVID mystery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veith. I now recognize Dr. Lowenthal to give an opening statement.
Jail Fauci, okay.
Mr. Chairman Winstrup, Ranking Member Ruiz, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to discuss intelligence and the origins of the COVID pandemic. I have spent most of my adult life as an intelligence analyst or as a manager of intelligence analysts. I have also taught analytical skills to hundreds of new analysts. To be a good intelligence analyst, you have to have the ability to deal with ambiguity. Very often, analysts are asked to address issues for which there may not be a final definitive answer. Analysts live in a world where there may be several possibilities, each of which has its
I don't know
own
why it's
degree
not
of
showing up
certainty
here.
and uncertainty. This can be very frustrating to policymakers who want an answer. Given the available intelligence and our own expertise, a specific answer cannot always be determined. This seems to be the case at this point in terms of the origin of the coronavirus in China. There has not been sufficient intelligence to date to make a firm judgment as to whether the virus occurred naturally or was the result of activity in a lab, whether witting or accidental. The ODNI's October 2021 declassified assessment on COVID-19 origins, which you both cited, reflects this uncertainty. 4 intelligence agencies assess that the virus originated naturally with low confidence. 1 intelligence agency believes the virus originated in a lab with moderate confidence. 3 intelligence agencies are unable to make a determination either way. Again, this can be frustrating to policymakers, but that is the nature of intelligence. One of the points that I stress to new analysts is that you want your reader, the policymaker, to understand and appreciate your uncertainty as well as your certainty, because they will be making decisions based on your analysis, and you do not want to portray a confidence and a certainty that misrepresents your intelligence. Absent greater cooperation and transparency from China, which seems highly unlikely, we may never resolve this issue with certainty. It is important that we look back at the intelligence and policy experience from the pandemic and ask ourselves, what can we do better next time? I have a few recommendations. We should consider creating a national intelligence officer for health issues who, with his or her office, would serve as the focal point for U.S. intelligence collection and analysis, not only on health issues that threaten the United States, but also looking at health issues worldwide that can be destabilizing regionally. The intelligence community likely needs to hire analysts with backgrounds in medicine, epidemiology, and other areas. There is a section of the Centers for Disease Control that has TS/SCI cleared analysts, but I think the larger intelligence community needs more in-house expertise in these issues. Finally, it is important to avoid politicizing intelligence efforts on issues like the COVID pandemic. The intelligence community prides itself on being nonpartisan and objective, and I believe we meet these standards on a high, consistent basis. Intelligence may sometimes be discomforting, but that does not mean that it may run counter to preferred policy preferences, but that does not mean that it is partisan or subjective. It becomes increasingly difficult for intelligence officers to do their best work when they are put under constant partisan pressure or when they are consistently accused of being partisan. Some people refer to the role of the intelligence community as telling truth to power. I find that phrase objectionable, as it is arrogant, and more to the point, we do not have truth in many cases, but well-sourced, well-thought-out analytic conclusions. These will sometimes run counter to the preferred views or outcomes of policymakers. That does not mean the intelligence has been politicized. It means that intelligence is being honest when talking to power. That is a great responsibility, and the intelligence community takes it very seriously. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you all very much. I now recognize myself for a series of questions. If you have had the chance to follow the initial workings of this subcommittee to date, you would know that the drive of this committee is to perform an after-action review, have lessons learned, create a path forward for any future pandemic so that we may be able to predict, prepare for, protect ourselves, and hopefully prevent any future pandemic. This, I believe, would be consistent with the suggestion made by Dr. Lowenthal. Hopefully, we may produce a product that will allow us to certainly be better next time out of this committee. It's a fair question why decisions may have been made. Were they based on data, hypothesis? Were there motives to the decisions, such as personal gain or political gain? All fair questions. Dr. Lowenthal recommended having a National Intelligence Officer for Health. In many ways, I believe we have this with the National Center for Medical Intelligence, but we may need to expand their role. It was also suggested that the intelligence community hire experts with backgrounds in medicine and epidemiology and other specialties. And I agree with that. And that's why I've been requesting from ODNI information concerning those experts that they have consulted during their review of the origins question. I'm interested in knowing which actual specialists weighed in for each component of the IC. If one agency has 20 virologists and another has none, that can make a huge difference in an analyst's outcomes. So I'm curious as to why so many agencies have different opinions on this. The expertise of those that have contributed to each agency matters and makes a difference. For this committee, I have stated that honesty is non-negotiable. That requires truth.
Okay.
And I understand that 100% certainty in an analysis is difficult to come by, but what can be truthful is the level of confidence in an analytic summary. Unfortunately, during my time on the Intelligence Committee, I've seen cases of what seems to be political partisanship. I've seen a situation where analysts came forward as whistleblowers, charging that their analyses were changed or ignored for political purposes. In other words, their analysis stated that things were going badly, and yet after going up the chain, a politician stated that everything was going well. Mr. Ratcliffe, as ODNI, did you ever feel that information was being withheld from you or altered in any way, or did you have that concern?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that fortunately that did not happen very often, but it did happen on occasion, and I didn't just feel it. As I referenced in my opening remarks, the analytic ombudsman referenced the fact that there were times when intelligence was suppressed.
So why and what kind of information was that, if you can share it?
Well, as it's already been publicly available, the ombudsman made specific reference to intelligence on China.
Fucking liar, dude.
So did this, in your opinion, hamstring your ability to conduct your job?
I think it made it more difficult, but through persistence and some of the things that Mr. Fife talked about, we were able to, in looking at the intelligence, particularly as it related to COVID origins, to still get to a point where we could protect sources and methods, and yet make some of that intelligence available by declassifying it. And he referenced the process whereby we did that through a State Department fact sheet.
One of the aspects of this investigation that is most important is learning who the IC consulted with during the review. As I said, we want to know what kinds of experts each component worked with. I'm going to ask each of you, to each witness, do you think this question is an important one when it comes to origins of COVID?
I'll begin just by saying it is, because sometimes, in this case particularly, when we're talking about COVID-19, our analytic judgments are framed in part by science. And so who the scientists are and how they're motivated certainly is important.
Yes, sir, I'd agree, and just add the element that conflicts of interest in general and with respect to the enormous amount of scientific exchange with China are especially important, as China is central to our national security analytical work going forward.
Doctor?
I think it's fair to ask the Intelligence Committee who they consulted with, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Fife, you were heavily involved in this investigation from the side of the State Department. While you were gathering information, did you struggle to find experts that did not have conflicts of interest?
In short, yes, and that problem became clearer in retrospect also.
And do you believe these same conflicted scientists may be briefing the IC today?
I can't speculate about today, but based on the experience a few years ago, yes.
Thank you. Quickly to Director Ratcliffe and Dr. Lowenthal, in your opinion, is it acceptable or practical to avoid or ignore the truth from Congress if trying not to divulge or to shield a covert operation?
I don't think it's ever appropriate to ignore the truth. I think from the intelligence community standpoint, there's an ability to protect sources and methods, but still meet our obligations to keep members of Congress informed through its proper oversight role.
Doctor?
There is a provision of law that requires that Congress be fully and currently informed of all current and significant anticipated activities. I'm probably the only person in this room who was in the Senate chamber when the Senate Intelligence Committee was created, so I am an advocate for congressional oversight, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have read that statute myself, but I've had to bring it up and still get fought a few times in the Intelligence Committee. And so the next question for the two of you, is it important for the IC to try to know all they can about the weapons systems of our adversaries, including biological weapons?
Absolutely, and in the case of China, the intelligence community has publicly addressed China as our top national security threat from a nation-state perspective. So particularly, that's important with respect to the country of China.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this has always been a high priority for U.S. intelligence since the committee was created in 1947.
Thank you. Should a virus that killed more than 1 million Americans be an intelligence priority for the IC and specifically the CIA and DIA?
Yeah, we get a ton of these ads.
Absolutely.
Doctor?
That depends on the policymakers. We don't make our priorities. The President, the National Security Council determine the priorities for the intelligence community. So if they determine it's a priority, then yes, it is. If they decide there are higher priorities, then no, it isn't. But this is not a call for the intelligence community. This is something that's not understood. We don't set our priorities. We are there to respond to the policymakers. I helped create the current priority system, and it's one where we derive from the President and his National Security Council where are the areas you want the most emphasis, knowing that inevitably there are going to be areas where we spend less attention because we have finite resources.
Well, that's a fair assessment. I would have to say as a policymaker that I think it should be a very high intelligence priority. Well taken. Finally, Director Ratcliffe, we sent a document request letter to Director Haynes on February 13. To date, we have yet to receive any documents from ODNI. Understanding all the appropriate restrictions on classified material, as a former director, do you believe it's important for ODNI to fully cooperate with our investigation and produce the requested documents?
Yes.
I would now like to yield to Ranking Member Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, understanding how COVID-19 came to be as critical to America's public health, I want to point out and make clear that we wouldn't even be having this hearing in the first place if it wasn't for President Biden taking early and decisive action in May 2021 to investigate whether the novel coronavirus originated in a lab or nature. President Biden directed the intelligence community to conduct this review to, quote, do everything we can to trace the roots of this outbreak that has caused so much pain and death around the world so that we can take every necessary precaution to prevent it from happening again.
This is going to be interesting, man. That Fox News lawsuit.
Democrats and Republicans voted to declassify last month was collected because of President Biden's directive for the intelligence community to use every tool at its disposal to investigate COVID-19's origins. Dr. Lowenthal, can I get a quick yes or no? Was President Biden's directive a critical step in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins?
Yes.
I agree. And thanks to this action, we're making progress every day in advancing our understanding of the pandemic's origins, despite continued obstruction from the Chinese Communist Party. And while we know more now than we ever did before, the fact of the matter is that the intelligence community's assessment remains inconclusive on whether the virus emerged from either human contact with an animal or from a laboratory accident. Various elements of the intelligence community have made different assessments, all but one of which were made with low confidence, meaning without certainty. Dr. Lowenthal, you have explained that the function of intelligence is to reduce uncertainty. When intelligence on a particular issue is divided between two conclusions, what is the best course of action for policymakers? Should we prepare in the event of both scenarios?
Probably, but policymakers can make their own decisions regardless of the intelligence you give them. We are not speaking ex cathedra. We're giving our best intelligence, and then they are making decisions. But if you had two strong possibilities, and I were a policymaker, which I've only done once or twice in my career, I would say, yes, you should try to protect against both of them.
I agree with this, too. And this is exactly the approach that President Biden and Democrats have taken, an approach that puts people over politics. While our intelligence community continues to collect and analyze information that will bring us closer to a definitive conclusion, we have worked to prevent and better prepare for the next deadly pandemic so that we can keep the American people safe, no matter if this threat originates from an animal or a lab. In fact, last Congress, Democrats included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 significant reforms to address pandemic preparedness. This includes provisions to enhance safety standards for biomedical research involving pathogens of pandemic potential and to recruit more public health workers with epidemiological backgrounds. It also includes reforms to prevent undue foreign influence in our nation's biomedical research, such as the requirement that participation in foreign talent programs be disclosed to receive NIH grants, and a provision directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services and national security officials to identify and develop strategies that address threats.
No shit.
We passed last Congress as part of this package that are outlined on this fact sheet. Mr. Chairman, permission to enter it into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And you know, I find it interesting that despite how much my colleagues on the other side of this dais have focused their efforts to push a lab leak narrative, they voted against these reforms that help prevent lab leaks by partnering with our allies to press for strong international standards for biosafety and security as part of its national security strategy. And while these are all good steps forward, I do think that there's more we should do and can do. Dr. Lowenthal, what additional steps should we be taking from an intelligence and policy perspective to build on this work and to better prepare us for future pandemics?
Well, I outlined those in my opening statement, Mr. Ruiz, but one of the things you have to remember about the Intelligence Committee is we are a volunteer organization. I cannot draft doctors any more than the military can draft individuals. And so when we go out looking for people, looking for experts, we have to hope they want to come work for us. But we obviously have gaps. The National Military Intelligence Center is there, but they are mostly have been devoted to supporting the defense establishment, which is fine. I'm suggesting we need a broader expertise than that. But you have to remember, we can only recruit the people who come to the recruiting table. This is one of the great frustrations of my life in my last 3 years at CIA. But we have to look at our expertise across the community, and we have a system for doing that, and ask ourselves, where are the gaps, and then how do I go hire the people to fill in those gaps?
Dr. Lowenthal, I received my medical doctorate at Harvard Medical School. I received my master's in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School. And I realized that when I was at the Kennedy School, the CIA was there recruiting students to join their firm. Yet there was no recruitment happening in the public health school, which I later received a master's in public health from Harvard School of Public Health, or from the Harvard Medical School. So perhaps one of the suggestions would be to entertain the career options for public health and physicians and medical scientists to join the intelligence communities in doing their research as well.
I think that would be a good idea. There were also no CIA recruiters, and I got my degree from the Harvard History Department. We tend to, we have to rethink how we recruit. So going to medical schools, public health policy schools would be a very good idea.
Thank you. I yield back.
Now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here today. As I've said from the beginning, discovering the origins of COVID-19 is vital to both the public health and national security of the United States. Former CDC Director Redfield testified last month that this is not simply a scientific question, but also one of intelligence. And I agree with that. And we need to ensure the intelligence is accurate and truthful. On March 17, 2020, one of the most influential papers of all time was published in the scientific journal Nature Medicine, entitled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. It was prompted by Dr. Fauci and written to suppress the lab leak hypothesis. This paper stated that no type of lab.
His southern accent's coming through hardcore right now. The pronunciation of certain words, but it's all right.
Is that factual?
It is not.
Mr. Feith, to you, is that statement factual?
Based on my understanding, no.
I keep hearing like lab leak theory.
Later, on March 26th,
lab leak theory, but no one's like bringing like any actual evidence.
assess the virus emerged naturally.
What they're really trying to say is that fucking it got covered up by Fauci.
Was improbable and not
That's what I'm getting from this so far. No one's like actually exploring. Was it actually from a lab leak? What are you doing about it?
Mr. Feith, to you, are those statements factual?
No, they were at best overstated.
Mr. Feith, you were involved in the briefing that
They investigated. You guys are the investigative chamber. Like, investigate it though.
Of the briefing that
All it is, only thing that you're fucking like saying at this point is like Fauci covered it up. He was under the Trump administration, so you're accusing the Trump administration of covering it up then.
Proximal origin paper?
Yes, sir.
During the preparation of that memo, which I referenced above, do you
They're trying to
believe
tie like a
the
cover up under like Biden. It's fucking stupid. Then investigate. You guys have the ability to investigate. Then investigate it.
In short, yes.
If there was like an actual lab leak, then like start actually investigating whether or not there was a lab leak. Nobody's stopping you.
Were the authors, were they the ones that were briefing the intelligence community? The authors of that?
So that document is a write-up of a so-called analytic exchange that had been hosted by the State Department's Intelligence and Research Bureau that day or the day before, including a number of U.S. scientists who were briefing a range of policymakers from across the interagency.
So that the authors were on the conference call with Dr. Fauci on February 1st, 2020, where they almost universally said COVID-19 may have come from a lab.
That actually I'm not sure of, and there's a little bit of a
actually investigate like the lab leak. Was there an actual lab leak then? They're not answering that question. They're trying to like pin this on Fauci.
Once you became director, did Dr. Fauci relay any of these?
This is all about like they're not answering the actual question or purpose of the committee.
And why do you think he did not?
Well, that would I would obviously have to speculate, but I would point you to Dr. Fauci being perhaps the best person to answer that, and there is publicly available under information that has been obtained through open sources and freedom of information, where Dr. Fauci and other virologists and scientists talk about the fact that it would bring unwanted attention.
Bring him in front of a committee then, man. Subpoena him. You have the power of subpoena.
The research that was taking place.
Subpoena the motherfucker. What are you guys waiting for?
Domestic funding sources from the United States and the relationship of certain Western scientists with scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where unsafe coronavirus research was taking place in labs that did not have appropriate biosafety levels and precautions, as had been reported.
Oh, this is so bad. It just gets worse every day. These scientists flipped 180 degrees with no new evidence, produced a paper not based on facts, and then may have used that paper to brief the intelligence
based on like what information? What are you basing this off of? What reporting specifically? I don't, dude. I've read like everything on the lab leak thing. There's no like concrete evidence of that. What like evidence are you pointing to?
This was set in motion by Dr. Fauci.
What from the Intercept?
Gain of function research and dodge accountability for a virus that has killed more than 1 million.
I think I remember the actual article that that Feith was like actually referencing in his opening statement.
I now recognize Mr. Mafumbe from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Winstrup, and my thanks also to Ranking Member Ruiz and all others who collaborated to make sure that we could have this hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses for their participation. Mr. Radcliffe, welcome back. Mr. Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored in many ways that the Chinese Communist Party's growing influence is absolutely contrary to America's interests and to America's values. If we as a Congress fail to meet this moment, I fear that we will undermine for some time to come our ability
I have to take a look into their
public health crisis and to protect American interests both at home and abroad. We've got a long road ahead of us. However, in the last 2 years, congressional Democrats, as the majority party during that time, working with President Biden, did lay the groundwork to make sure that we take decisive action necessary to safeguard and to advance our health, our geopolitical, and our economic interest. In October of last year, the Biden administration announced its national security strategy, which includes, as most of us know, a three-part plan focused on outcompeting China.
It was opposed by every Republican. The IRA now has the resources to modernize the agency, cut wait times, saving people heartache, making sure middle-class families get the credits they deserve. The agency will do this while cracking down on tax enforcement for the uber-wealthy and biggest corporations. I want to thank my colleagues for their work. I yield the floor.
No update in the Fox case. Okay, let me go back. What's the Zetacross doing here? Oh, that's a king. I gotta read the mid-season update, see what happens, so I can catch up too. I do want to hold on. Let me get this. While this is going on, I can go back here. Sorry about the constant switching. Browser. It's not browser, it's not text. Yeah. And then you can have
the Republican leader.
Leader McConnell.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I want to address an extremely unusual request that our Democratic colleagues have made with respect to the Judiciary Committee. Our dear friend, Senator Feinstein, is a titanic figure. a
Oh,
stateswoman.
please.
Elaine and I have been honored to count the senator and her late husband, Dick, as close personal friends for many, many years. We miss our colleague. We wish her the very best for a speedy recovery and a smooth return. In the meantime, our colleague's temporary absence has really not ground the Judiciary Committee to a halt. So far this Congress, the committee has reported out 40 judicial nominees. Listen to this, more than half of them on a bipartisan basis. So let me say that again. More than 24 judicial nominees have been reported out this Congress on bipartisan votes. There are more than a dozen Article III judges already waiting on the executive calendar. And a whole bunch of the nominees currently in committee are likely to receive bipartisan support as well. So the administration does not face any obstacle to moving nominees who are remotely qualified for the job. People who are mainstream and qualified have a path forward. And yet some of the same far-left voices who've attacked Senator Feinstein in the past are now suggesting her off the Judiciary Committee indefinitely. Indefinitely. The stated reason, the supposed emergency, is that Senate Democrats are unable to push through the small fraction of their nominees who are so extreme,
Get the fuck out of here,
so
dude.
unqualified that they cannot win a single Republican vote in committee.
Get out of
So
here.
Let me say it again. The far left wants the full Senate to move a senator off a committee so they can ram through a small sliver of their nominees who are especially extreme or especially unqualified. There are four main nominees that our Democratic colleagues are currently unable to move. One of them threatened an underage abuse victim while representing her prep school. One of them didn't know what Article 2 of the Constitution says. One of them didn't know what a Brady motion is. And the fourth one argued that the sex offender registry, listen to this, does not help keep children safe. Those are the four they're having a hard time moving. They're not on track to get bipartisan support. It's purely the Democratic political choice to hold the relatively more reasonable nominees hostage so the unqualified ones can move in a pack. So even though they could move a number of less controversial nominees right now, they want to sideline Senator Feinstein so they can ram through the worst four as well. I understand our Judiciary Committee colleagues report they cannot find a single past example where their committee let a member be temporarily replaced in this fashion that some Democrats are advocating.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
So let's be clear, Senate Republicans will not take part in sidelining a temporary absent colleague off a committee just so Democrats can force through their very worst nominees.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, Senate and quorum call? We're not.
We're not.
Okay, good. Mr. President, today's tax day, and I think it's probably fair to say it's not most Americans' favorite day. No one enjoys writing a check to the IRS or contemplating just how much of his or her yearly earnings goes to the federal government, especially when the federal government doesn't always make the best use of taxpayer dollars. And if you have a question for the IRS, things can get even more grim. The IRS does not exactly have a reputation for excellent customer service. During fiscal year 2021, the agency answered just 11% of the 282 million calls it received.
I wonder why.
11%. That means that 250 million taxpayer calls went unanswered. 250 million. And 2022 was barely better. During fiscal year 2022, 87% of taxpayer calls, 87%, went unanswered. Any business with a customer service record like that would soon be out of business. And that's not even the worst of it. On top of its customer service problems, the IRS has a troubling record of mishandling taxpayer data. Everyone remembers the infamous targeting of conservative groups for extra scrutiny under the Obama IRS. Then there was the 2021 leak or hack of confidential taxpayer information that ended up in the hands of the left-leaning organization ProPublica and was used to advance a partisan agenda. And last September, the IRS reported that it had inadvertently posted confidential taxpayer data for around 120,000 individuals on its website. Then, after fixing its mistake, the IRS inadvertently made much of that same information public again, just 2 months later. It's no surprise that interacting with the IRS doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Mr. President, given the IRS's record, you would think that everyone could agree that the agency is ripe for reform. Democrats, however,
yeah, Jonathan from, was it South Dakota?
Ripe for more funding. A lot more funding. Funding targeted not toward reforming taxpayer services, but overwhelmingly toward increasing tax enforcement. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act Democrats passed last August contained a staggering $80 billion for the IRS. Just 4% of that funding. 4% out of $80 billion was earmarked for improving taxpayer services. More than half, roughly $46 billion, was earmarked for increased audits and other tax collection efforts. But that's not all, Mr. President. President Biden is now proposing to boost the IRS's budget by 15% next year, over and above the massive funding boost the IRS already received from the Inflation Reduction Act. And it doesn't even end there. The President's budget would also provide a separate and additional $29 billion to the IRS for enforcement. Again, in addition to the $46 billion for enforcement the IRS received last August. Mr. President, I don't need to tell anyone that President Biden's campaign to flood the IRS with unprecedented funding is motivated not by a desire to improve the agency's performance, but by a need to find money to help offset some of the cost of Democrats' Green New Deal schemes and other big government spending.
You gotta love it.
And there's reason to be concerned about where the president will be getting all this money he expects to collect. The IRS has pledged not to use its increased funding to raise audit rates on small businesses and households making under $400,000 a year.
That's true. First off,
relative to historic levels. But not only is it not clear what the agency means by historic levels, there's also nothing to prevent the Biden IRS from going back on that commitment. If, for example, the president finds he can't pay for his Green New Deal schemes just by increasing audits of high-earning taxpayers. Mr. President, suddenly and dramatically increasing the size of any government agency is a cause for concern. Are there plans in place to make sure the money is used wisely, efficiently? Can the agency in question handle such a swift expansion? These are serious questions no matter what agency we're talking about. But these questions are particularly relevant when the agency in question, in this case, the IRS, is already doing a poor job of handling its basic responsibilities. Any funding infusion, like the $80 billion the IRS received in August, should be paired with commensurate oversight measures, including a requirement for a comprehensive strategy and effective execution from the IRS, and appropriate safeguards and accountability for taxpayers. But that, interestingly enough, is something Democrats failed to include in their legislation, and they've shown little interest in IRS oversight since. That cannot continue. We need to put safeguards in place to ensure that the tens of billions of dollars Democrats have funneled to the IRS are being used responsibly and efficiently, and the IRS is not mismanaging its tax collection powers. The National Taxpayer Advocate has noted that the money from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act has been, and I quote, disproportionately allocated for enforcement activities and should be reallocated to achieve a better balance with taxpayer service needs and IT modernization, end quote. We need to put taxpayers first, the advocate said. And she's right. But unfortunately, Democrats' priority is not taxpayers, it's tax collection. Earlier this year, I introduced
tell speak truth to power, Thune, you fucking liar.
Finance Committee Republicans to improve oversight and hold the IRS accountable for its spending decisions. Our legislation, the IRS Funding Accountability Act, would require the IRS to provide Congress with an annual plan for how the agency intends to use its new funding.
Do not use that anymore.
A plan that could be rejected by Congress with a joint resolution of disapproval. The IRS would also be required to provide Congress with quarterly updates on implementation of its spending plans. And there would be real consequences for failing to submit plans or reports on time, including the rescission of funds until the IRS complies with reporting requirements. The IRS did recently release an underwhelming report on how it intends to spend its funding windfall, but the report, which was submitted more than 45 days late, was exceptionally vague and short on important details. Our legislation would require the IRS to put forward detailed plans on time and ensure that Congress has the ability to prevent misuse of funds or violations of taxpayer rights. And I would hope that my Democrat colleagues would recognize the need for this kind of common sense legislation. Any massive funding infusion to a federal agency needs to be accompanied by meaningful oversight to protect taxpayer dollars, and doubly so when it comes to an agency like the IRS, with a track record for poor customer service and mishandling Americans' private information. As we move forward, I'll continue to do everything I can to push for accountability at the IRS and to make sure that taxpayers' rights are respected and that Americans' tax dollars are being used responsibly.
Always trying to get reelected.
Suggests the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Congress in action. You got some random people in the coming in probably too. Lecterns coming in. There's no quorum there, like nobody's there. So there's no issue there too. So let's go here too. Ladies and gentlemen, our government in action. Let's see.
Answer, and I've had to deal with senior officials many times, and I know this is frustrating. That, you want an answer, and sometimes we just can't give you an answer. And that creates a tension between these two communities, between the policy community and the intelligence community. But that is the reality of a lot of the issues on which we work.
Thank you, Dr. Lowenthal. It is my definite hope through these discussions that we're having that we can put the harmful rhetoric aside that we have seen and focus on the work that matters, protecting our nation's public health and preparing for future public health crises. We can be tough on the CCP and their lack of transparency and cooperation with pandemic-related investigations, but we must do so without putting at risk the safety and well-being of Asian Americans and our communities. If we fail to do this, we are only strengthening the CCP's efforts to distract and to mislead, and gets us no closer to fully understanding the origins of COVID and allowing us to do the good work of preventing future crises and being able to respond to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over 1 million Americans died. Millions more got sick, some with long-term effects from COVID-19. It is absolutely vital that we determine what happened. What did China do? Did people within our own government cover up information because they had professional conflicts of interest or for political reasons? The ranking member says COVID-19 should not be a political issue. I agree, but with all due respect, sir, I contend that it is you that is making this a political issue. You said that the only reason we are having this hearing today is because of President Biden wanting to get to the bottom of it. With all due respect, are you kidding me? You have been in the majority, the Democrats have been in the majority for the last 2 years, and there has been no hearings on the origins of COVID while you were in the majority. My first question is for Mr. Ratcliffe. Mr. Ratcliffe, in your testimony, you wrote, "The challenges that I and other senior Trump administration officials encountered while in office include legitimate concerns about the closely held sources of our intelligence and the sensitive methods used to obtain it, as well as illegitimate roadblocks related to professional conflicts of interest and partisan politics. Can you please elaborate on the conflicts of interest you encountered?"
Thank you, Congresswoman. Good to see you again. I referenced in my opening a report from the Analytic Ombudsman who found that person, by the way, is a career individual. It's not a political appointment. That person is charged with refereeing disputes about assessments. And it was based on his investigation that when it comes to the issue of China, some of our intelligence was being suppressed because there were analysts within the community that felt like that some of that intelligence may be used by the Trump administration in ways that they disagreed with. And that is clearly inappropriate under analytic judgment standards. And again, that's not my opinion, that's the independent opinion of the Analytic Ombudsman.
My next question for you, Mr. Ratcliffe, is you mentioned in your written testimony that CIA analysts on China were reluctant to bring forth the information. Do you think you ever got all of the information that they uncovered from China related to COVID-19?
Well, I think that, intelligence is such that we're constantly gaining new information, even where we have limited sources and methods.
So the answer is no.
That there were headwinds to get information. I endeavored to be made aware of as much as possible. And ultimately, that's what led to the process where I worked with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on the State Department fact sheet to put out the information about the coronaviruses, their similarity to what became COVID-19, researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology becoming sick, and the other information that was included in that fact sheet, so that that information would hopefully drive further declassifications of intelligence.
Actually, I
to the
like
American
this.
people
This
and
is
would
actually
drive
nice, pretty
congressional
nice.
hearings going forward. Unfortunately,
I can put like
that hasn't happened
on
the
one
way that we
screen. I
anticipated.
could put like this, and then
Thank
probably
you, Mr. Feth. In the January 2021 fact sheet on activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which you helped to write, it mentions WIV researchers
one
who
new
got sick
update
in
here.
2019 with COVID-like symptoms.
you
which
guys
we've talked
definitely
about.
cannot see this.
Can you tell us more
The court is now
about these
seated
sick
12 jurors and
researchers?
selected 12 alternates. So if anything from Scott here.
Share the view that I think that the sick researchers are probably still today the most potentially probative part of this story that we are yet aware of. It's been suggested already that the passage of time doesn't help in finding a confirmed answer here, and that's certainly true, and that's probably true also with respect to some of what we'd want to know about these sick researchers and what tests were taken and what material and evidence would have been available from the autumn of 2019. But still, what we know is that
I have faith
there is additional
in the American
information that
people.
the U.S. government has.
We've seen this now in election and referendum after referendum, from Kansas to a special election that I unexpectedly, to many, won in August in New York, to Mary Peltola in Alaska, to a few weeks ago in Wisconsin. The American people want freedom, particularly reproductive freedom. Women don't want to be told by a politician or a doctor what to do with their bodies and in their private healthcare decisions. So I'm proud to stand with my colleague, Congresswoman Fletcher, with all my Democratic colleagues, and say we are for reproductive freedom, and we are going to have to double down and triple down in this fight, because just a few days ago in Florida, an even more extreme ban was passed, and we know that other states are doing the same. So I want the American people to know we are with you, we hear you, and we're going to continue to fight to protect your rights and freedoms, and thank you for the opportunity to be here.
There you go.
Thank you, Representative Ryan. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a question for you and Vice Chair Lieu. Since both of you are part of the California delegation, I just want to get your thoughts on Senator Dianne Feinstein and Chief Caucus last week call for her.
There's no closed captioning too. There's no senator speaking.
I think it's up to Senator Feinstein to decide her own timeline. She is a legend in California politics and a legend in the Senate chamber. The work that she has done specifically on gun violence should be commended by all of us, and the work that she has put in over the last few decades representing the people of San Francisco and the people of California. But I will say that our expectation as House Democrats is that every senator is going to need to participate as we stave off House Republican attempts to get closer to default. So I look forward to her coming back, and I look forward to her service, but she should get to choose that timeline.
I agree with Chairman Aguilar, and let me just add that shingles can be quite debilitating. If you're over the age of 50, you should talk to your doctor about getting the shingles vaccine. And in America, we don't tell people to resign because they got shingles.
Question? Here.
Some House Democrats' favorite House Republican, George Santos, announced he's running for re-election. Curious for your reaction and the likelihood or possibility of Democrats taking back that seat next year.
Obviously, that's probably a question better equipped for, I think I'd have stronger thoughts if we were across the street. But as somebody who occasionally looks at FEC reports, I think I'd like our chances in that type of election. But broadly, George Santos is just one of the extreme individuals. He just has a less of a, comparatively, less of a passing relationship to the truth, and that's saying a lot to some of the others. But I think as we get closer to November, as we get closer to filing deadlines, I look forward to New York Democrats' attempts to win that seat and others within the state. But clearly it's a very flawed individual who's under investigation from a number of entities, and we'll let the political chips fall where they may.
Vice Chair Lou said that you all want to work on actual things that matter, like the debt ceiling. I'm wondering what conversations are you having with
we have our plan, we have our proposal. President Biden proposed a budget. We're happy to have conversations about deficits and about our annual spending. Those conversations are perfectly equipped to be discussed in the Budget Committee and in the Appropriations Committee. That's what we do every year. We talk about how much we're going to spend. We set top-line numbers. We empower appropriators in the 12 bills to go through and have those bipartisan conversations. Bless you. And then we go over to then we send it over to the Senate. And then where there's a compromise or a disagreement, we weigh through that. 3 times in the last administration, we avoided default. Democrats and Republicans, in a clean way, we had those bills. In the last administration, why is this any different? Why is it only different when a Democrat holds the White House that Republicans feel empowered to want to assault Social Security and Medicare and spending in a number of other areas? It's mind-boggling to me. So House Democrats stand ready and willing to engage and to have conversations in a bipartisan manner to stave off this crisis, this Republican-manufactured crisis, when the time comes. Chad?
Yes, thank you. Going back to Senator Feinstein, just said a few minutes ago here, can you walk us through the mentality of members? We've seen a number of members get sick, have various health issues. Senator Fetterman was just out for a couple of months here.
7,021 exhibits from Dominion.
That there's always been a resistance of members to step in and say, tell members.
They're not settling this case. Hey, boyos, they ain't settling this case. Fuck that. They're like, no, fuck these guys. Yeah, they're not settling this case. Yeah, they're not.
I think we still are unwilling to engage when it comes to members' health. We have members in the House Democratic Caucus who have surgeries planned.
They're not settling this case.
Medical issues that need to be tended to. We give them the space. We send them the private encouragement that they need. We wish them back. Those are the things that we do as colleagues. What you have heard us say is no different than that. If there are members who say otherwise, you should talk to those members. What I'm here to say is, our expectation is that, our colleagues in the other chamber, do their work when it's time and when they are back and when they are healthy. We welcome back any of our colleagues this morning.
So I'm actually talking to the mic. He's saying the right thing.
Joaquin Castro.
He is actually saying like the right thing.
The Senate welcomed back.
You shouldn't be like slamming your own members like in the public like that. There has to be like a public facing image that like the Democrats are united, because the typical image of Democrats is like they're not united. They're falling apart. But privately, they're probably like talking to people closer. You need to convince her. Her health is failing. Let's get these judges sworn in, and let's get this over with, and then let's just push this forward now too, because you have 2 people, Schiff and Porter. They're announced Senate runs. One of them's going to take the seat probably, unless a dark horse comes in, and let's get ahead of this too and make sure Republican doesn't take that California Senate seat.
I'll ask Congressman McGarvey,
which I doubt,
to talk a little bit as well. But what I would say is, we also passed bipartisan gun safety legislation in the last.
Oh my God.
However, and many of us have called the COVID-19 virus the Wuhan flu, the China virus.
Dollars that can go to states to help them stand up their red flag laws, those who aren't participating, dollars that can go to community organizations. Those are the types of things
or alternates
that we
to
can
go
do and that we should do in a bipartisan way. We all would like to do more. I personally
Final
would
juror.
like to do more. But
Judge
we understand,
instructs.
the constraints in working.
Judge
in a,
instructs jurors. You have to fight human nature. You have to go and want to talk about the case, but you can't talk about the case. You have to refrain from talking about the case with your fellow jurors and any third party. He's right about that. This is going to be like the tough part. Like them telling these jurors, hey, you can't really talk about this case. You know what I mean? Like that's going to be like tough.
I'll ask Representative McGarvey and then Vice Chair Liu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. And yes, as I said earlier, 160 mass shootings already this year. People's lives are not a messaging tool. This is something that is impacting every community in America. It's impacting schools and workplaces and churches and places where people go for entertainment. We made progress last 17th Congress with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and we need to build on that progress. 74% of Americans think that gun violence is a major issue. We just did a survey in my district where we surveyed over 3,000 people, and the #2 issue was gun violence. This is before we had 2 mass shootings in Louisville, Kentucky. So we're trying to come up and find ways where people can meet us to do this. We know the American public wants universal background checks. We're trying to find ways to solutions that make people safer. And so this is not a messaging tool. This is not a messaging debate. This is as serious as people's lives, and making sure that there are fewer people and fewer communities that have to deal with the grief and the collateral damage that comes from gun violence. And I think we're going to do all we can to make that happen.
Can I follow up real quick? You don't have a red flag law in Kentucky. Do these shootings increase the pressure or the momentum behind that effort, in your view?
I hope so. I was in the state Senate for 10 years before getting elected to Congress. I served as minority leader the last 4 I was there. One of my constituents, a woman named Whitney Austin, lives in Louisville, was walking into Cincinnati 4 or 5 years ago and was shot 12 times as she was going into work in the mass shooting they had in Cincinnati. She survived. She and I worked on a version of a red flag bill in Kentucky.
Jesus Christ, man. She survived? That's like one of the worst things that could probably happen to you. Like, unironically enough.
As well. I had rural Republican support for this bill that would give law enforcement a tool to temporarily remove a firearm from someone who's an immediate threat to themselves or to others. As more continues to come out on the shootings, in Louisville. And I do know the investigation is dynamic, but more will be coming out.
Hey, good for him, man.
I hope that we can continue to build the consensus to have this tool, again, that keeps people safe. We need to have a holistic conversation on guns. If we're going to have a holistic conversation on guns, let's face it, 60% of the gun deaths in this country and in my state come from death by suicide. And this is an area where those laws have proven particularly effective. We've got to find consensus there. We have to have the Republicans
they don't have a quorum there, so
on these solutions to these problems that we can solve. I echo again the words of the trauma surgeon in Louisville. We're doing nothing, and that's not working. And we need them to come to the table and help us pass these laws that will keep people safe. Vice Chairman Liu.
I think it's instructive to see what the Republicans did the day after the Covenant School shooting. So the Biden administration has a regulation banning basically pistol braces that make AR-15s more lethal and other guns more lethal. And the Republicans had a markup on the bill that was going to reverse this and basically make it easier for people to get pistol braces. So they canceled that markup the day after this shooting. But why would they do that? Because they believe that giving more guns and making them more lethal makes America safer. They would have held this markup and defended their position. They would have said, give us more AR-15s, more pistol braces, more guns. That will make everybody safer. They would have held that markup. But they canceled it. They ran because they knew that their philosophy is the wrong one, because it clearly has not worked. We need to do something.
Oh, we're going to watch this Contra video. Don't worry.
You've seen a record number of bills in state houses rolling back transgender rights. How do you think this issue is going to play House Democrats have a bill codifying transgender rights for women in sports as part of their platform.
Well, let's talk about what this bill does. I mean, this is Republican culture wars going into our classrooms from Washington, D.C. There are already rules and there are already organizations who are taking the lead on this. The NCAA, the International Olympic Committee, both have guidelines and rules for participating in sports. This is about banning kids from playing sports. And as Vice Chair Liu said, ask our Republican colleagues how you're going to determine that. How are they going to inspect that? A lot of us up here, all of us up here have kids. A lot of them played sports. What are they comfortable doing? Are they comfortable, are Republicans advocating for coaches to inspect young women? Are they comfortable for a referee?
Damn, I wish we were inside.
That's what this is about. And so if you have a young daughter playing sports, you should be incredibly concerned about this bill,
there is no
because that's the next step, and that's what Republicans should be asked, is how you implement this. What is the next step? And that's why Republicans have vetoed this. And in the House Democratic Caucus this morning, Mark Takano, as well as Whip Clark, read portions of Governor Cox's veto statement in Utah. He vetoed this bill, and I wanted to just read a passage. And he said, finally, there's one more important reason for this veto. I must admit, I'm not an expert in transgenderism. I struggle to understand so much of it, and the science is conflicting. When in doubt, however, I try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. That's what we're dealing with. Republicans have vetoed these bills, some Republicans, because they care about compassion. And by the way, the governor also said 75,000 high school kids participate in sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids play sports in Utah. 1 transgender student playing girls' sports. That's what this is about. This is a continuation of culture wars. They wanted to ban abortion care, ban books, and now ban kids playing sports. Next question.
Quick follow-up on debt ceiling. Where are you guys on the concept of a debt ceiling increase that is not something that has anything, big, small, I know you're not going to negotiate with me, and I don't want to negotiate it, but where are you, could Democrats support, in theory, a debt ceiling increase that has something else on it?
We are always willing to have conversations with our Republican colleagues. And like I said, when it comes to debts and deficits and spending, we're happy to have those conversations.
Yeah. I thought this was going to be a little bit more substantive, but it's really not.
Meet with one of our experts who will do your taxes for you.
So they're on break right now, 20 minutes. So about probably 25 minutes, they'll probably get back.
Dominion Voting Systems landmark defamation trial against Fox is expected to get underway this morning following a brief delay.
Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis appeared in court yesterday and announced the start of the trial was delayed until 9 a.m. today. Multiple reports citing sources suggest the delay was due to Fox pursuing settlement talks, but NBC News has not confirmed that. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is also with us to break all this down. So Emily, first to you, what happened yesterday with the judge and what are we watching for today?
Yeah, good morning to you. Well, the judge merely made a formal announcement yesterday that the trial would be pushed. It would be delayed from yesterday until this morning. He provided no insight around to why that might be the case, as we had been hoping for. It was short and sweet. He said these kinds of
That's
delays
actually a good question. Why he was doing it too? I think he wanted to, because he's been presented with all the the preliminary motions and everything too. I think he wanted to see what Fox was going to do. Because remember, they withheld information in regards to Rupert Murdoch and his involvement with Fox too. I wonder if he wanted to see what Fox was going to do in regards to that too. Because we know from McFarlane and NBC News here from the Rupert Murdoch deposition that he's admonishing like the Fox News's attorneys. So I think he wanted to see what Fox was gonna do. They need to be real fucking careful, man. They're gonna get their Dominions, like, this is like serious. This could have like serious precedent too, because that number in terms of settling is only going up. And I wonder if Dominion's like, yo, you really fuck with us too, because if you've noticed, as a direct result of them calling out Dominion and saying the election was rigged, and you know, the various people, various conservative politicians and Fox News pundits saying that Dominion was in on Biden stealing the election, several Republican-controlled counties, I think Vice covered one county in California and one of the deepest red districts in California too, I think it was. They said it was just based on that too. And you have the people who work there, who are Republicans too, are saying nothing there is true. It's all based on a lie. Them getting death threats, you know, them being, you know, and then and it's not just like the election stuff too. It's like the CRT stuff. It's the anti-white stuff. It's the everything anti-intelligence too. And like they're eating themselves alive too. Dominion's got a good suit. This is like a legitimate suit because they have like this isn't like something like made up too. These are like actual damages that they suffered. Like people had contracts with Dominion. These counties had contracts with Dominion. And then just like that, they don't have contracts anymore based off of nothing. Based off a complete and utter lie. So I'm really wondering whether or not I don't think Dominion's going to settle. I think they're looking for like, they're going to go all the way on this too. And this is going to create a precedent with Fox. What was that one judge? I think it was a federal judge that said basically like what Tucker Carlson does is equivalent to like Jon Stewart. But if you ever watched like Jon Stewart back on a Daily Show back in the day too, it was satirical, don't get me wrong, but it was all based on actual facts. Like there were legitimate facts to back it up. Like what Tucker does, there's no actual facts for what he does. Okay, so House Democrats are done here. All right, we're back. That was a minute ago. Dominion. Fox's exhibit list includes 4 episodes of The Simpsons. Fox's lengthy list of trial exhibit includes 4 clips from The Simpsons, a cornerstone of the Fox Broadcasting Network's primetime lineup for more than 30 years. The clips in question each include scenes in which Homer Simpson votes in a presidential election. Season 20, Treehouse of Horror, shows him attempt to cast a ballot for Barack Obama. I can't play it. I know I'm going to get dinged on YouTube. The promotional short Homer Votes 2020 shows him voting for Mitt Romney. The YouTube short Homer Votes 2016 features Russian President Vladimir Putin disguising himself as an American voter and trying to convince Homer to vote for Donald Trump. Season 32's Treehouse of Horror finds Homer unsure whether to vote for Trump or Joe Biden. It's not clear to me at all. It's not immediately clear why the clips were included in Fox list of exhibits. The half-hour primetime has aired since... Yeah, like Fox News is separate from all the other Fox properties. Like you have like, it's Fox something. Fox News is over here somewhere. Fox Sports, Fox, FX like whatever. All these are separate companies at this point. There's no like talk. I remember when Fox Sports first started off, they used to say on a daily basis, we're not affiliated with Fox News, because people kept affiliating them with Fox News. It's clear now they're not, especially if you know the commentators that are on that net on Fox Sports. You know, I guess they're quote unquote woke. You've used like today's language. They're not affiliated with Fox News like whatsoever. So I don't understand. This is like silly. Why are you bringing up like this stuff, bro? This is what they're bringing up to. Maybe they're trying to put like a narrative together, but like if they're trying to say like Fox and Fox News, like this stuff's the same thing. Like it's satire. It's not technically like news. That Fox Broadcasting, where like you see The Simpsons, and like Fox News, they're separate entities at this point. This is like so strange, man. Okay, so that was 12 minutes ago. We got nothing here too. I just don't know.
not unusual. But with those reports swirling around the last-minute push for settlement talks, we were watching closely for any kind of announcement to potentially develop overnight. No announcement, I can tell you, has come. So as things stand now, you can see the folks lining up behind me to get into the courthouse. Jury selection process will begin here in just a matter of hours. Around 9 a.m. They will finalize that process. And once the jury is seated, there will be about, we're told, a 15-minute recess before they get into opening arguments. Dominion will lead off. Fox will follow. And all eyes are on Delaware this week because of some of the folks that are expected to take the stand.
There's
and
no
testify.
camera inside.
Among them, Fox Corporation Chairman Rupert Murdoch, also some of Fox's most popular hosts, including Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, and Tucker Carlson. Lindsay and Clay.
Yeah, and Danny, I want to bring you in because there were multiple reports yesterday that were suggesting that they may reach a settlement. Obviously, the trial is happening today, so is a settlement off the table?
Absolutely not. I mean, settlement can happen even after the jury has the case.
That's
and
true.
they're deliberating. And you can imagine a scenario where settlement talks could pop up in the middle of trial if there's some devastating witness who gets up there and just buries Fox, or possibly buries the plaintiff's case, although I don't really see how that could happen. It could. Anything's possible. And when your risk shifts like that, sometimes parties come to the table. I wouldn't be surprised at all if settlement talks are reignited at some point along the way, because as you get closer and closer to verdict, each side has a lot to lose, and one or more may blink. They may want to come to the table and talk settlement. Keep in mind, yes, everyone says the plaintiff has a good case, but for every plaintiff, I don't care if you're Dominion or just some Joe Schmo nobody knows, money today guaranteed is always better than maybe money in the future, only if it's upheld on appeal years from now.
Okay. Emily, let's talk about that fired Fox producer, Abby Grossberg. She said in a new sworn statement, she actually found more evidence relevant to the case, recordings that were taken at the time that she spent with the company. She says she plans to turn them over to the court. Remind us who she is, her role in all this, and what do we know about these recordings?
Okay, so Abby Grossberg used to be a senior producer for Fox News hosts like Tucker Carlson and Maria Bartiromo. She was fired in March after she filed a lawsuit against the network claiming that they had forced her into giving misleading testimony for this case, for the Dominion case. Fox has called her lawsuit baseless and said they fired her because she divulged privileged information. Now, throughout her time at Fox, she says she would regularly record conversations, pre-interviews with her boss, Maria Bartiromo, involving voter fraud allegations made on those calls through a transcription service. She recently got a hold of some of those new recordings with the help of a forensic expert, and one of the calls involves Senator Ted Cruz, who emphasizes on that call the need for facts and proof. He did not respond to our request for comment. Fox News says that it has complied with all of the discovery obligations, and at a hearing last week, some of its lawyers said that Grossberg did not disclose the existence of such actual recordings. Grossberg is among the potential list of witnesses to take the stand. Guys?
And Danny, I want to talk about the judge for a minute, because Judge Davis also ruled that Fox lawyers could not use newsworthiness as a defense. Obviously, a little problematic given it's Fox News. So what strategy do you think they're going to use in this trial? What arguments should we expect?
Newsworthiness is not a defense to defamation, but the witnesses for Fox can mention that they thought what they were doing was newsworthy. The problem with that is the judge may instruct the jury, hey, jury, you just heard this testimony, but I need you to know that newsworthiness is not a defense to defamation. So the net benefit of putting on that kind of evidence may not be that good for Fox. I think for Dominion, the strategy here, though, is that the jurors are going to be thinking about the fact, well, what if something is newsworthy? What are news stations, what are journalists supposed to do? Are they supposed to ignore it or put somebody on and grill them? I think that's why Dominion needs to really put on a case to differentiate what Fox did from what other people would do in similar situations. That's their challenge, and they need to meet it.
Definitely a fluid case. Danny Savalos, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top story.
Dude, this is so fucking insane, man. It eventually caught up to him, you know? I mean, it can happen to anybody.
Guardians, you seriously don't want to miss this one. With deep site application coming to Destiny 2 Season 21 next season, what this is going to do for you is you're going to be able to put red border on weapons from previous seasons so that you can finish them off and craft them from the
That
Enclave.
is
Banshee 44
fantastic.
is currently selling an Icolos SMG, so make sure you pick up however many of these left that you need. To find out how many you need, head over to your collections and over to patterns and catalysts. Head over to whatever gun you need. For instance, the Icolos is down here in submachine gun. I've already crafted this one, but it will tell you out of 5 how many you've done. So grab as many as you need this week and hold them in your vault until next season.
There's 2 pulse rifles. I forget their names. Peace of Mind, I know, is one of them. And the Callus Mini tool. That's one. I did not craft the Callus Mini tool. I have like a God Roll version of it, but I want the crafted version so I can get enhanced incandescent on it.
So then when next season drops, you can pull them out of your vault, put a red border on it, finish it off, and then you can craft whatever gun you need. On top of this, if you head over to Zer, who is also in the tower, he is also selling the Firefright, the Brigand's Law, and the Plank Stride. These are 3 weapons from previous seasons that are craftable, so if you're missing these, also grab as many of these as you need for next season. Don't forget your
Firefright's not that great, to be honest with you. There's better kinetic auto rifles than the Firefright. And frankly, the Strand auto rifles are actually pretty decent with Hatchling. So that's my opinion.
Theories. I got my God Roll, Shoot to Loot, Connect Tremors. I'm very happy, but try and get this while it's double loot. Anyway, Guardians, that's basically it.
Oh my god, let me tell you, it's a fucking pain in the ass, man. I got the God Roll, Shoot to Loot, Connect Tremors, but I got it on a regular hung jury. I did get Shoot to Loot and Firefly, and I use that for my Starfire Protocol Warlock. Oh yeah, if you don't already know, Starfire Protocol is going to get nerfed. So, yes, I gotta find that one guy too and see if he's gonna play. I think he's on usually. I was like pretty late at night. So 11:52. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not that interesting. I think he's gonna find it disappointing. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene's on that committee, and it's just, well, we'll put it back on here.
You know, about 3 years ago. Could you speak to, can you elaborate on how you developed your degree of confidence to the extent that you can?
We were watching this. We were watching this like earlier
I've talked
too.
a little bit about it today, but I think, you know, this highlights one of the, you know, the comments.
It's really not that interesting. It's just like Jill Fauci. They're trying to shift the blame. These guys, I think they're trying to like talk about like, we need to look. Here's the thing. You want like a TLDR on this? These 3 guys here who are the experts, right? Former director of national intelligence, some sort of fellow, an actual doctor. Like, these guys are trying to say, hey, listen, they're not the ones bringing up Fauci, by the way. What they're trying to say is, you guys need to look at the lab leak much more seriously, because there might be something there. And I tell you the truth, I actually have no problem with that too. Open up an investigation. But the Republicans in office are trying to flip it on Fauci. It's somehow Fauci's fault because he has a connection to gain of function research and the Wuhan lab. These guys are not like bringing it up. They're trying to say, look at it. They don't give a shit about Fauci. It's look at the lab leak. Look at the lab leak. Look at the lab leak. Now they're pawns, and what the Republicans are doing, they're probably in on it a little bit too. But if there is something going on with the lab leak, then look into the lab leak. And if you're looking into that lab leak and you find that Fauci like is actually involved, then indict him for a crime. But this is like fucking stupid. But there's really like nothing. There's really like nothing there too. They do have oral arguments on this case too. It's in regard to whether or not businesses should accommodate their workers and their workers' religious practices. Let's see. Case where the employees have to provide religious practice accommodations for employees. That's a good question. I mean, that can open the door to a lot of things too, you know? Okay, see, the most updated trial exhibit list from Dominion includes approximately a dozen emails from Rupert Murdoch to Lachlan Murdoch, including one with the subject line Trump. There are also several exhibits described as an email from R. Murdoch to Jay Kushner. I wonder if they sealed this case. What? Let's see, Dominion. Where is it? Delaware Superior Court. U.S. Dominion Inc. versus Fox Network. Okay. Sometimes some courts, they made sure to fucking tell you that right up front. See notes for further information, okay? Court Superior can be found on the Delaware Court's website. Okay, yeah, these are opinions. There's no actual opinion. There's no actual opinion yet. Okay. Okay, no court. Shit, I just fucking close this out. Okay. Yep, you gotta pay for it. That's what I thought too. Will be provided. Okay. So you can call in. So you can call it. So if anybody's, I'll post this here. If anybody's interested here, by the way, I'm not doxing anybody or doing anything like that. This is literally on the fucking Superior Court's website. So anybody tells you like you're doxing somebody, or like, I guess you're doxing like Fox News or some shit like that, they're fucking lying to you. And I don't know why like some links aren't working, but this is all here. If the public line, so jury selection's over according to Scott McFarlane and this here too. So now they're going into, so now they're actually going over their exhibits and like whatnot too, and they're going over the so this is like the really the boring stuff, but it's telling you they're laying all the cards on the table now for both sides at this point of the trial, as far as I know. So, and you can see the public line here. You can listen into like what's being said too. I really wish they had like a camera in there, but I think the judge knows it would be a complete shit show if that was the case. So there you go. And if you want like an update too, I'll put in the website for this. I don't know why like this is the host of the channel, and it's like there's nothing there. All right. So Guess we're waiting on that. See. Let's see here. Can't watch anything from ESPN. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty big. His management PR team, they're like, I really think that's it for Jonathan Majors. I think that's the end of his career. It must be like that bad. Fuck, man. He's such a great actor, too. What can you do? Roasting coffee in helium. James Hoffman, great coffee guy, too. Let's see. We got a little Henry Resilient. You got the House Select Committees. She should honestly leave. They're not doing anything with her now, especially after her pregnancy. And what? Her kids are like 2 years, like almost like 2 year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. There's really nothing else like going on here. Yeah, we can just basically just go back to. I can't watch anything from The Daily Show. And we can go ahead and finish watching this.
In the situation where she is just a
Oh, we got a new update.
story weaving person. Any version of this is really kind of tragic, whether she is, as they have reported, in some kind of emotional crisis, whether it was actually just the black and white he assaulted, like anything in between, like all of that is really harsh and ugly. And the one thing that this all makes me wonder is they came out so gung-ho and they're like, we have this video, we have this evidence, look at this. And the text message could have been maybe like a test balloon, honestly, because what I wonder is if the video or whatever they have maybe doesn't fully exonerate, like maybe it's just a bad situation where two people are both kind of in a state of tension, heat, and anguish, and maybe the thing just isn't black and white to the point that you can just say, oh yeah, he's innocent and it's fine, you know.
But John, listen, they have already delayed my Marvel projects enough as it is, and as a fan, I really just want them to get back on track with the MCU.
And, you know, that's fair.
Get to Secret Wars.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Get
That
to
was most
Kang the
important.
Conqueror.
Yes.
We're already getting like
right
5
now.
less Marvel movies a year. Like, we can't afford to wait any longer.
And
Like,
that matters
people
more.
Can't.
That matters
Yeah.
more. The Disney monopoly must continue.
Sure.
So I have some picks
Goddamn
for who you
right.
can replace Jonathan Majors with.
Oh.
Yeah, these are good picks, guys.
Good, let's do it.
Glenn Howerton.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I think he's hot right now. Miles Teller, another hot one.
Great one.
Pretty much anyone from Top Gun Maverick.
Dude, just
I
get
feel
Robert
would be
Downey
good.
Jr. to replace him.
Robert Downey
What a
Jr. would
boss
be a
move
great
that
one.
would
I'm
be.
sure there's some comic book that could explain it away from
Against
him.
Kang.
What
But if
if?
some people think that's racist, like, oh, getting a white guy, whatever, racist.
Kang is blue in the
Hear me out.
comics.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh,
Shaquille O'Neal.
dude, and he is due for a
Listen.
redemption comeback story.
Yes,
like, how
he
perfect
needs
would
that
be?
redemption.
Especially after Steel. I really love Wanda Sykes. I think she is hilarious and she's a little bit more comedy. I feel like he's a little bit too serious in Quantum Meeting.
Don't joke. I 100% approve that casting choice. I will watch Wanda Sykes Kang all day. Regina Hall could play Kang.
As much as we're messing around, actually, Yahya Abdul
Dual Mateen would be
I think about my mind to Watchmen because that's Regina King.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I gotta remove this.
I mean, in all seriousness, like this is a real serious situation here for everyone involved. But I mean, to me, like it's a lot seems to be pointing towards he did it. Still allegation, just a lot of things seem to be pointing in that direction.
At least 51% or more at fault.
And so I just hope whoever this woman is that she's okay right now, because this is a terrifying situation to be in, a soul-consuming situation to be in. So I hope she's okay. Marvel will be fine, guys.
That's the least. That should be the least of anyone's worries.
You will be okay.
They'll figure it out, and it will be fine. In fact, more people will watch that movie regardless because of
That's true, too.
seeing how they adjust to the situation.
And if he is innocent, then I hope that we are able to move past it if he is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I can really hope for is just, well, we gotta wait to see how it plays out. I'm just like, wow, it was freaking surprising. Like it's actually, I thought all this would be put to a halt until the trial or whatever was done. That's when I thought we could start getting this information. But now that we're getting it now is
that's not inspiring.
It's a big alarm bell. Well, what do you guys think? Do you think that this is leaning in the direction of him actually getting fired? Leave your thoughts down below.
See what happens.
Let's end on a funny note.
All right, let's go to his Papa Gut video.
All right, guys, here we go. We're back at it again with more ABBA and Preach versus Ethan Klein, and frankly, I'm here for it. I mean, this is just fun at this point. You know, if you look at this like a spectator sport, this is incredible. Who doesn't
basically
love a little bit of drama, you know, a little bit of tea. Sometimes we can really learn something from Rich Lux. So I'm excited. Frankly, I think this is all kind of silly goosery. All of this centralizes around a conversation that Ethan had with like a TikTok alpha male. And I watched the full 2-hour bit. I can understand why you guys wouldn't want to watch it because it's 2 hours. But if you do, you should just watch me react to it.
Basically, yeah.
I'll put it in the description.
Yeah, I didn't watch Papa Gut's reaction to it. I actually watched it too. It's just, I can understand what ABBA and Preach is coming about. Where like sometimes I felt like Ethan wasn't really like answering what that TikTok like alpha male was like talking about too. But at the same time too, like Ethan, like a lot of the stuff that like Ethan was saying was actually like pretty like reasonable too. Like what I think they were concentrating heavily on like, oh, like you're insecure, and I think that was the wrong words like Ethan was saying. Like, I think what Ethan really, frankly, should have said was, I understand that, like, you have a preference that, like, if you're with, like, an individual, like your partner or whatever, you would prefer them not to dress a certain way because it makes you feel, like, whether it's, like, insecure, like, in Ethan's perception, it would make someone, Ethan would perceive as you feel insecure, they dress a certain way. But in reality, though, that's a discussion that you would need to have with your partner. You know what I mean? Personally, like stuff like that doesn't like bother me or anything like that. You know, like I've dated girls who posted shit like on Instagram and like as old as I am, like it's on Facebook too. Like they're in like bikinis and shit like that too. Like and that shit like doesn't like bother me like whatsoever. But that's what Ethan was like trying to say too. But it came off as like he's not listening to the guy too. I also think there's a little bit too with like with Ethan too, and like. With ABBA and Preach, like I think they generally both sides just don't like each other too. And sometimes when you don't like somebody or you're predisposed to like not like somebody because like they may have taken something that you said like out of pocket and misinterpreted it, you tend to come into that situation like with bad faith. So then when you like reviewing something that they've done or like a conversation they had with somebody else, you're coming at it as you're not trying to be reasonable. You're like, no, fuck this guy. You know, I'm not accusing ABBA and Preach of that too, but like I've learned that like unconsciously people do that. I do that too sometimes too. I do that with a lot of the, like the right wing folks too, but more often than not, I'm proven right. So
it was pretty good. It was a lot. There was just a lot going on.
I need that like fucking tank.
Like the video,
that Papa
I agree
got.
with Ethan. There were times in there where like this young man in the video was saying some very disparaging, is that the right word? I don't know, things about LGBTQ people. There was a lot more than the bit that ABBA and Preach have been focusing on.
Yeah.
So I can appreciate that entire conversation with that bit coming from the conversation, which centralizes around like dressing provocatively, which will be a little different to different people, and everybody interprets that differently. But I think that to interpret it correctly, provocative is different from like, you know, that's like trying to elicit some kind of a response that we would generally consider not positive. Versus dressing for confidence, we'll say. You know, some people would call that sexy or something. Generally speaking, I tend to agree with Ethan a little bit more, but also I feel like you know, there's well, maybe not. There's
I also feel like too, like I was talking about earlier too, like that's a discussion with like you and your partner, you know, about the boundaries of your relationship and what would be okay within like the relationship too. Some people like don't mind like if their partner posts pictures of them like dressing quote unquote provocatively, especially if they're like an Instagram model or something like that. That comes with the territory. If you don't like you don't want to date a person like that, then don't date a person like that too. But I also feel like people like on the right and a lot of these manosphere types, and they sure do like kind of resonate with people on the right. It feels like they're trying to force like their worldview on everybody else and say like, oh, this is the right way to do it. This is the right way to do it. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you try to force that worldview on other people, they're just going to reject it because you're forcing it on them too. And it's the same thing they accuse people on the left. Oh, you're forcing like trans ideology on you. Motherfuckers, we're not the ones like bringing this shit up all the time. It's you guys that are bringing it up all the time. We're just telling people, we just want people to be treated fairly and equally under the eyes of the law and not be just rejected out of hand just because they're like different from what you perceive as like the cultural norm, what should be the cultural norm. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, I saw that whole conversation too, and there was like a lot of like anti like LGBTQ stuff like in there too, like if you watch it too. And I'm wondering if they're watching the whole thing, they were just watching like certain snippets of it too from the Abba and Preach video. So I don't know off the rip, because I know like Abba like edits the videos down to a certain length, but I'm wondering when they're in there filming, like in that room filming, if they're watching like the whole video. I don't think that's the case, because they're probably doing it, watching like multiple videos and reacting to it and doing their commentary. So I think Abba talked about it at one time, but I just don't recall that conversation.
It just feels like it's not that deep. Like this whole situation,
it's really not that
hinges
deep.
On the like a little bit of a different interpretation on like an event, you know, of like, you know, what's too much. And I feel like this whole situation is blown up over nothing. But for Abba and Preach, I think it's important to understand, and somebody brought this up at the end of my video, the last video I reviewed doing this, and I'll link that too. But they made a good point, and they were like, you know, Ethan has been a real asshole.
Yes.
Especially like last year. And I said that
is true.
I feel like Ethan is being he's putting a lot of work into just trying to being like better. And I feel like me too. You know, last year was pretty crazy. Everything kind of boiled up. And like towards the end of last year, I saw Ethan like try to take a step back and be a little bit more reflective and whatnot. But then again, that doesn't mean that everybody has to appreciate that. And so, you know, Abba and Preach don't have to appreciate that. And so they probably don't like him because, you know, he has been a little bit of an L3, like we all have. You know what I mean? Last year was crazy. And not everybody is going to give you or necessarily notice that growth, especially when you only engage with a particular content creator when they do something that you consider wrong, right? Which makes sense. That's how a lot of these things work. Oh, I'm only going to watch this person when they do a bad thing. You know, it's kind of the nature of the business. So, like I said, I think it's not that deep. I think this is kind of silly goosery. I think it would be good for Ethan to just have them on, but also, you know, maybe listen a little more, because when he had Gideon on, I feel like he didn't do enough listening. So, let's just get this party started.
Preacher, Abba, or whatever the
Reach.
Oh, Abba and Reach.
Reach is really reaching. Like
dang.
They're just pandering to their fans.
That's the energy's coming in already.
True.
I mean, when you're coming in with that sort of energy,
man, a fat male pick me can be the greatest superpower of them all. I don't think that's true. I think that they just don't like Ethan because they just think he's kind of a poopy head. I will say, I think that they're being a little bit bad faith. But then you could also argue that Ethan kind of deserves it a little bit here and there, you know?
Yeah,
but
that's true too.
He's a fat boy. I'm a fat chunker.
That's true too.
Yeah, that's the whole marketing. That's the whole market. You got us.
Abba only hates fat women, not fat men, okay?
He got us. Our marketing is to pander to the fans that they don't like it because of. Oh my God. Ethan, you're saying that because you're insecure. It's just funny to me that we pander to people that don't like you because you're fat, and 95% of our fans think I am.
By the way,
they think your Preach is fat. I thought Preach was like a boxer. I don't know.
Nah, Preach is a fat. Preach is a wide guy, but wide is as like, you know, like, you know how like like Canute and the Mount are wide guys, but like you could see that like they're just pure muscle. Preach is a wide guy, but if you know anything about professional wrestling, he's like he would be considered like a hoss. Like he's a big dude, and he's like but he's not like ripped like Lex Luger was like back in the day. You know what I mean? Or like a Hulk Hogan was. He's like a hoss type of guy too. He's just like a big bulky guy too, and it looks like from the camera like he's a bit like he's like overweight. He's not. Like if you ever see him like live, like he's like a thick guy. He doesn't have like the definition. That's what the lore I was looking for. He doesn't have the definition. But like he used to be a bouncer too. And no offense, if you're like a bouncer type, you gotta come off as like and most bouncers I know they kind of look like Preach. Like they're wide guys. They're not like overly like defined, have a lot of definition in their muscles, but they're thick guys and they can like toss you around.
Do you think that they're bad faith? I mean, I guess I hate the word bad faith. I think that they yes, but not justifiable, right? You know what I mean? Because again, their interaction with Ethan like last year were pretty bad. You know, like
this is like
I'd say
big.
Ethan wasn't the greatest last year. You know what
He's
I mean?
doing a great
It's
job.
justifiable, but I think he's changed a lot, so I appreciate the change, or changed in a good way. You know what I mean? So like they're not up to par on that, but like why would they be? Like, you know what I mean? So I think I just think it's just fun.
Abba and Preach, you cowards, you losers. When you make a video about this, which I know you will, entitled Ethan Klein's mad or whatever, include this.
It says that Ethan Klein is mad. They should have called it Ethan Klein is mad or whatever.
A link to the full interview, and encourage your audience to go watch that full interview.
That's fair. I wouldn't have called them cowards, but I would have made the criticism like, hey, listen, this was a 2-hour long interview and you guys cut this down to like 2 minutes, and I think that's unfair. That's a good criticism. I don't know if I call them cowards. I'd say it may be a little lazy. I'm also lazy. I know I watch full videos, but you know,
yeah, that's the thing too. Because I know, like, were they just watching like that one clip? Because that's not like the best part of like the interview. Like, I think I forget like when that was. I think that was like pretty deep into like the interview at that point. So like probably like Ethan's like fucking like tired and exhausted, and he doesn't want to deal with the guy anymore. So he's going a little bit more bad faith in on him, right? So I'm just wondering that if that's the case. Now, so this is window. Is it going to capture
the full context if you watch it all the way through?
We got you, Ethan. We're going to put the link in the description below. You guys know.
Yeah.
And the title of this video will be Ethan is bad.
Go tell them. Go watch that full interview where Ethan's so embarrassing. And then come back and tell me how embarrassing Ethan is.
It was a good video.
Because and we'll play this whole thing, or you're just the biggest coward in the world.
Make sure you reply to the video we did about your doxing and you falsely accusing Fresh and Fit. Make sure you do reply to that too.
I am sure.
That's true. That was bad. That was bad.
That if any...
What was the doxing thing? Do I not remember that?
No, you covered it. I remember that.
I don't remember that.
I remember that. You covered it, Papa. It was fucking nuts, dude. They were like, oh shit, who's that guy? It was Amaranth's I guess ex-husband now. Yeah, it was Amaranth's like ex-husband. And so, it's fucking nuts, dude. It was so nuts. I was like, yo, stop looking the guy up. Like, you're like fucking telling your audience essentially to look the guy up and like fuck him up. Like, it was so nuts. Like, I forget the guy who works for H3H3. He usually wears like the skull cap like Ethan has now. Like, he's in the studio. I think he's like the producer. And he was like telling bro, like, he was like, oh, this is not a good idea. And Ethan was like saying, like, we need to send him shit. He just like, no, you shouldn't do that. I was like, yo, you were tripping right now, Ethan. Stop it, my guy. And I like Ethan. I think he goes overboard, especially like nowadays. But like, I legitimately like Ethan. I think he's like a good dude. But like sometimes, man, I don't know, man. Sometimes I think he's changed. I think he's changed for the better. But sometimes I think that he has in the process of changing, he has to reconcile the fact that he's done some things that people are going to criticize him for. instead of like just straight up acknowledging, this is a problem with iDubbbz too, instead of acknowledging like he contributed to like how like the internet culture is, especially on YouTube, how it is like nowadays, and he has to like understand that like he was part of it too, and he doesn't, I don't think he really wants to acknowledge it too, because I think part of him is like legitimately like ashamed. He's like legitimately ashamed of like how he acted like back in the day. And I think the same thing with iDubbbz too. And that's what happens too. Like, you know, people like grow up and they change too. But like you were part of that culture, and you're part of it, of how like people act on the internet nowadays too. So, and I think that he should just acknowledge it too, and he should tell people, listen, I know like people are not gonna believe me, but I've grown up and changed. I did some crazy shit back in the day, and looking at it now, being a husband, being a father, like I was very immature. You're gonna grow out of it too, but like don't use me as that an example. Like, oh, I used to be that guy, but you grow up and change though, and I'm not that guy anymore. That's the thing. But people say like, oh, he's woke, he's hanging out with his signs in a podcast, because he's legitimately like changed his mind on things, which is fine. Like, it's okay to grow up and change and be different. If you're holding the same ideas since you were 13 years old, and you haven't grown up and changed, you still think the same things like when you're 13, 14 years old, that's a problem, my guy. Okay, get out the small town that you're living in. That's a real problem.
Watch that whole interview, they will realize what a disingenuous piece of shit you're being right now.
Okay.
He doesn't think that you or women, significant others, should post themselves with like cleavage and stuff.
That's not what we said.
That's not what they said.
Yeah.
I think that they made a good job of making a distinction between me fucking chewing, between like provocative versus just sexy. But I will say that they were like a little weird with the lap sitting thing. I was like, what the fuck? Like, they kept going on about like, would you be okay when a girl sits in another man's lap? And I was like, what's happening right now?
That's not what we said. Listen.
I want to know what opening statements are.
So that there's no more misunderstandings. I thought
Abba got COVID through me because I watched his video. Sorry, Abba, bitch.
There's always going to be a misunderstanding.
Oh, the Amaranth guy. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, true. They tried to dox Amaranth's husband, which would have just put her in more danger, and instead they doxed the other guy. True.
What if you could do SEO smarter?
You'd think I'd never forget because I'm fat as an elephant, but I guess I'm more of a hippo. Yeah, that was really dangerous. Yeah, Ethan's a fucking idiot, huh?
Bro, he can be, man.
He's so fucking dumb. You guys ever think maybe I'm charitable to people because I just forget everything? You know what I mean? Like, oh, wait a minute, because that's maybe. Jesus Christ, that was bad.
Ethan's not like a bad guy. That's the thing. Ethan's not legitimately he's not bad. I just think that like he does some like fucking stupid things, and I think he forgets that like the reach he still has. He's still like very popular. I think more progressive minded people really like the guy because like he's changed. Like he's like an example of somebody who had some like reactionary viewpoints like back in the day, but he's grown and changed by interacting with more progressive people. But I think some people like who like this old content, like they can't reconcile the fact that he's changed too, and they have a real problem with that too, and they think like he's too woke or something like that.
A lawsuit against Fox News. The high-stakes trial centers on false allegations of fraud.
So they should be bringing on our boy Seth MacFarlane, man. He's doing a great job.
For both Dominion and Fox News arrived at the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware earlier
Literally,
today.
those are all the lawyers.
Fox News knowingly spread lies blaming Dominion's voting machines for Trump's election loss 3 years ago. But Fox maintains all of its statements are protected by the First Amendment.
Joining us now from Wilmington is CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane. Scott, we spoke yesterday. The trial was supposed to start then. It was delayed. Should we take this as an indication that a
he does great court reporting. Phenomenal court report. I love his work.
Lily and Lana, there were so many opportunities for a settlement to be reached over the past 24 hours. Just before the gavel struck at 9 a.m. Eastern time today, just before the jury was finally seated and sworn in, which happened just as the afternoon began today.
I think that a settlement is still a possibility, but I think like both sides are like, no, fuck the other folks. We want to know, we want our blood. And I think the Minions got like a legitimate case against Fox.
6 are men, 6 are women, a whole range of ages. After this lunch break they've begun the afternoon with, opening statements begin, with the plaintiff going first and Fox going second. It's possible this day concludes with our first set of witnesses, but as the judge just told the jurors, Lana and Lilia, we're in this for the long haul. This is a projected 6-week trial. The judge said in so many words to the jurors, get comfortable.
Yeah, all right. Well, part of what's going to make this trial more complicated is that defamation cases are just notoriously difficult to prove because of the because of the free speech protections granted in the First Amendment. But in this case, Scott, the judge has already ruled out some of the arguments that lawyers for Fox News are hoping to use. Explain for all of us why that is and where Fox lawyers may go from here.
Yeah, there are bars, there are high bars, and then there's the bar in civil defamation cases. This is a unique challenge for Dominion, but Dominion says it's ready for trial, and according to the latest court filings reviewed by CBS News, Dominion has more than 7,000 possible trial exhibits, from show clips from Fox News, social media posts, even email messages from Rupert Murdoch to Lachlan Murdoch to Fox News executives. But Fox News has a huge reservoir of possible trial exhibits as well, things they want to show as they make their case. Here's what we know about Fox's defenses so far. They have argued and will argue that they believe Dominion Voting Systems is overinflating its value, that it is overestimating the dollar amount of the worth of the company and the dollar amount of the damages incurred. They're also going to make a First Amendment argument that this suit itself and this trial beginning today is a threat to the First Amendment. There are laborious tasks awaiting this judge. He has to navigate all these exhibits. There are these swarms of attorneys for each side. You can see 3 rows with 3 seats in each row for each of the 2 sides. There's another bench full of plaintiffs' lawyers and defendants' lawyers behind them as well. This is going to be a maze to navigate even before the witnesses begin taking the stand.
Scott, let's talk about what's at stake here. I wonder if this case and perhaps a very expensive, payout if Dominion wins this case, I wonder if that sets a precedent. If there's something for media with such power, with such great responsibility, so many people watching, if that changes things, what's at stake?
Yeah, there's a reason 70 media credentials were issued just for the courtroom itself. There's a reason this 200-seat courtroom is at capacity with a line outside to fill vacant seats. There's a reason there's a crowd behind the camera that's pointing at me. It's not just because this is a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit against a brand name defendant. It's because of the stakes. This is viewed as a potential landmark case, a modern-day test of the First Amendment, a modern-day test of defamation law. And when is it happening? It's happening as the 2024 presidential campaign is beginning to ramp up. And the frontrunner for the Republican nomination is Donald Trump, the person who gave rise to so many baseless claims after the 2020 election. The stakes are enormous, and not just for Fox.
Important point there.
Yep. Scott McFarland, thank you.
Police in Kansas City have charged an 84-year-old white man accused of shooting a black teenager outside of his home.
You guys saw this yesterday?
Police say Andrew Lester fired
Jesus
2 shots
Christ, man.
at 16-year-old Ralph Yarl twice through his glass door. Lester claims he
rang just the wrong doorbell
to pick up his twin brothers from a friend's house, but went to the wrong address. His mother spoke with Gail King on CBS Mornings.
He was like, okay, I'm gonna pick them up, and he mistake the street for the terrace, so he went, and it was 1100, that was the house address, and he went and rang the doorbell, and he was supposed to stay outside, and his brothers were supposed to run outside, get in the car, and they come home. And that was what was supposed to happen. And while he was standing there, his brothers didn't run outside, but he got a couple of bullets in his body instead of a couple of twins coming up out and giving him a hug.
Ralph Yarl was wounded.
Bro, like your fucking first response is just like to shoot through the glass door you don't recognize, like the fucking kid. Just like, what do you think the kid's gonna do? Like shoot you? That's like your first thinking. It's like, oh, there's like this like black kid outside. Oh, he's gonna do me harm. Or you can just like, hey kid, what do you need? You can easily just tell. That's actually happened to me before, like living by myself, like in Florida. Like people, because apparently there was like this old Russian guy who used to live in the apartment that I used to live into, and like people used to come in. Oh, I thought like Sergey used to live here. I was like, oh, it's like, I don't know who the Sergey guy is. He probably rented out the place before I did, but like, I don't know. People used to come into me. I used to check. Okay, open the door and just check who this person is. You know what I mean? I didn't like. That was me in Florida, in the middle of the day, like on a Friday, like on a Friday afternoon, like after work, or like a Saturday morning. Like apparently that guy was part of like some church group, and like people used to like come in and like see how Sergey was doing. I was like, I don't know who that Sergey guy is, but like, I live here now. I used to chat those people up to you, say hi to me. They try to preach the word of God to me, and I politely like turned them down, and that was it. Holy shit, man! Like you fucking. Like this is like fucking nuts. How do you like pull a gun on like some dumb kid who knocked on your door by accident? Jesus Christ. I do blame like Fox News and like conservative pundits and like conservative media for like creating this like culture of fear. I don't remember like this level of like fear like growing up too, and I think it's because of like social media and like the news 24-hour like news cycle. Like you're making people perpetually like afraid of people like all the time. Your society can't sustain itself that way. That's just like triggering the shit out of me. Newsday Tuesday. I think we should just get back to that Ethan Klein video, and I can go ahead. Oh, this is Demon Joe.
A really good ammo economy. I like Forerunner a lot.
Yeah, he just started. I am actually intrigued at what the.
I don't care what you want to post online. I just said that for some people in their relationships, they don't want a partner who's posting.
So Dominion's up first, 1:30. So an hour and a half from now.
And that's a very reasonable thing to not want in a relationship. That is it. It is fine if you want that in your relationship and you're fine with it and you find it empowering.
The whole genesis for this was he put out a video on TikTok like something about like how women should dress.
Yeah,
sure.
What?
No,
stop. You see the way he remixes it. No. You see the way he remixes it.
What? He was just saying that the whole genesis of like him talking to the kid was the video on TikTok.
I'll play the original TikTok. That's what I said. He said, if I'm with the girl. He didn't tell other people how they have to dress.
This is so stupid, dude.
Bruh. Oh shit. Gee, what the fuck? Oh, that's why he's destroying. He's destroying the bush light, dude. Why?
Huh. Let's go to Anheuser-Busch. I think unironically Busch Light is part Bud Light. Yeah, Busch is part of the Anheuser-Busch. I'm actually surprised too. Yes, Budweiser, Bud Light. These are all the beers that are under Anheuser-Busch, which, and that's Bud Light too.
Get his ass.
Hey, go ahead and keep doing it. It makes you look like a bunch of fucking idiots. Nobody's gonna weep that Busch Light was spilled on this day. Okay.
Got quite the crowd.
I feel bad for the people who work there. I'm assuming this is like a Walmart, right? Who's the people are like, Jesus Christ, man. I wonder how many times this actually happened.
He's in debt for life. I can't really see it that way.
So stupid.
He didn't tell women what they have to do every day.
What a
He's not
fucking
telling everyone,
moron.
Get in an open relationship. He's saying, I like open relationships.
We'll go ahead and,
and I want to run my open relationship this way, which is okay.
Did he say he wouldn't want an open relationship?
You listen, this is so stupid. The way two people want to legislate their relationship and the boundaries within them is between the two people.
Even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay. Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
Listen, people know.
Dude.
Let's see what they say.
That based off the kind of things that they wear, they're gonna get a different reception from people. Now, if I'm with a woman and she's out here dressed like she going to
No.
tomorrow,
Answer this
I'm gonna feel
question.
a little bit like that shit's off.
This is kind of like weird. I don't know. Like if you kind of take a step back, right? Like when you look at the whole situation, we're arguing over like weird shit. Like it just seems like this is not really serious. Like, does that make sense? I mean, this whole thing is kind of dumb. like that. This all boils down to like we need to properly define provocative, and Ethan's like a little off on that because he didn't really grow up during hookup culture. He's not somebody that's ever really hooked up, and it's like, you know, but if you watch the full conversation, it was a really good conversation. It was fun. But it's just like, this is so unimportant, man. This makes me feel like my job doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Keith Hernandez.
Like, this is some of the most fun content to engage in, and probably like more money too. People will engage with my content more, but like some of the least important content that I make. You know what I mean? Like it just, it's just.
Yeah, this is like lowbrow content, but there's a reason why like those reality TV shows are so popular, and they make so many of them. They bring in the views and they bring in the money. So, and this is like the equivalent of that, like content like this.
This just like polarizes people for nothing, because realistically speaking, Ethan and Ab and Preach probably agree a lot more than they disagree, but they just don't like each other, you know? And people are like, yeah, this is, oh yeah, didn't you hear Ethan? He said that girls, they should be able to dress like fucking whores, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, he didn't say that. But then like Ethan's like, see, this guy's saying that he doesn't want his girl to dress confidently at all. It's like, well, that guy's not saying that either. You know what
That's
I mean?
true.
And it's like, we have like real problems. And I know that maybe that's a little whataboutism, but isn't it silly? Like how little all of this matters. Like when we really retract, if you're sitting here watching this video of me reacting to them or them reacting to each other, or like
because they've probably used that before,
where you could be doing something more productive with your life. You could be voting or working or just resting. You could just be resting to prepare yourself for more work. You know what I mean? And I guess there's entertainment value to be had, but at the very least, you should just look at this like it's so stupid it doesn't matter. Because like if this works you up, this whole situation, like you're very privileged. You know what I mean? I get worked up over dumb shit too, but like fuck, like what are we really talking about? Do you think everybody should strive for content? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I guess so. But it's like, damn, it's just all of this is so. They're in a way with Ethan playing Vocal Olympics. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. None of this really matters. Like, how much does this truly
do not
matter?
know what any of this shit
You know
is.
what I mean, like, this doesn't really matter. You know, I'm just saying, it's like silly goosery. You know,
not because it makes me.
And you're insecure. You're 100% insecure. Then
yeah,
you can't handle it, dude.
That means you're insecure.
You just fucking outed yourself completely. Sorry, it does.
Sorry, gotcha.
Scared you. Where they're gonna get a different reception from people. Now, if I'm with a woman and she's out here dressed like she going to Cancun tomorrow, I'm gonna feel a little bit like that shit's off.
Yeah.
Yep.
How does your girl dress to go to Cancun? My wife would dress very nicely. What the fuck is she wearing?
That's your problem.
Hey.
Look,
I didn't understand that part too. Like most women are like in swim attire, whatever, like that fucking is.
The underlying emotion, which I was trying to coax out with Sebastian, is that what is that feeling of feeling off?
It's disgust.
Or it could just be a little insecurity. I mean, I don't know why we're so.
I mean,
afraid
it
to
could be
emotional
like
people. Hey, my
it
wife
could
is
be
just really
both,
attractive,
too.
and it makes me a little insecure that other people are gonna want to date her, and then she may want to turn to them.
Bro,
instead.
like no, unironically, like Sam High was like right. He had this. It was like some random like stream that he did or something like that too. I invoked the specter of like Sam Hyde, but he said that too. Like if you're dating like a hot girl, you're gonna have to deal with the problems with dating like a hot girl, which is like people gonna hit on her, especially if you're not like an attractive guy. Guys are gonna hit on her. You gotta deal with that bullshit. You know, she probably is not like the smartest. I'm not saying all hot women are like this, but some hot women aren't the best conversationalists. You know, they're probably not like good. This sounds like I'm hating on women, but like some of these things are kind of true, to be honest with you. Like if you can find the unicorn, God bless you, put a ring on it. But like more often than not, like people generally fall into certain categories. I'll just say that too. There's like some problems that you're gonna have to face, you know, and you're gonna have to have that talk. Godspeed if you can have that talk, but
me, my wife would never do that, but that would make me feel insecure. I feel like that sometimes. That's okay. Maybe it's that. It could be a mixture of that and a bunch of other things. But at the end of the day, who fucking cares? I feel like there could be insecurity as an aspect to it, you know? Like if you won't let your girl have any cleavage out at all. Like if she wants to dress with a little cleave, there's nothing wrong with that. You could wear a respectable, attractive outfit that doesn't show off any skin. But you could also wear a respectable outfit that does show off skin. And if you don't want that because maybe your motivation is you're afraid other guys will look at that and she'll be like, oh, I like that attention. Maybe I'll go see what's over there. You're a little insecure. There's nothing wrong being insecure. A little insecurity, a little jealousy, that's good for a relationship. Too much is bad. But like you always having a little bit of fear your partner will leave you is a little bit of a motivator to make sure that you keep your partner. It's not that big of a deal, guys. Okay? It could be insecurity, brother. It's okay. Okay? It's okay.
That's true. It could be insecurity.
Okay.
I think it's disgusting.
It's all right. It's okay. I'm gonna date you anyway. Cover your tits. Wear a dress. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like a good song here. Let's get it to do.
That's it. Same way, I think it's fucking disgusting when I see dudes sag their pants and have their boxers hanging out their ass cheeks.
Okay, that's racist.
Can I not be disgusted by something? It has to.
But if I say it, all of a sudden I'm racist.
Be insecurity. Can I not find something unsightly? Why is it always insecurity? That's the question. Can't be any other motivation. Anyway.
But I think if you said it could be insecurity, but I don't think it always is. I think that would be good. I'm sure you're rejecting the idea that it would be insecure at any capacity for the last video I watched.
Crazy how liberals are the most like illiberal when it comes to any other perspective.
God damn.
Open-minded people are the most closed-minded. They can't understand. I can understand their perspective.
Silly goosery, by the way.
They want to be able to wear whatever. Maybe it makes them feel empowering. Kudos.
I wouldn't really bring like liberal and progressive into this, or like liberal and conservative, because like both sides are closed-minded. Like Abba, more of like a centrist kind of guy. I respect that. I'm all down for that. But like just pretend like, oh, it's funny how liberals, motherfucker, you have conservatives that are going fucking ballistic about trans people right now. That is their only platform. It's to shit, come, cry, and piss about like fucking trans people and gay people. Like they couldn't perceive a world where a gay person could be fucking happy and married. Like it blows their fucking mind. All sides have their levels.
I remember like that piece on Fox News. I don't know why they did it. I think they were just trying to test it out. And it was like they were covering like this conservative family, and essentially one of like, I think like their middle kid is biologically a girl, but was like going through some serious like body dysmorphia, going through some other psychological problems, and they allowed her to explore the opposite gender, and she transitioned. She's not taking any hormones or anything like that. She just cut her hair and changed her name and started dressing and acting like a boy. And now whatever, you know, his name is like now has done a complete 180, and the parents can see the difference. They can see like they were all wrong about it too. And it was like this very positive story. And I was like shocked that it was on Fox News. And boy, oh boy, did the people who watch Fox News and conservative pundits go nuts about that too. And I was like, this is actually like a good story. I don't even know like what happened to that guy. I think the guy who was reporting it got fired, I think. But yeah, it's like actually like a good story. Yes. That's actually like a good thing. Like the parents like went out the way to make sure like their kid's okay and provided like gender affirming care, and they can see like a notable difference in like their child's life.
What was the word that I used? Sorry, my brain is fucking rotting.
They can't have no perspective. The open-minded.
Oh, they're not open-minded. Like, it's not like a liberal conservative problem. It's like a person problem.
Problem,
like,
yeah.
Well, liberals. It's a little. It comes off as a little bit of a virtue signal when you're like, well, liberals bad. Oh man, everybody is fucking annoying. You know. Again, I think Ethan doesn't understand the hookup culture. I get it. You know, but I think that both you guys are being just as not open-minded as each other. Triangle, pretty cool.
People are the most closed-minded. They can't understand. I can understand their perspective. They want to be able to wear whatever. Maybe it makes them feel power. Kudos. They can't understand anybody else's. They can't imagine that anyone does anything different than them other than insecurity.
Like, what are you talking about?
Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this.
Dude, the way they cut this is insane. They just make it look like I'm bullying him. He's like, listen, it's just my opinion. It's just my preference. And I'm like, well, that's crazy. You're insecure. What? Dude, these guys are pieces of shit.
Did they cut it like really like that?
The way we cut this. Okay, this video that I'm watching isn't something I remove the context from. This is on the H3 podcast. What does it say?
Alpha male thinks Hilla dresses like a hoe.
Oh, did they just react to like 2 minutes of like a alpha male highlight video? Okay.
And listen, I had to click on it. I love me some hoes. So I seen 14 minutes and I clicked on it. I didn't choose this clip. I didn't make it. You did. I didn't clip you or contextualize you differently. That's you.
That changes a lot of my analysis now too, because I thought they were watching like the full video. So they're watching a clip that Ethan's people made from like the full interview. They're reacting to that too. Okay, that changes it a little bit too. That changes the analysis too a little bit, because if it was clipped a certain way, and Abba and Preach are reacting to that clip, then you got to ask yourself, why did your people clip it that certain way too?
His point was that women should not do this.
Yeah.
I'm probing his logical fallacies.
That's literally not what he said. At one point, you even asked him, is what my wife? He's like, if that's your wife, that's your relationship. Do what you want. He says that in the video.
But do you?
Well, yeah, but like, and maybe Ethan is the one who clipped it incorrectly. But he kept making jabs about Hila being a hoe and Ethan being like, excuse me, wow. Ethan being like a beta cuck in some capacity, from what I remember. So he kept taking shots. So he wasn't being like as respectful as you're presenting. If Ethan's the one who made the clip and he removed that context, that's on him. I get that. But from what I remember, it was a lot of backhanded comments from this kid.
I don't know why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship. That's you and your wife, your relationship.
No, but
I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures.
Okay, when you're with me. But if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
That's not what he said. I like that Ethan.
Well, let's fucking clarify, dude. Let him answer. We're working out. We're having a long conversation.
That's a fair point that Ethan's making there. Yeah.
We come to an understanding of what I mean.
No, you haven't. No, you didn't. You're still saying that.
You have the whole interview.
And you're still saying that shit now. You're still talking about pretty. Your wife is still talking about pretty.
He did
God
say that.
damn.
Well, yeah, but like also what you have to understand is that Hila, the picture, you can really boil this all down to centralizing around that picture that Hila posted of her workout progress. The kid thinks that picture is too provocative of Hila in her workout progress, right? And so this is too provocative to this kid. Now, I even said like, yeah, this might be a little much, but then after they explained it, this is just workout progress. And I'm like, okay. And then Ethan showed later, well, how come my wife's workout progress is inappropriate, and then showed his workout progress videos, but how come those are appropriate for you to post? And so like, yeah, Abba and Preach, like you're not, like we're bickering over some dumb bullshit at this point. But if you watch Ethan's full video, like he makes the point is made pretty decently. Like this is a workout progress video and this kid thinks that this is inappropriate. Okay, when we talk about interpretation, this kid is interpreting her workouts progress video as inappropriate. And Ethan's saying, well, why is this inappropriate? It's really and then later he's showing his workout progress videos on his Instagram and pictures. And Ethan's like, well, how come yours are okay and hers aren't? And that's it. It's that simple. That's it. And like, that's what the problem is. And I hate to say it, but like when Abba and Preach don't watch full videos, we come to this issue, and I get it. It's a 14-minute clip or whatever, but like,
here's one about.
At the end of the day, like, I just, you know. But it's bro, in this video, we have, here we go. Here's the hypocrisy. This is the video that they referenced. Ab and Preach referenced this video from Ethan. They show it.
I mean, there's nothing inspiring by taking off your shirt.
Cured. No, we are.
And it was also, I mean,
they push him on his workout progress videos here. So like, we're at a point now where, like, to be absolutely honest with you, do I think that fundamentally there's like a little bit of a disconnect? For sure. Ethan, like, you know what I mean, the hookup culture thing, the conversation about what is and isn't provocative, blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, based off the clip that you watched, Ab and Preach misinterpreted because they don't finish the video. They made a good point. This kid thinks that this picture is inappropriate. This workout progress picture is inappropriate from Hila, but he doesn't find this to be inappropriate of him. Double standard makes no sense. Boom. It's reasonable for Ethan if the kid thinks that this is too provocative. Ethan's arguing where the kid's at. You have to watch full videos. You have to stop. You didn't even watch a 14-minute video all the way through. Where the fuck were we before we flipped around? God damn it.
Did they watch the 14-minute? That's the thing I don't know, because they edit down like their reactions. Because I don't know how long they are in that room in their studio when they're like filming though. That's the only thing. I mean, like, very charitable right now. I try to be as charitable as possible with these people, but like,
it's progress pics without being in a bra. I think they were okay. Who cares? It's a fucking workout bra or whatever it is, a workout top. Who gives a shit? Like, it's not that big of a deal.
And don't dress incredibly provocatively.
I don't even know where we're fucking at. God damn it! I don't know where the fuck we were at there. All right, give me a second. I gotta go. Fucking, I didn't remember the time that we were at before I flipped forward, so I fucked up. I gotta go look at exactly where we're at. What were we at? 607? No, I guess we were that far off. Huh.
And you're still saying that shit now. You're still talking about pretty. Your wife is still talking about pretty.
He did say that though. He said, "Don't dress like that if you're not going out with me."
I say pretty in the sense that, like, that I think that, like, whatever. Let's just see what they say. I mean, watch it.
Just complaining looking pretty with dressing provocatively. There's plenty of women who look very pretty and don't dress incredibly. You can look pretty in a dress.
Okay, it was obviously I was talking about
no shit. We know all that. Okay.
Say all that because it's not the same
even
thing.
get cheese.
No, not cheese. I'm not cheese.
You don't understand the discourse? They're bored. They have nothing better to talk about.
Don't then say all of then.
Same.
Say that. Because when you say other words, that's not what they mean. Yeah. Okay? If he said provocative,
I can see why like people get like super like frustrated with shit like this.
They said provocative. They pushed him on what he thought provocative was. He thought Hila's workout progress photo was provocative, and then they worked from there. They're the ones that are actually in the right. After like looking through this again, like, I'm more on the side of Ethan now.
Man, no. If you're having an argument with someone, okay, and you're not using the same definitions of the same words, you can't even argue.
Yeah. Look,
right. It would help if you watched the full video.
The problem is when you conflate those two words, they mean things that are very distinctly different. And when it sounds like you're saying, oh, you don't want your girl to look pretty, it almost makes it sound like, yo, we want her in fucking burkas so they can walk around covered all the time. Like, no, that's not what you're saying. You're saying, I don't want her to be provocative.
It's not the same thing.
Bro, I feel like it's like, I feel like it's when people criticize me for coming off as like an asshole when I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because this is Ab and Preach right now. They're like, yeah, well, you're arguing with two different definitions. And so this is the big problem is, Ethan, did you realize that you're a fucking idiot for arguing with two different definitions? It's like, yeah, but if you watch the full video, you'd realize they're pushing him on the definition. Again, they think that Hila is being too provocative in her, the kid thinks that Hila's being too provocative in her outfit, right? So like you guys look kind of stupid here. And I do it too. I look dumb sometimes too, but like you didn't watch the full thing. So you guys are basically, it just comes off as like you guys made a lazy ass video about like Ethan because it's an easy dunk for your audience, not because he's fat, but because it is easy to dunk on Ethan. Like Ethan bad is pretty easy because he's been bad for, obviously they brought up good points, but then like now it's just like lazy, like, oh, we need content. Like that's what it comes off as. Same, but you know,
the words evoke completely different reactions, so that's why we're trying to say
there's complete different intentions in those words.
Yeah. If someone said, I don't want my girl to ever go out looking good, I'm like, god damn, that's extreme.
Yo, you're rough.
You want this girl looking raggedy every time she leaves the home? Like, nigga, chill.
We established earlier in this conversation, I think, that women dress nice so that and look nice, and sometimes what he thinks is too sexy, to feel good about themselves. It's not about trying to appeal to other men.
Yeah, men's
My
cock.
stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
This is what we're talking
I wouldn't even want my wife to dress provocative when she's with me, bro.
about.
Yeah, his.
This is what we're talking about. You didn't say provocative is pretty or not or whatever.
They didn't watch the full clip either, so they didn't admit any of that. I know that because they didn't reference it at the beginning of the other. They didn't reference the end of that clip at their video, and if they didn't reference that, they didn't watch it. And if they did watch it, they still didn't reference the part where they show the cognitive dissonance between this kid posting workout videos and Ethel doing the same thing and him labeling her as provocative but his is inspiring. Then they just they don't know how to interpret information very well.
Whatever. It's because he's saying specifically you cannot dress provocatively.
We're beyond the excuse that it's only the clip. They watched the clip that showed the point that they made. Like, it's almost like you guys are just entering and not listening to a word I'm fucking saying or something here.
Here's one.
I'm gonna say it one more time, okay? And then we're gonna stop repeating the same fucking thing over and over again. As they push in this situation, in this clip, this is the clip that they watched. They didn't watch the full thing. They watched 5 minutes of it, okay? This is the picture that this centralizes around Hila's workout progress picture. Sebastian says that this is provocative. Now, it's a little showy. It doesn't matter your interpretation. Sebastian, that's the kid, says this is provocative. By the end of this 14-minute clip, they show Sebastian in his workout progress pictures. And he says, no, that's not provocative. That's inspiring. So they're showing a cognitive dissonance between this kid's interpretation of workout progress photos based on whether it's a woman or a man. They're pushing him on his definition of provocative. They're meeting him where he's at. Okay? That's it. If Abin Preach watched this full 14-minute video and came out the other side without showing that understanding, they're intentionally being dishonest. What's more likely is they didn't watch the full 14-minute video because they don't really do stuff like that. I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole because we all fuck up sometimes, and I know I make lazy content by watching full videos, but they just didn't watch the full video. They didn't interpret the information. They make quick hot take videos. They pump them out in 20 minutes and then they're done to make a good amount of money and they move on to their real lives. Shut the fuck up. They showed it at the end of the video. They didn't show it at the end of the last video. Can you listen with your fucking pea brain for a second? I'm gonna go fucking ballistic. My brain's melting. The first video that they show is this is the reference of the first video that they did, the one that they posted the day before. You have to understand this. It's almost like I'm walking you through how to finger paint. The first video they made was 3 days ago. This is a follow-up video that's today. Understand this. Let's keep that. This first video they made, this is the reference video. This is the reference that they used from the video 3 days ago. If they watched this full video, then in this video here, they would have brought up the context, but they didn't. So they either intentionally watched it and intentionally removed it to be dishonest, or they just didn't watch it because they're fucking lazy. That's it. And you're sitting here, well, either at the end of this video, they clarify. I don't care. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. It's like I have to fucking explain to you how to color in the fucking lines. Fuck. I don't know why I get triggered over the dumbest shit that doesn't matter, but it's like I'm very. You could just I understand what you're saying, Papa Guy, but you're just like, no, you're fucking wrong. Blah. Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna lie, I've lost my shit like this before too.
It's just such a simple point, and you could be like, good point. But instead, you're like, no, I'm actually just so fucking in my brain is rotting so hard. That's it. It's not that big of a fucking deal, and I shouldn't be going off. I'm going too crazy on this, but the point is very basic. Hey, they didn't do a very good job interpreting the information. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I'm getting triggered over the dumbest shit.
Slowly losing his mind over here. He's slowly losing his mind.
That's the point that I'm saying. Okay, they didn't quit the video early. They quit the video early because Preach got annoyed. Sure, there's a good argument, but it's not because there's only 14 minutes and you should have watched the full thing. There you go. Let's just continue. So I'm just getting stun locked over dumb shit.
If you're not with me,
it's always the dumbest shit that I get stun locked over. Jesus Christ, I really have to work on myself.
And that is controlling,
Oh
and
my
that is
God.
going back 1,000 years.
Right.
If she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life.
And that is controlling, and that is going back 1,000.
Super chatted $5. Papa just been chilling.
Just been chilling, guys. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive those who trespass, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. That actually weirdly helps me calm down a little bit now. I'm becoming like a very cringe religious person. Fuck. I get so triggered, dude, over the dumbest shit. God damn it. Jesus Christ. My wife was in the chat and she said it's time to move on a little bit, so that's helped calm me down a little bit. This is why I gotta pray the demons away, guys.
Cheeky banter super chatted $5. Goes from doesn't matter to it's lit.
No, that's the worst
smiley
part.
Face, smiley face, all right. Smiley face.
That's the worst part about it, is it doesn't matter, but I'm getting so fucking triggered. You know what it is? It's like, what's going on from Abba and Preach? Like, we all, it's not even like what Abba and Preach did. Like, obviously we all do things that are wrong. It's just that what bothers me more than anything else is like the people who are just not listening to what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, Abba and Preach made a mistake. Oh, Papa makes a mistake. Ethan makes a mistake. We all make mistakes. But then I'm just like, hey guys, here's a very basic explanation. And then people are like, no, actually. And it's like, fuck. You know? I can forgive mistakes, guys, but it's hard to forgive that level of stupidity, okay? And it upsets me. All right? I gotta chill out, though. I really gotta work on these demons. I got these demons in me. I gotta work on them. I gotta work on them, guys. This is bad. This is bad.
Years.
I gotta take a shower and cool off.
I don't want to control you. I just don't want to be involved with you. You're so controlling. I don't want to be involved with you. No. You're so controlling. It's like, no, I just don't want to be involved with what you're about. That's it.
I don't want my,
How is that controlling?
I don't want my girlfriend to do this and that and that. And I don't want to be with someone. What do you know about all women? What the fuck did you just say?
That's it.
Right.
I will dress however I want if I'm with you or without you.
Yeah, obviously I disagree with this on Hila, though. Like, you know, there's a level of control that partners have over each other, you know, so.
Nobody will tell me how to dress. That is the point. This is what we're talking about.
The thing that...
Take off the wig, Hila. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's a wig.
He's saying is, you can dress that way with me, but not
without
people.
me.
So why is that? Why do you hold that belief? It's not, oh, I don't want you to dress this way, it makes me uncomfortable. It's, you can dress this way with me, but not with other people.
Okay.
Abba and Reach, fucking, God, dude.
All right, Ethan Slime.
I actually like Abba and Reach.
Abba and Reach?
Abba and Reach, Hobo Streets. I've heard a bunch of these nicknames. They're not bad. They're not bad.
The better one is Apple and Peach. I gotta give that.
That's a good one too. That's good. Abba and Reach.
Showing a ton of cleavage or wearing as little clothing as possible.
Wearing as little clothing as possible. Okay, so when they're with you, because but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
And I mean, no, I would say even.
Okay, but that's literally what he said in the video.
Then he corrected himself.
And then when he came on the pod and he expanded, he said you're walking it back. Or maybe in a long form format, there's maybe more opportunity for nuance there. Not because it makes me uncomfortable. I just think it's unsight.
Well, yeah, but that's like also another conversation. I know Abba knows this because like this is this is like a big Destiny take too. But that's like a lot. Some people in the manosphere will phrase normal relationship shit as if it's like fucking like super hot take male dominance. Like girls will be like, I remember that like auntie from like Pearl's thing. I listen to my husband. I let him make all this blah 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 because I know he'll make good decisions. And it's like, well, that's different. Like you letting your man be the leader, but like checking him when he makes bad decisions is very normal. But you're phrasing it like it's male domination. You know, it's weird.
Darky Sharky super chatted $5. Papa, do you think H3H3 is scared of the 6 paths of pain?
I feel like your name is racist. That's what I think. How's that sound, asshole?
I need to be that desperate for attention. Yeah, I think it's going to be coming. Me personally. It's the same thing with women posting thirst traps every day. I don't give a shit if women want to do that, but if we together and you post on thirst traps, like, who are you trying?
Again, it's like I really need to see the outfit we're talking about because I feel like their definition, or at least Sebastian's definition of provocative, is not really provocative.
That's fair.
Whose attention are you trying to garner? If you're in a committed relationship with somebody and you constantly go trying to post things to get random attention from random people, I'm like, well, why are you thirsting for other people's validation like that? This is the same thing for dudes.
Again, that wasn't even the argument. It was, he said, you can dress that way with me, but not with other people.
Then he corrected himself.
So we can move on. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
Women can dress sexy and not provocatively. You can dress sexy and
Can we pull the
tastefully
video that
good
we're talking
without
about?
showing like.
Because I feel like at this point we're so removed from where the conversation started. Can we show what he said?
Yeah, they didn't I don't know. I don't think they showed the whole thing.
We literally showed that TikTok. That's how the video starts.
Well, they're referring to, like, again, the girl, Hila, too provocative by his standards, but his workout progress video is not too provocative. So they're, okay.
Can't wear. So let's see what this
So if dating girls that she can and cannot wear. Well, it depends on fashion, so bro.
They got 7 people on their team, and all the too retarded to be like, actually, Ethan, they played it in the first like 2 seconds. What do you want me to do, man? It's just being preached on this operation, and y'all send this video and we react to them in live. They got 7 people, and they can't stop themselves from making false allegations, doxing people, or memorizing the clip that they watched like 30 seconds ago. Ethan mental decline, because the retardation on screen right now is impressive.
It's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't like that. I don't want it.
Like, let's follow the.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would you want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Yeah, I mean, like, the Arsler shit always bothers me a little bit. It's just so immature. Like, one thing is, like, pathetic. It's like childish shit. I don't know. Pathetic shit. Or fucking just bothers me, you know? It's so immature, bro. You know? I don't know.
See, like, what does that mean?
What do you
Dressed
mean?
like a hoe? Like provocative?
Oh.
Let's follow the.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would you want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
See, like, what does that mean?
What do you
Dressed
mean?
like a hoe?
Nah, I'd rather her be dressed like a shovel.
Like provocative? I mean, guys, come on. Well, the definition of a hoe, I guess, is I'm not quite sure what that means. But
Just answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
Would I want my? Well, hold on.
Yeah, no, answer the question.
Okay, well,
Yeah, he should have answered this question. I don't think he ever did, which was, yeah, that's
Show you
true.
that.
It's a yes or no.
Okay, well, hold on.
It's a yes or no.
I don't know what he means. I need to know what does dressing like a hoe mean to him.
He already said. He already said. This is the part where you're being slimy. Okay. He said with minimal clothing. Says what that shit means, so he doesn't want his partner engaged in that kind of behavior.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that he labeled this being a hoe, which I don't think is fair to say.
But do you?
I don't know why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife's relationship.
No,
I
say
wouldn't
what
be
you
okay with
want.
posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Do you think she's dressed like a hoe right now? You can say yes, it's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures like.
Yeah, so he basically says that that's dressing like a hoe, and Ethan, I wouldn't consider that. So
Because that's a preference from insecurity, right? Yeah, because it makes you feel insecure.
Ethan, that's not an argument. You can't just repeat the same thing and then think it's going to be true if you keep saying it.
Okay.
It's 100% a preference from insecurity.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It is an argument, actually. Like, you could just say no, but you're wrong, so, okay.
The attention.
This whole thing is just so fucking dumb and boring, bro.
You can't make this up. You can't just keep saying the same thing, and he watches it back and he says it again. You can't make it up.
Like, you could just say no, but you're wrong, so, okay.
The attention. First of all, it's not like she's not dressed like a porn star. Okay, she's wearing less than a bikini top, or more than what a bikini top would show.
Okay,
What's
this
up,
is
bro?
actually
How you doing,
really
brother?
interesting. Even says,
What's wrong with a porn star? Is a porn
yeah, you noticed it. Why can't my girl dress just as scandalously as a porn star? What's the issue with that? What's wrong with that? If I'm sharing your ideology, my girl, she feels empowered when she wears next to nothing. I should be. What's the problem with that? So you see, Ethan isn't in a different category. He has just a different degree in regards to his tolerance for how his wife dresses.
Yes. Like, come on. We're at a point where you're not even giving like a hot take anymore. This is, dude, this is just stupid. I don't know. Maybe I got soured by the R slur shit because it just really bothers me. It's just like pathetic. Like, I just say every slur then. Just start going off on like every fucking slur. Might as well, right? Like, it's just a shitty like bigoted slur, but we already know that they're pushing him on the fucking like the workout progress video. It's like you're refusing to acknowledge it. I know they're probably gonna show it up at the end of this video, which should have happened at the first video. But like, this is so stupid. Like, it's so fucking boring.
That's your line. And listen, that's fine. And someone else's line might be like, I love it when my girl wears literally nothing. Right?
Well, we have to finish it. We have to finish the video. I can't do what I've been preached to and just watch parts of one video.
And that's their line. And someone else's line is, I don't want my girl dressed in a sports bra walking outside. And that's their line. You guys are shaming people just because on the spectrum, they're a little bit left of you or right of you.
Right. I will dress.
No. We've already made the point like 800 times. No. They're showing the cognitive dissonance between her, Hila posting workout progress pictures versus the alpha kid doing the same thing. It's really, that's it. Like,
However I want, if I'm with you or without you. Nobody will tell me how to dress.
This was what happened. They watched 2 minutes of the first video, made a bad take, and now they have to double down on it.
That is the point.
A relationship, there's certain things you can't post. Your partner
in a relationship, there's certain things you can't post.
Okay.
So, okay.
How are you comparing every other slur to the R one the bias sleeps through? I feel like you're trying to stunlock me. But like there's because like the R slur is a bigoted slur. The R slur, I'm not even gonna say it, it used to be like a medical diagnosis that was used to systematically rape, torture, and abuse people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, institutionalize them and put them in positions where they can't defend themselves. That's just a fact. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I talk to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. My wife works with them. I know them better. I used to have like an incredible bias against them, thinking that they weren't valuable to society. Most people feel that way. If you use the R slur, you don't think that they're valuable. You can be like, no. You just don't think about it, but you don't. You don't respect people with Down syndrome. You don't respect people with different disabilities. That's the reality for the most part, right? People who are higher support needed and hate the word. Talk to them. That's what the problem is. People are like, well, I have autism. They have incredibly high functioning, don't require robust supports. And they're like, well, I have autism. I have ADHD. I have this, but you don't require like a robust support. Most of the people who will justify the use of the word. But people who are higher support needed hate the word. They hate it. It's a bigoted slur. It's been used to diminish people, demean them, and subject them to different forms of abuse. It's just a fact. And like, I know that you don't care about people with disabilities, and that's fine, but they are similar. They're all the same in some capacity. It's a slur that shouldn't be used. You use it in private, okay. Shouldn't be using it in public at the very least. It's not a bias for me. It's like you're a young little boy and you want to justify the use of the word. I think it's gross. I think people should get it out of their palate, get it out of their language. It's bad. We should be using it. It shouldn't be the same, or we shouldn't be using it. It shouldn't be the same. It should be on the same level as like the F slur for gay people, or the N word for black people, or the K word for Jewish people. You know, like it should be there. It's just not good. I don't know what else to say. It's a sign of respect. It's a matter of respect, and using slurs like that is disrespectful, and it's also bigoted, and it shows that you don't care people with intellectual or developmental disabilities.
Okay, I agree. I don't want Hila posting a picture of her asshole on Instagram.
Sure, right. Me neither.
But you remember what I said before?
Hila posting a picture of her asshole on Instagram.
Sure, right. Me neither.
But you remember what I said before?
Oh no, they came up with the point that we already knew. Fuck, they're so woke.
It's a spectrum. Yeah. This motherfucker's on the same spectrum.
Yes, we already knew this. You're not coming up with anything like interesting here.
There's another man out there who's got a girl who's posting everything on Twitter. She got her full news and she getting real, and that's their relationship.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Would you be controlling if you told your girl she can't post that kind of stuff online? Would you?
No, but you could make the argument someone's controlling if they post workout progress pictures and think that's perfectly fine, but wouldn't let their partner do the same.
Because you'd be insecure then.
Right? And what would you do if she decided to? You would probably leave her, because I assume you're a reasonable person. You're like, I don't want to be with somebody who's posting that kind of content. And that's okay.
Yeah, but we're not talking, that's not the conversation.
But he just made our point.
I know.
That's great. I know.
I said that before.
We don't disagree.
The thing is, I believe that us three on this point, we agree.
Me neither.
But I was trying to gauge where his definition of hoe is. Mm-hmm. Right. He thought Hila was dressed too provocatively.
No.
That is fucking ridiculous.
Very strong argument, Ethan. Why is that ridiculous?
I've said it 15 times before. It's cognitive.
Why isn't butthole provocative? Right, like for you, a sports bra is not provocative. I know most people out there would say that's provocative. You didn't make an argument for why your line is more reasonable. You just said the other line is ridiculous.
No, he made a pretty strong argument. I'll say it like for the 15,000th time. Because it's a workout progress photo, and the kid has no problem with him posting it, but girls can't. There you go.
He has no way of determining what's too far for him or why it is. He's just made an arbitrary line, which is okay. But he doesn't everyone else with their arbitrary lines.
Good. No, you know what Ethan is? I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? Ethan is everybody that's on the road driving. And no matter what the speed limit is, you're the gauge. Anybody that's slower than you is a slow motherfucker.
Yeah.
Everybody that goes faster than you, no matter what speed you're going, is a fast, crazy motherfucker. So it doesn't matter if you're doing the limit. If someone's going faster, you're like, that guy's crazy. But people that are doing 140, 120, people that are going faster than that are crazy. That's you. That's what you are.
True.
Well, to me, I don't want to control. I want my wife, HeeLs, to be as powerful and confident as she wants to be. I'm not threatened.
If it makes you feel confident and powerful to post thirst traps on social media,
It's not a thirst trap, dude. Again.
It's not.
It's just not a thirst trap.
If you want to call it that, sure, whatever. Yeah.
It doesn't meet my definition of a thirst trap. Like, not at all.
See how we can?
Okay.
I gotta see how we can.
Hey, if you need internet validation for you to feel powerful and confident, in my opinion, that's not much power and confidence. My personal opinion. If you have to post online and have a bunch of strangers tell you you're amazing for you to feel power and confident, I don't know. To me, that seems a little bit sus.
Okay, your whole video is to make you feel confident. To me, your whole video is a little sus.
Yeah, she mad. your video's sus. You're wanting to feel power and confident. Listen, I don't even think what I said was ridiculous. And you need to be.
You guys know that. That crease in the male ball sack. For some reason, God welded our two scrotal sacks together. Like, he made that crease down the line. Like, instead of just like making it all smooth, he put that crinkle there. This video makes me want to take a scalpel and put it on top of my oven until it gets red hot and just drag it up the side, up both sides of the welding mark, we'll call it, right up there, just to take that part out, you know, and just fucking eat that, and then just kind of like push them together and stitch it up like that. Like, this is just fucking so stupid. Holy fuck. This is so, bro, this is just fucking, like, just can't take a fucking L. Listen, we all have L's to take. I took a big fucking L the other day with the BBTV video when I went on my fucking goblin mode. And I fucking, like, got so stun locked by people not even being disrespectful. Today, some of you assholes were being disrespectful, but I got upset with bad interpretation over like whatever the fuck was going on. And I didn't admit it instantly. It took me like 3 days to sit on it and be like, okay, you know what, I fucked up. It's not easy to admit when you're wrong, especially as a fucking high value man. But this is just fucking ridiculous. This whole video is just a fucking 20-minute like crybaby cope. Let's just fucking, like, you're more interested in the way that your audience thinks about you than you are about actually being right or wrong. This is so fucking stupid.
Online, posting photos of yourself that feel powerful and confident.
Okay,
I think that your self-confidence and your self-esteem is built on sand. All right, what are my thoughts? I mean, again, go watch the video, see if you guys feel different.
Where's the fucking moron that's like, they referenced that at the end of this video? They haven't referenced it at all. We're fucking 18 minutes in.
And that clip that he posted, just 14 minutes long, you guys can go watch it. It was interesting to watch. I will say there's one thing that they covered in the interview that we didn't cover, that I think we missed because Preach was done with the video. And at one point, they posted up some of his Instagram photos, and they showcase him being a hypocrite because he's posting thirst traps. Now, I'm gonna say this extra part. If I meet a girl, she's some kind of...
This is the whole video, what this is about. You can't just throw this in at the end and be like, oh, we kind of forgot this. This is the center point of the whole fucking conversation. As you sit here and you fucking shit and come about, where are the rules? Ethan won't establish a rule set. They're pushing him on his own fucking moral values and his own cognitive dissonance between the interpretation between the fucking workout progress pictures of a girl, Eva, versus the kid, the boy, him. And they're like, well, how come it's different for her to do it but not you? And he's like, ugh, and he shits and comes. They've done a good job of establishing their argument. At the end, you're gonna throw it in like it's a nothing. It's a whole conversation. This is the whole argument that you put at the end of your video. Like this what you talk about. We kind of forgot the whole center of the fucking argument we forgot to include in our first video because you didn't have the fucking time to watch a 14-minute video. It's fucking crazy. Like, again, I get it. Papa Guy, you make lazy content. I come on, I stream for 3 hours, and I watch a bunch of videos. Bro, you have to watch a 14-minute fucking video and then edit it into a 14-minute video, and you couldn't even watch the full 14-minute video. And, like, that's fucking even... How are you... You're even lazier than me. You want to sit here and shit on me for having lazy content? Like, okay, but you couldn't even finish the video. Now you're at the end, you're like, yeah, we kind of forgot this whole thing. It's not a big deal. It's the whole conversation. It's the whole entire conversation. Everything hinges on this fact. You kept shitting on him. He's like, well, you didn't define the interpretation. Oh, you're doing this. Oh, you're doing that. That's the whole conversation. This is 1000%. The central focus of the entire conversation is this point here that was put in their original video. That's it. Not everyone watches full videos. Then stop watching me. What? Like, oh, not everybody watches whole videos. What does that mean? Do you have like a baby brain? Sorry, let me not be mean. As a content creator, you kind of have to watch the whole video. Like, you can't not watch full videos. You're not allowed to. You're not a consumer anymore. If you're gonna do like some kind of reaction content or some kind of commentary content.
He's like right on about that too. If you can do like reaction content and give like lazy reactions, sure, but no one's gonna respect you. And like, don't be surprised when someone hits you back with, yo, you didn't watch like the full video, my guy, and they show you didn't watch the full video. I originally thought they were watching like the full video, the full interview, but then I find out from this video that Papa was reacting to, they were only watching the 14-minute clip. Now, I would have to watch like that original 14-minute clip, but I think I will on my own time. And see, maybe the editing at that point wasn't that great for like Ethan. You know, you get big enough, you kind of just let people like edit like the way it is, which is more often than not, believe it or not. So I'm wondering about that too. But we'll see. But you can't just like not react to the full video too. I think at this point too, both parties like just don't like each other. Like Abbott and Preach, they just don't like Ethan because of like some dumb shit that he said like back in the day, like not giving them like credence or like kind of doing like what they're doing to Ethan right now. And I think Ethan just doesn't like Abbott and Preach because they basically think like they're the manosphere.
Then you have to finish the full video because that's like the bare minimum of your job. Like, you can't be like, not everybody watches full videos. Like, that's the only thing that we do. If you react to somebody's video, then you have to watch the full video. Not if you think it's dumb. Yes, if you think it's dumb. Yes, no, you don't. You're being a silly goose. You have to watch the full video. It's like the only thing that, like, the only standard that we should hold reaction and commentary content creators to is to finish the fucking video that they're reacting to. It's pretty much it. That's it. I don't know, some goober in the chat. That's what I'm responding to. Jesus Christ.
OnlyFans model, or she loves posting thirst traps every day. We get in a relationship.
All right.
I expect
Hurry up.
change. Like, obviously, that's wrong. Like, you found her.
Blah, 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 blah.
Demand change all of a sudden, right? And also, I wouldn't even demand change. Like, I've never had this issue because I've never dated people who engage that kind of behavior. I see a Cardi B type. And
not everything deserves a reaction. So then you don't react. Listen, I understand that you love Abbott and Preach, and that's cool because I get it. They're good content creators. I get it. They're fun. I enjoy watching some of their stuff too. But like the standard that you hold YouTube content creators to is so weirdly low. Like you hold higher standards to a fucking McDonald's employee that makes minimum wage than millionaire YouTubers. Maybe you have like a problem with the way that you interpret stuff. You guys will have a meltdown if they accidentally leave a fucking pickle on your burger, even though they get paid minimum wage and they actually objectively work harder than any YouTuber that exists. You will shit and cum all over some 18-year-old making minimum wage who accidentally leaves a fucking pickle on your burger. But the second a millionaire YouTuber doesn't finish a 14-minute video and reacts on it before finishing, all of a sudden you have every excuse in the world why it's okay that they didn't finish their fucking, like, they didn't do like what they were supposed to do. It's fucking crazy. That's it. Okay.
Like, that's not for me. I just keep it.
That's it.
I don't want to judge her. I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to date that.
Yeah, no, this sucks.
The boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
The heart of the conversation is completely removed.
I'm gonna just split here.
Guys can seek out different types of girls who have different ideas of what they want to do. Like, just don't seek out a girl who wants to post shit like that. Don't condemn girls who do. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Just let them do what they want. Let your girlfriend do what she wants. And if you have a problem with her specifically, talk to her about it.
You know what's so weird?
No.
You know what's so weird?
What?
No. We agree. Everything she says, we agree.
Okay. Yeah.
So this whole thing, it's a nothing sandwich.
Pointless. It's just disappointing to see this stuff, but
yeah, you guys are the disappointed too.
It's not unexpected because this is what I expect from the H3 fan. The same people who falsely accuse other people or dox people for fun. Like, this is what the kind of stuff that they do wrong.
Sure, they do worse stuff than them, so they got that on there. I do understand that. But in this instance, these guys are wrong.
Like, he's talking about.
And you know what? Maybe the reason that they were so lazy with this is because they just expect Ethan to be always so bad. But at the end of the day, it makes you look bad.
These guys are such cowards. Like, bro, you are doxing people. You should be banned off this platform.
Maybe. I mean, you could make that argument.
Did you forget that? You just dox a random person online for no reason. Then you sat there afterwards and brought the false accuser and just because you hate them. Like, how you gonna call me a scum and a coward? Some motherfucker in a trash bag is telling me I smell funk. Like, nigga, well, let us know what you guys think, because I know I was very unimpressed. Carry on. All right, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
All right, guys. We're gonna end this video out. All right, here's the all right. Here's all I have to say. Okay, everybody. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and in the hour of our death. Amen.
I believe in treasure hunt.
Christ has died. Christ has risen. Christ will come again.
The United States has again called on the warring parties in Sudan to put down their guns.
Preaching like in H3A3 Ethan and like an actual like serious issue in the Sudan.
But people living in the capital are reporting renewed exchanges of heavy artillery. Days of fighting between rival forces has killed almost 200 people and wounded 1,800. The capital, Khartoum, has seen airstrikes, shelling and heavy small arms fire. This is the latest footage coming out of the conflict, showing smoke rising as fighting takes place across the capital. People living there, Sudanese citizens, have been seeing this barrage of artillery fire lighting up the night sky in the capital, Khartoum. And it's all taking place. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the locations in the northeast African country, which has a history of instability. The country fell under military rule in 2019 when the longtime leader Omar Bashir was toppled. The fighting is taking place between army units loyal to the two generals. You can see them on the left. Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, better known as Hemeti, is Sudan's deputy leader. He commands the RSF, that's a paramilitary force. And on the right, the de facto leader, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, both of them wanting to control Sudan's military. Let's go live to neighbouring Nairobi now, and our correspondent Ferdinand Omondi. Ferdinand, just give us a sense of the latest on the situation there.
Yes, so I've been following tweets and posts from residents of Sudan, and a lot of them in Khartoum says they are barely able to sleep and that the shelling has increased tremendously. I saw one of them saying the past 2 hours there's been non-stop bombardment going on and lots of explosive hurt, and that one of her younger cousins had to put on earplugs to stop hearing the noise. So looks like the situation has anticipated. Last night a ceasefire that was supposed to be carried out for 3 hours was barely honored, and so for the third consecutive day since the fighting started, the humanitarian groups have not been able to reach out to the most vulnerable, and the numbers now are at least 1,000 who are injured and in need of medical help. That is just far from the close to 200 who have now died. And I'm hearing even hospitals now, ambulances are unable to go to the hospitals and have declined to take patients there because some of them have been taken up by the militants.
And Ferdinand, in terms of infrastructure, what is functioning and what isn't? For example, airports, train services, that sort of thing.
Airport, the main airport was bombed. I saw pictures from the BBC's open source intelligence team showing lots of planes which had been set ablaze. Train lines have been shelled. A bridge that is connecting one side of Khartoum and another was also blown up. And so basically, as it stands right now, transport is virtually impossible in at least most of Khartoum. Down in Darfur, there's heavy fighting going on according to agencies, and so not much movement. The most dangerous thing right now for the people who are afraid to go out, even where there are roads, is that there's heavy military presence and there's real chance of being caught with stray bullets. Now, we're also even hearing some reports, and the RSF has even confirmed this in some of their statements, where civilians have been accosted in their own homes and assaulted. Although RSF is denying that that been involved, they are accusing other militia who they say are wearing RSF uniform as a part of a propaganda war. So even in their hideouts, civilians are being targeted, and this is what the UN and the international community has been calling on the warring factions to at least respect the civilian rights and the Vienna Convention.
Okay, Ferdinand, thank you very much for the update. Ferdinand Omondi there, our correspondent monitoring events from neighbouring Nairobi. Well, in the past few hours, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken made the call for a ceasefire in Sudan. He's already spoken on the phone to both of the warring generals in charge of the different factions. He was speaking at the G7 foreign ministers meeting that's been taking place in Japan.
For the past 36 hours, we and our partners have been focused on how to stop the widespread fighting in Sudan between the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces. Indiscriminate military operations have resulted in significant civilian deaths and injuries and are recklessly endangering the Sudanese people, diplomats, including U.S. personnel, and humanitarian aid workers. This morning, I made calls to Generals Burhan and Hamedi, urging them to agree to a 24-hour ceasefire to allow Sudanese to safely reunite with their families and to obtain desperately needed relief supplies. I also underscored in both calls the responsibilities that Sudanese fighting forces bear for ensuring the safety and security of U.S. and other diplomats who are resident in Sudan, as well as for UN staff and other humanitarian partners. If implemented successfully, a ceasefire for 24 hours can create a foundation to build upon for a more sustained halt to fighting and a return to negotiations on a durable end to the hostilities.
Let's go live to Seoul now, and our correspondent Jean McKenzie, who's following events at the G7 for us. And Jean, I mean, it's only just in the last few days that the situation in Sudan seems to have erupted in the way that it has, and yet the comments by the US Secretary of State on that matter have inevitably drawn a lot of the focus and attention at that meeting.
Yeah, I think it was, him revealing that he has actually spoken to the generals on both sides of the fighting, really, and urged them to enact this immediate ceasefire so that people can be reunited with their families and so people can get the food and the essential things that they need. And he was also very strongly saying that he had told the generals that they had to ensure the safety of civilians. He said that a US convoy of diplomats had come under attack, and that any attack on diplomats was, he strongly rejected. We know that aid workers and diplomats have been caught up in this fierce fighting over the past few days that has now killed more than 100 people and injured more than 1,000. Mr. Blinken was speaking after what he said was a mammoth meeting of G7 foreign ministers in Japan. Now, they are meeting ahead of a G7 leaders summit that's taking place in Hiroshima next month, and the purpose of this three-day meeting was to set the agenda for that. So, as you might imagine, the war in Ukraine is top of that agenda, but also it being held in Japan, which is the only Asian country in the G7, means that a spotlight has really been shone on some of the security issues here in Asia as well, particularly the threat that China is posing to Japan and the North Korean threat. North Korea making huge advances with its nuclear weapons program. And so the leaders, the foreign ministers today all said that they were united in the face of these threats, the aggression from Russia, aggression from China, and aggression from North Korea. They really were trying to show this united front ahead of this summit that's taking place next month.
Let's pull up, if we could, these images, because this is striking and so important to see. This is a journalist, an American journalist. Yes, this is Evan Gershkovich. He is 32 years old. He is behind plexiglass in a courtroom in Moscow, appealing his detention on espionage charges. Obviously, the United States saying he has been wrongfully detained. The U.S. and he and his family and the Wall Street Journal all vehemently denying these charges. Let's get straight to Matthew Chance live in London with more. To see him is so important And the question becomes now what happens in that courtroom?
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Because remember, I think this is the first time we've caught a glimpse of Evan Gershkovich since he was detained by the Russian authorities at the end of March. He's since, of course, been accused of espionage, an allegation that he's denied in his various court appearances, and of course, which his paper that he works for, the Wall Street Journal, have also vehemently denied as well. But you can see him standing there, his arms folded, wearing that plaid shirt, wearing jeans, smiling at the photographers and the journalists that have been allowed in for a short period to catch a glimpse of him and take their photographs. He didn't say anything, as far as I'm aware, before the reporters were asked by the court to leave. They've now been asked to leave and are outside. The US ambassador is there. We're expecting some remarks from her shortly as well. In terms of what this hearing is about, this isn't to appeal his arrest or the charges against him. This is to decide whether it's the right thing that he should continue to be held in that top security prison in the center of Moscow, the Lefortovo jail. His lawyers are arguing he should be, put in house arrest or some other kind of facility, and so the authorities are going to decide that. But I have to say, given that these charges of espionage against him, whether they're valid or not, the fact that these are serious charges, it is highly unlikely that the court is going to, for instance, allow Evan Gershkovich to go into house arrest. But we'll see. It'll be about an hour, we expect, is what we're being told by the court, about an hour before we know what the court decides on this appeal regarding Evan Gershkovich's detention.
Yeah, Matthew, at first we weren't sure if he was going to appear live there or via video link, but again, as you pointed out, this is a city court, the Moscow City Court. They could uphold Mr. Gershkovich's continued pretrial detention. They could order him moved to another jail. They could allow a house arrest, as we said, or grant him bail, which is unlikely in this case. But this is a pretrial detention hearing until May 29th. And then beyond that, Russian authorities can extend. He looks fairly healthy, although we're just looking at him. Obviously, can't examine him physically with his arms there folded, a little nervous, walking around, and, a smile at one point, possibly people he knew as journalist. But what do we know about where he's being held and the conditions under which he's being held?
Well, it's interesting because it's only yesterday that US diplomats have been granted consular access to Evan Gershkovich, which is an extraordinarily long time since the end of March that they weren't allowed to see him. And so we got the first sort of consular visit yesterday. The US ambassador, Lynn Tracy, saying that he appeared to be healthy and looked strong after that meeting. You can see that for yourself. He seems to be in pretty good spirits given his circumstances. He is being held in one of Russia's most notorious pre-trial detention centers, one of its most notorious prisons. It's called Lefortovo. It's several hundred years old. It's apparently been renovated within the past few years, but it does have this notorious reputation for being the place where Russian dissidents, Russian political prisoners, some of the most serious criminals in the country are processed before they stand trial and are sent to a various penal colony elsewhere in the country. But it is an ordeal, doubtlessly, that Evan Gershkovich has to look forward to in the months ahead.
This week is just getting started, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is already picking more fights that he simply cannot win. This dude is obviously gassed and has been for weeks. I mean, he's failing on multiple fronts when it comes to actually governing the state, and is instead focusing on universally disliked culture war issues, and has decided to go another 12 rounds with one of his state's largest financial contributors. And sorry that we have to keep covering this guy, but it is rare to see someone nosedive so quickly out of his own party and his own state's favor by taking the whole fascist dictator stick a little too far. So far that even his most unhinged supporters are questioning his leadership skills.
The new milkshake duck is pudding Ron.
Yeah.
It's Ron, the governor who eats pudding with his hands. Oh, we regret to inform you that the governor sucks at his fucking job.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's already shown himself to be completely incapable of trading barbs with Donald Trump, who has no problem getting his hands dirty metaphorically, while DeSantis prefers instead to get his hands dirty in a delicious chocolate pudding cup.
So DeSantis kicked off his return to Florida, the state that he's in charge of governing, not with a visit or a call to Fort Lauderdale, which happens to be experiencing historic flooding. something the governor might want to, be there for. Yeah. Didn't do that, but instead he signed some extremely aggressive anti-abortion legislation into law, banning the procedure after 6 weeks of pregnancy, which, again, is within a time frame where women might likely not even be aware of the fact that they're pregnant. That is a brief window, unless you are
actively looking for it and trying to get pregnant.
Tracking that shit. So yeah, the only loopholes for this law would be in the case of incest, rape, or human trafficking. But in the wording of the bill, a woman would only have until 15 weeks to have an abortion in that case, and must provide documentation or medical proof of these stipulations in order to qualify for the exemption, which is outrageous when simply taken at face value, let alone the idea that a medically induced abortion is now essentially banned in the state in general. Like, this is how this is going to work. You're like, okay, I need an abortion. You're like, well, it's too late. All right, I was raped by a family member. It was incestual rape. You're like, all right.
Do you have any proof? Did you file a police report?
Where's the conviction from the courts? It's like, okay, that would take a long time. The baby will already be born. I'm like, all right, well, shit. I guess you're fucked. So yeah, as another horrific side effect of all this also makes it more difficult for women who traveled to Florida in order to have the procedure, because the surrounding states have banned it as well.
Yes.
Basically locking down the entire southeastern portion of the United States for anyone who chooses to end a pregnancy, and making it improbable and dehumanizing for anyone who needs one for a medical reason or because they were a victim of a horrific tragedy. And we have to say this every fucking time. Most of the abortion procedures that happen are not done by people who are just like, oh, I don't feel like having a kid. A lot of them happen to people who wanted a kid, but now that fetus is non-viable and it's going to kill the mother. Mm-hmm. And they're like, well,
I hope you brought proof across state lines.
Yeah, it's cruel. It's a cruel law.
And if you're thinking, oh well, at least those pills are still available, hold your horses, bucko, because we just spoke last week about the fact that a Texas judge is trying to rescind the FDA approval of one of the drugs necessary to induce an abortion. And before that whole constitutional, ethical, and medical nightmare scenario, Florida had already restricted access to those pills as much as they could, and those pills could only be dispensed in person or by a physician in the state. Obviously, you would assume this new bill is going to make it even more difficult, regardless of the political ping pong that's currently being played across different states and ruling bodies. And speaking of that, there was, I guess, some good news, but also some bad news regarding that battle over the weekend. A federal appeals court ruled that the abortion pill can still be used for now, but reduced the period of pregnancy when the drug can be taken, and said it could not be dispensed by mail, which again renders it almost useless for women who need access to it because they reside in states where their options are already extremely limited. Just a completely broken society, inexcusable and evil. Just no excuse, honestly. These drugs have been approved for over 2 decades. And they found like a way that they could ban it, and they're like, if we remove the FDA approval from something that was approved in the year 2000, then I guess we can kind of just outlaw abortion.
But, I mean, on the bright side, all of these states in the southeast, they're doing their damnedest to make sure that every child born in those states, regardless of the situation the parents might be in, will be cared for and provided for equally by the generous people of those states. Because, no man is an island, and kids deserve equal opportunities. Isn't that right? No, the opposite is true. They're just like shit out of luck the second they get born. Well, okay.
Yeah,
that's less fun.
Hope you were born with bootstraps.
Anyway, back to Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
So outside of trying to control women's bodies, he's also still trying to take control of that darn mouse. Mickey Mouse, aka Disney, one of the largest entertainment industries in the world, and a company that contributes billions of dollars worth of revenue, tax, and employment dollars to his state. Much like the way that, Ron DeSantis would be nowhere without Donald Trump. Florida kind of would be nowhere without the Disney company.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be nowhere, but it wouldn't be where it is. It is a vital, integral part of the Florida economy.
People travel from all around the world to visit specifically for that reason.
The Orlando area would still be a fucking swamp.
Yeah.
Anyway. Apparently, Ron's ass is really chafed after Disney made him look like an idiot by rendering his newly appointed oversight board useless. In case you need a refresher, DeSantis attempted to take control of the Disney parks in Florida through a board of weirdos who thought that they would be able to scare Disney into going
unwoke or something, but Disney pulled a quick legal maneuver during one of their local meetings and robbed the state of control until, quote, 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England. Which is probably a lot longer than Ron DeSantis is going to be alive. Yeah. So, oh well. Yeah. I mean, he's not taking this lying down, though, because nobody makes Ron DeSantis look like an idiot, except maybe Donald Trump. And he's reigniting his battle with Disney and once again trying to fuck with a company that employs thousands of local workers and contributes billions to his state's economy. What if, for instance, he decided to build a state prison right next to their lovely theme parks?
No, but come to think of it, now people are like, well, what should we do with this land? And so, you know, it's like, okay, kids, I mean, people have said, you know, maybe have another, maybe create a state park, maybe try to do more amusement parks. Someone even said, like, maybe you need another state prison. Who knows? I mean, I just think that the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I mean, a messed up thing to say for a multitude of reasons. One of which is the completely careless and dehumanizing way he views potential criminals, and the idea that Florida, a state that he governs, is so out of control with crime that they'll need to build a large prison just steps from Disney World to house all of these hypothetical criminals. Yeah. The, you know, quote, if you build a prison, I'll fill it up and also make people scared to visit your theme park and my state. That is kind of a bold move. But with more on his broader attempts to punish Disney World, here's local outlet WTVY. Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida lawmakers ratcheted up pressure on Walt Disney World on Monday by announcing legislation that will use the regulatory powers of Florida government to exert unprecedented oversight on the park resort's rides and monorail. Lawmakers will introduce a bill in coming weeks that would end an exemption for Disney parks when it comes to ride inspections by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, DeSantis said at a news conference near Disney World. So yeah, there's always been, I guess, an exemption for ultra-large theme parks like Disney World and Universal and SeaWorld because they have their own built-in teams of people who are charged with monitoring and ensuring the safety of their own operations. Almost like their entire financial stability relies on it, because it does. And the results do speak for themselves. What's specifically stupid about this legislation is that it still provides the exception to other theme parks in the state, like the aforementioned Universal Studios and SeaWorld, and it specifically targets Disney World, as if it wasn't already obvious enough. What about Bible World? That I looked it up today. It's been closed down, and apparently... Well, Ron DeSantis is going to bring Bible World back. It's Holy Land. Right. And the 3 p.m. crucifixion, you could set your watch to it. It doesn't happen there any longer. I think there's actually, nothing has happened yet. Apparently it's still rotting in the Florida sun, but apparently there might be a positive, depending on your view of positivity in the medical field, but apparently like a large health corporation bought it and is building a hospital there instead. Okay. Yeah. Are they going to crucify people? Well, they're certainly not going to be doing abortions. Anyway, the reporting continues. Under the proposal, the exception would end for rides in special governmental districts, which basically targets just Disney World. Disney said in a statement on Monday that its inspectors have been leaders in the industry. Other experts note that Disney and other large theme park operators have an expertise examining sophisticated rides that state or local agencies may not have. And I mean, yeah, like obviously if you look it up, there have been some pretty horrific things that have happened at Disney parks, but averaged out over the total number of guests, I'd say their safety record is probably like the best in the world by far. And to be fair, a lot of those weren't. Most of those weren't the fault of a ride being broken. It is someone doing something they shouldn't be doing on the ride. There's been other particularly horrifying ones where it's kind of just no one's fault. It's God's fault. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so they it's in their best interest to keep things safe for the parks. Yeah, for them, for their guests, for the state of Florida. And DeSantis is like, isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Yeah, it's very strange. So basically, yeah, I don't know if I would trust like the inspection and operation of like the Tron coaster with the state of Florida over Disney's own Imagineers, is what I'm saying. I mean, what's going to happen is like the Florida thing is just like it's just a rubber stamp or whatever. It's like regardless of what the Florida people say, yeah, Disney's still going to do their own work. Yeah, of course they are. So yeah, basically Florida's trying to put an agricultural agency that is typically used for inspecting rides at county fairs
in charge of making sure that the fucking Tower of Terror is operating correctly. Which is insane. Like, are these inspectors even gonna know what the fuck they're looking at?
Yeah, seems to be working correctly.
The amount of tech that goes into a fucking Disney ride. Like, how is someone who usually just inspects like the Tilt-A-Whirl gonna walk into Disneyland and be like, all right, so
yeah, looks good.
Looks pretty good. What is that, by the way?
And you're telling me you feel zero gravity when this thing launches? That's pretty cool.
Anyway, what the hell was this all over again?
Yeah.
Why are they fighting? Oh yeah, the Don't Say Gay bill. The one where DeSantis claimed it was just for kids below 3rd grade or something like that, but then immediately changed it to include every grade, making it dangerous to talk about sex and just sexual orientation throughout even high school. Unless that sexual orientation is straight.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it turns out Disney, along with everyone else who isn't a total dipshit, was actually right to protest that.
Yes, this is exactly what everyone thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, what's especially fucked up about the issues that Ron DeSantis is focusing on is that they're wildly unpopular even within his own constituents, without even taking into account the Republican Party nationwide. But let's do that anyway. Recently, Trump bashed DeSantis again, posting a truth which actually this time did not have any lies, an actual truth, if you want to put it that way, which read, first, Ron DeSanctimonious got outplayed, outsmarted, and embarrassed by Mickey Mouse and Disney.
Yes!
And now, while Fort Lauderdale is facing the worst flooding in 100 years, DeSantis is on tour with his shadow campaign for president instead of taking care of the people of Florida. A highly overrated governor. Just look at the numbers. I love that he has now shortened it and really
DeSantis.
Pop. Yeah, DeSantis.
Yeah, everyone already knows Ron DeSanctimonious.
We know what he means.
Instead of getting, big marble mouth trying to say DeSanctimonious a bunch, he's shortened it to DeSanctus. We all know what he means.
Yeah. Again,
but yeah, it's all truth. That was 100% truth.
Yes, I would be surprised. That could be any politician, Democrat or Republican.
Yeah.
They're making an accurate statement here.
Yeah, no lies detected. This might be the most truthful thing Donald Trump has ever said.
A major city in his state is underwater, and he's like, let's ban abortion and fight Mickey Mouse.
I'm really what's Fort Lauderdale's like a red city, right?
I don't. Well, it's in a. Well, it's very close to like Miami-Dade.
Oh, okay. So it's
near West Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I would say. Look, I don't know the numbers. I don't have them right in front of me, but I would say it would be a red holdout in an otherwise blue area.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering what those people kind of cognitive dissonance is going through their heads right now while they're treading water. I love my anti-woke governor.
That Ron DeSantis isn't stopping the homeowners insurance companies from raising their rates constantly because they live in an actual natural disaster zone that's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So
what a state.
Anyways, the worst people are fighting, and you do love to see it. But it's not just Trump. The confidence levels in DeSantis have been plummeting for well over a month now, and his fall from grace has been spectacular.
He's like the Republican Poochie.
Ron DeSantis has to go back now. We're done playing with him.
Ron DeSantis has to go back to the 90s when he had that fucking haircut. I don't know. Someone must have found an old yearbook.
Yeah, someone went to high school with him and posted it on Reddit.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of pictures floating around recently of Ron DeSantis in high school, and he's got that haircut that no one has ever gotten since the 90s, which is like...
It's a Chad haircut in the 90s.
Yeah, it splits down the middle and the front, and then it's like, I think they called it like a step haircut split. It's not a good haircut.
I'd have to ask my dad for the photo, but I believe I had this when I was like... 14.
Everyone did, not me, because my hair wasn't straight.
Well, it was, and it was Florida too as well, so, yeah.
But I got out of having a lot of cringe photos of myself just because my hair literally could not be styled in all the cool styles.
There you go. Yeah. I will say, even in his high school yearbook photos, he looks 50 years old.
Yeah. Also, his hands look kind of fucking huge. I don't know why he hasn't brought that up. Just be like,
well, he was waiting for the 2024 presidential race.
Hand to hand, let's go.
He had all these things like, saved, and he didn't expect to have to use them this soon. And he's already washed, so it's like, what's the point? But yeah, even Republican donors are trying to save their money because they've realized they bet on a bad horse. Here's the Financial Times.
Top Republican donor Thomas Peterfee. Peterfee?
Who cares?
Thomas is halting plans.
I'm going to bleep that retroactively.
Thomas
Bleeping again.
Thomas Petterfee is halting plans to help finance the U.S. presidential bid of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis due to his extreme positions on social issues. I have put myself on hold. Because of his stance on abortion and book banning, myself and a bunch of friends are holding our powder dry.
Is that some southern, like...
We're holding our powder dry.
Ooh, the vapors out here got me withered like an old rose.
Yeah, that's what this guy sounds like.
Holding our powder dry.
Petterfee said he no longer believed that DeSantis had the same odds to unseat Trump in the Republican primary than he did at the start of the year. DeSantis seems to have lost some momentum. In January, Petterfee told the FT that he was a fan of DeSantis and was looking forward to backing a presidential bid by the governor. But now he says, I am more reluctant to back him. We are waiting to see who among the primary candidates is most likely to be able to win in the general, and then put all our firepower behind them. They're all terrible people, but you know they're fighting each other. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I think what's the character's name from
Foghorn Leghorn?
No, the fucking Ryan Johnson movie.
Oh, Benoit Blanc.
That's who I imagine him looking and sounding like.
Mr. DeSantis, the polling seems to indicate that you, sir, are washed.
Do you have any response for this, Mr. DeSantis? But look, we have more on the GOP fighting with each other in a bit. But while we're on the topic of Trump, a new incredible Trump photo dropped over the weekend thanks to an appearance at the NRA convention. Where they anointed him a member for life and gave him a very cool leather jacket for his Trump.
It is a cool jacket.
The photo is great because he looks globish.
It's a type of jacket that is absolutely formless. You only wear this jacket when you are A, above 55, and B, either served in Vietnam or have been a lifelong member of the Teamsters Union. Yeah. Those are the only two scenarios where this works.
And it's clearly like, he looks like a globe.
It's a jacket you can hear.
Yeah. And smell for sure.
Yeah.
But he's already a rotund man. But the addition of what we can only assume is a quadruple XL jacket and his trademark extra long tie really solidifies his image as the most spherical president since William Taft. And as for the rest of the NRA convention, it was ghoulish in every way that you can already imagine. And also, yeah, it did happen as multiple mass shootings were taking place around the country, because when are they not? Now, best we can do is make fun of them, so enjoy the clip. There's a lot of clips from this, but there's one that stands out because it's incredible in the fact that it just further proves that irony is dead and satire is pointless. So here you go.
The media would have us believe that the NRA is only made up of old white guys, but there's a lot of other people, a lot of diversity within the NRA. Well, let me tell you something. I may be a mom and a grandma, but I am the NRA.
I mean, brilliant.
Yeah.
Conservatives continue to inadvertently produce media that is funnier than any parody could be. It's reached a sort of singularity.
Yeah.
I mean, we hit this kind of early on. Actually, the current Trump on SNL is actually good, but we hit this early on with SNL spent the entirety of Trump's term just not being able to satirize anything he did and just kind of sucking ass at it.
Yes, it is. Back then, the way that they handled Trump is the way now how a lot of tweets are going viral just by repeating what the person in the tweet says, because what they're saying is so outrageous or ridiculous that just sending their own words back to them is the ultimate dunk.
Yeah, but not with Trump, because Alec Baldwin's Trump impression wasn't that good, and also they weren't adding anything to it. The new guy, though, he's great. The Easter sketch was like the funniest SNL sketch I've seen in like a decade.
TikTok, right?
Yeah, he did
Scooby-Doo.
the Scooby-Doo, and like I think Bowser. He's big Bowser.
Well, one of the using your own words that I saw today was the Bored Ape guy who was like, "I'll be spending the rest of my time with my remaining apes." I was forced because of
all because I tried to install Dookie Dash on my laptop.
I was forced to sell some of my apes. Please respect my privacy in this trying time. It's literally just like, I forget, there was a couple last week that were just, it was the anti-woke Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah. and the woke Super Mario. They couldn't agree on that.
Yeah, but it was it was like a tweet where Steven Crowder was like, they've done it. The anti-woke Super Mario Brothers movie has, and someone just quote tweeted it with the anti-woke Super Mario.
I think that was Cody.
Yes, yeah. From Some More News.
He's been doing that a lot.
Yeah. Hey, it works. It works, and it really drives the point home that they are very dumb.
But yeah, they've been producing some great inadvertently satirical content about themselves. No notes. We love it. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have more news for you in just a second, but first we have to take a quick break to thank today's sponsor for supporting our show. Ding ding.
Wow.
I just drooled on myself a bit because that was
so hungry.
Because that was the dinner bell.
Yeah.
You see, and you could be ringing the dinner bell yourself. Ding, ding, ding. If you support our sponsor, HelloFresh, and start cooking your own delicious meals at home, bell not included.
Well, you can get your own bell.
Yeah, sure. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh takes the hassle out of mealtime this spring by delivering pre-portioned ingredients and easy-to-prepare recipes right to your door. Skip the checkout line and get outside in the warmer weather because HelloFresh has dinner covered.
Spend less time in the kitchen with quick and easy meals like HelloFresh's fast and fresh pineapple chicken tacos or falafel power bowls, ready in 15 minutes or less. HelloFresh keeps your taste buds on their toes with 40 recipes and over 100 seasonal and convenience items to choose from each week. With so much variety, there are options for everyone in every lifestyle. And HelloFresh owns Green Chef, who also sponsors this show. So with that many options to choose from, there is something for everyone.
We especially love HelloFresh's one pot and one pan recipes that cut down on having to do a bunch of dishwashing after dinner. And on this week's menu, they've got one pot cowboy turkey and bean chili.
Yeah!
With jalapeno and smoky red pepper crema, as well as one of our favorites, chicken, zucchini, and tomato flatbreads.
I can't get enough of those flatbreads. They're easy and delicious.
That's my yeehaw recipe right there.
Okay.
Go to HelloFresh.com/TodayDaily50 and use code TodayDaily50 for 50% off, plus your first box ships free. Again, that's 50% off plus free shipping on your first box by going to HelloFresh.com/TodayDaily50 and using code TodayDaily50. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. We love our sponsors, don't we, folks?
We sure do. All right, back into the news, and before we circle around to Chuds fighting with each other again, let's check out what's going on in the world of theater.
Ooh!
Ah, yes, who doesn't love the theater? Live performances and rounds of applause.
Sometimes people poop and put it in each other's mouths.
Yeah, a cultural event and the clinking of glasses. Well, you'll have to see this one in person to even believe it because despite checking other sources to confirm that it's true, it appears as though this is real and there's a new opera coming to the Kennedy Center. It will make you laugh, it'll make you cry. New Kennedy Center opera is about a drone operator torn between her job killing targets and mom duties at home. And it's sponsored by General Dynamics.
What? What? Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like
what?
Sounds like a fun night out. Here's more from the article, which you can read in full using the links down below. But yes.
This fall, DC denizens will be treated to the world premiere of Grounded, an opera following an Air Force ace named Jess, whose unexpected pregnancy forces her to leave behind her beloved F-16 and join the Chair Force. Throughout the show, the hotshot pilot wrestles with the mental impact of firing rockets from a drone in Afghanistan from a trailer in Las Vegas. As Jess tracks terrorists by day and rocks her daughter to sleep by night, the boundary between her worlds becomes dangerously permeable, an ad tells us. The production is brought to you by presenting sponsor General Dynamics, one of the world's largest weapons companies. Grounded is an adaptation of a 2013 one-woman play by the same name. So anyway, this one-woman play, which at one point features Anne Hathaway, ends on a real down note and maybe makes the audience ponder about the virtual for us, reality for the enemy style warfare.
Yeah.
But as the previous article points out, it's a little hard to believe that this updated opera will hit as hard considering it is backed by a massive weapons manufacturer.
Hey,
that's just weird.
You know all the parts that make the audience pause and think about what the fuck we're doing in the world? Can we actually pep those up a little bit, make it a little bit more exciting and get people, charged up about, our technological capabilities? No? Well, what if we sponsor the entire thing?
And go see How to Blow Up a Pipeline, sponsored by Exxon.
Yeah, Shell, by the Shell Company. But back to the let them fight news of the day with a side of it's always exactly the ones you think it is. It appears as though a Trump ally who was also a Stop the Steal organizer was also a creepy weirdo groomer who's been asking teen boys for naked photos. Ali Alexander, who's been tied to Trump as
he's like the most normal one of all. Ali Alexander, no!
Who's been tied to Trump as well as that little Nazi, Nick Fuentes, has now apologized for being a sex pest and is retiring from public life after he was exposed for soliciting dick pics from teenagers. And in the wake of his downfall, has called out Fuentes and Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene for allegedly covering up some crimes of her own. Here's the Daily Beast with more on this whole saga. A key figure in the pro-Trump Stop the Steal campaign has apologized after being accused of asking teenage boys for sexual pictures. Ali Alexander has become one of the most ubiquitous figures in the MAGA movement. Trump himself reportedly requested that Alexander speak at his rally before the riot, with his appearance only quashed by a last-minute intervention from Trump's aides. But this week, Alexander stands at the center of a scandal that raises questions about how powerful men in the far-right treat their younger acolytes.
The reporting continues. The budding online scandal has also rolled the pro-Trump and white supremacist America First movement just months after it reached new levels of notoriety after its leader, Nick Fuentes, dined with Donald Trump and rapper Kanye West at Mar-a-Lago. Now, Fuentes is facing backlash from his own supporters over whether he ignored warnings that Alexander, his friend and ally, was allegedly soliciting nude pictures from young men within Fuentes' movement. I apologize for any inappropriate messages sent over the years, Alexander wrote, adding later, when I've flirted or others have flirted with me, I've flexed my credentials or dropped corny pickup lines. Other times I've been careless and should have qualified those coming up to me's identities during flirtatious banter at the start. Rumors about Alexander's alleged sexual behavior towards younger men have circulated in conservative online circles since at least 2015, but they reached a new level late last month after Milo Yiannopoulos, the controversial British provocateur and one-time Alexander ally, turned on Alexander after Alexander and Fuentes pushed him out of a potentially lucrative position in West's nascent presidential campaign. He also, there's a fucking like phrase that he used, Alexander, in his, a really like self-hating, like,
yeah, there's details that I just don't want this video to get flagged for some reason. There's some explicit details, and a lot more.
He's been like trying to like combat my same-sex attraction. Like he's a real he's self-hating. This guy's self-hating in like multiple ways too. So like he's black and he was born and raised a Muslim. His original name was I think Ali Akbar, and then obviously growing up. This guy's like, he would have been a child around 9/11. So probably wouldn't have had a great time being a Muslim in America at that time. He gets old enough, he converts to Christianity, he changes his name, he becomes this alt-right figure. On top of that, he's also closeted and gay. Yeah, there's a lot going on here.
And attracted to teenage boys.
Right, too.
Which his excuse of just being like, I use some corny pickup lines. It kind of skirts the fact.
Right. This is like when Justin Roiland was like, thank God I've been exonerated by the courts. And everyone's like, hey, what about the fucking grooming shit?
Don't do this just yet.
And there's no response.
But yeah, of course, there's a lot more to this story, and much of it goes way above and beyond what we're probably okay with talking about on this platform, considering the age of people involved. But the reporting is linked below if you want the full details of everything that went on. Back to how MTG factors into this, though. Everyone is now fighting with each other online, including Alexander, Nick Fuentes, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who immediately tried to distance herself from both of the others, despite previously appearing alongside them in support. Physically alongside them.
No loyalty among shuds.
So she tweeted out that the FBI really needs to start looking into Ali Alexander, even though she's spent the past several months publicly blasting the FBI and joining Donald Trump in calling for them to be defunded. Meanwhile, Alexander himself posted, MTG loved me until in December 2022, I exposed the fact that MTG committed a crime. Now she's trying to intimidate me and other right-wingers with smears and lies, so I do not expose her crime. I have the receipts, and I will not be intimidated. Then he attached a photo of them together, adding, remember this night? Not sure what, if anything, will come of this, but again, let them fight. She is now on the bad side of some very, very bad people.
Yeah.
It's all bad, but yeah, Ali Alexander, Nick Fuentes, Laura Loomer,
Milo. And Milo notoriously keeps like just a blackmail like file on everyone he associates with. I mean, what do you expect?
So, look, you would assume that he would already put this information out there if he did have anything, but
saving it for the right time.
We'll see, and yeah.
Anyway, we do have to bring the mood down once again because something horrific happened in this country over the weekend. Which thing, you might be asking? Yeah, I guess we do have to be more specific.
Yeah.
We're talking about the shooting of a black teenager who had the audacity, the temerity to go to the wrong house and ring the doorbell while trying to pick up his brothers.
Yeah.
A 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, who thankfully did not die as a result of the multiple gunshot wounds, was shot by 85-year-old Andrew Lester, who claimed that he feared for his life after the teenager rang his doorbell after mistakenly arriving at the wrong house. He literally just screwed up the destination because he ended up at a house on Northeast 115th Street instead of Northeast 115th Terrace. And this old bastard that was in the house was so scared of a black kid showing up at his doorstep that he just started blasting. He shot him again. Just fucking infuriating.
Yes.
Horrifying. Here's NBC News with more on that.
A black teenager who was shot by a homeowner after ringing the wrong doorbell is recovering, and charges were filed Monday afternoon against the white man as calls for justice intensified in Kansas City, Missouri. His family's attorneys, Lee Merritt and Ben Crump, said that after arriving at the mistaken address, whoever was inside took a little longer than he anticipated to respond, and so he just waited at the door. He heard rustling around going on in the house, and then finally the door was open, and he was confronted by a man who told him, "Don't come back around here," and then he immediately fired his weapon. The teen was shot in the head, which cracked his skull and left him with a critical traumatic brain injury, Merritt said. While the teenager was still on the ground, the homeowner opened fire a second time, striking Yarl in the upper right arm, he added. Yarl went to 3 houses before someone finally helped him. His aunt, Faith Spoon Moore, wrote on a fundraising page for the teen's medical expenses. 3 houses!
I mean, that's people in this country, your home is your fortress. Obviously, you must defend it with lethal force. But yeah, someone else getting shot, that's their problem. These 4 walls here is my space, and no one gets help except for me and mine. But yeah,
also just like adding on top of it, like a person who does nothing wrong and gets severely critically injured then has to go beg online for coverage of their medical expenses because that's just how things work here.
Yeah. Through no fault of your own, you get shot by some old fucking racist piece of shit, and now you're on the hook for, I don't know, just
$100,000
unlimited fucking money.
It doesn't matter because no one can pay it. Yeah.
Getting shot in the head, I imagine, is quite expensive.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's so much to get angry about with this story. The homeowner just straight up shooting someone at his doorstep. The fact that even though the kid survived, he will have to live with this trauma and traumatic brain injury for the rest of his life, and that he stumbled around the neighborhood begging for help and no one would help him.
Yeah.
The only silver lining here is that he did survive, but also that the 85-year-old was arrested and has been charged with 2 felony counts. So that's good. Better than the usual where we'd get like a week or 2 of like, I don't know, it seemed like he was standing his ground.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Yeah, Missouri does have a stand your ground law in the books. He's definitely going to try to twist that into his favor, and we literally just talked about how fucked up and overly broad these laws are last week. But wait, this wasn't the only shooting caused by someone accidentally crossing onto someone's property this weekend, because over in New York State, a 65-year-old shot and killed a 20-year-old woman for turning her car around in his driveway. Fucking! Here's local outlet Times Union.
Washington County Sheriff Jeffrey Murphy said Monday that Kaylin A. Gillis was in a car with 3 other people Saturday night looking for a friend's house. The rural section of Washington County where the shooting took place is dark at night, and many of the properties are only accessible by unpaved driveways. Murphy said the group mistakenly drove up to a house on Patterson Hill Road. As they attempted to turn the car around, the sheriff said, Kevin D. Monahan came out on his porch and fired 2 shots, one of which hit Gillis while she was seated in the car. Quote, Monahan was uncooperative with the investigation and refused to exit his residence to speak with police, the sheriff's office said in a news release. He was later taken into custody with the assistance of the New York State Police Special Operation Response Team after several hours. The 65-year-old has been charged with second-degree murder.
I
I'd have a lot less problem with like the status of guns in this country if it didn't seem like half this country is just waiting for the moment they get a chance to like kill someone.
Yeah.
Like
really seems
eagerly
that way.
anticipating. Like it's sick. It's fucking crazy.
It seems as though they are excited to finally use this weapon.
Yeah.
For the most basic, like, especially these guys, especially the first guy who's like, I don't got much time left, and I haven't killed anybody yet.
Yeah. It's a fucked up place.
Yeah.
America.
But look, for fuck's sake, we really have to try to end this episode on some sort of high note. Best we can do is a dumbass bald eagle that can't tell the difference between a rock and an egg in its ass.
I love this bald eagle.
Yeah.
This is our national bird right here.
Yeah, doing what our national bird does, not knowing the difference between a rock and an egg in its ass. So this is going to have to work for a positive story. That's right, though. A bald eagle thought it was incubating an egg and sat with it every day, while the keepers at the local animal sanctuary were well aware that he was just sitting on a lifeless, pathetic rock.
He's in a fucking zoo. What else is he going to do?
Yeah. So they let him get away with it. They're like, look, he's happy.
Yeah, if he was in the wild, he'd be a lot more busy stealing fish from smarter, more skillful birds, which is how bald eagles eat. They're natural thieves.
Yeah. Anyway, stupid bird. They got all emotional about it, the keepers did, because bald eagles, they're generally dickheads.
Yeah.
They're not nice animals.
They're the national bird.
They represent us as a people. So they let this bald eagle adopt a real bird instead of perpetuating the ruse. He's not the stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up.
Did you see that Photoshop?
Yes, people have already photoshopped the very targeted t-shirt onto this, and it's perfect because he's standing there like just like a short king would that wears this shirt. I'm not the stepdad.
I'm the dad that stepped up.
It's beautiful. It's simply beautiful. Here's more though on the real story from the New York Times.
Murphy, the bald eagle, waited day after day in his modest yet carefully built nest for his one egg to hatch, but his keepers did not have the heart to break the news to him. The 31-year-old flightless bachelor was sitting on a rock. A usually mild-tempered bird, Murphy gently rotated his rock, less shaped like an egg than a small meteorite, as though to incubate it. He lay in the one spot all day, rising to squawk and charge at the other birds that dared to come near his nest at the World Bird Sanctuary in Valley Park, Missouri. Perhaps it was fate then, when an orphaned eaglet, just a week or two old, was brought into the sanctuary this month, having survived a fall from a tree during a storm in St. Genevieve, Missouri, about 60 miles southeast. In a way, Murphy was the obvious choice for a foster parent. Don Grifford, the chief executive of the sanctuary, said in a phone interview.
The article continues, the keepers moved tentatively, introducing the eaglet to Murphy's enclosure inside of a small heated cage that they call a baby jail. Okay. Through the wire, Murphy and the chick, who is known only as Eaglet 23126, cautiously observed each other. Fans have implored the sanctuary to name the chick Rocky, but it is considered bad luck to name a bird that will be released back into the wild. I'm just happy the internet came up with a reasonable name this time.
Yeah, Birdie McWordwood.
Eaglet McEaglet face.
Shut up.
Rocky's perfect because it sat on a fucking rock the entire time, thinking that he was incubating an egg.
I believe in
a few days later, the bird keepers introduced the eaglet into the shared enclosure. We had no idea how Murphy was going to respond, Miss Grifford said, but Murphy, his rock gone by then, took his role as foster parent seriously. He soon began responding to the chick's peeps and protecting it. And when, as a test, the keepers placed 2 plates of food in front of the birds, one containing food cut into pieces that the chick could eat by itself, and another with a whole fish that only Murphy could handle, the older bird tore up the fish and fed it to the eaglet, Miss Grifford said. You can definitely see the imprinting happening, which is exactly what we wanted, she added.
Hold on, so do male bald eagles like raise the kids and like do the parenting? Because maybe this bird is not our national bird, if that's the case.
This bird is trans.
Yeah, this bird is doing women's work, and which is grooming. So
Fox News is pissed about this.
We need to get rid of the bald groomer from our national bird registry.
It would be incredible if they switched their sites from Bud Light to our effeminate bald eagle.
Yeah.
The national bird.
Bald eagle mamas are out there screwing around all day, while bald eagle dads, stay-at-home dads, fucking at home with their Funko Pops.
Oh my God! Did you see the Lauren Boebert tweet of the new can of Bud Light?
No.
She's like, why aren't we brave enough to put this on the can? And it's Pat Tillman.
I mean, like, first of all, like, even for people who believe the Pat Tillman myth, I feel like I don't want to think about fucking, like, people dying in
Dead
wars
military.
while I'm drinking a beer. But they should do it. You should. Oh, I would be so owned if you did that.
Yeah, people were then posting like doctored images of like Christopher Dorner on it.
Pat Tillman's face on a can of Bud Light. He's like, "This war is fucking illegal."
yeah. Like it's crazy. Anyways, a happy ending for Murphy the eagle, the bald eagle, our national bird, and his stepson.
Not my bird.
His stepson Rocky, and also a happy ending for this show.
This is the bird, bald eagles. They've gone woke.
Yeah, can we
the
see
bald eagle has gone woke.
I need to see the poorly doctored image of him wearing the shirt again. There it is. He's not the stepdad.
Probably paints his fingernails.
He's the dad that stepped up.
Paints his talons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And soon enough, that bird will have to leave the sanctuary because they said it's going back into the wild. And then what's going to happen? He's going to have literal empty nests.
A family torn apart.
Yeah.
Back to the rock then, I guess.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Anyways, for the love of God, please like the video, leave a comment, reply to a comment, subscribe to the channel. You're all doing great. We just have to remind you because that's just the way it works. If we don't say like the video, people forget to like the video. They watch and they go, yeah, I think I did, and then they leave and they don't do it.
Double check.
Double check.
Make sure you did it.
It does a little confetti thing these days when you click it. So
it does. It's fun. It's like pulling a slot machine.
Yeah.
It triggers the parts of your brain that
get a
like
reward.
colors and stuff like that.
Also, if you like rewards, you can click join and become a subscribing member.
Oh my gosh, your
to the channel.
It's going to hit your dopamine receptor so hard.
You get the little verified badge, our version of the verified badge. You get a bunch of emotes that you can leave.
Yeah.
What a wonderful system we have here. But also, the most important thing, make sure you watch both of our previous videos. We got a news dump about some Discord dork leaking government secrets onto his Discord channel for his teenage buddies. And also, we have Pudding Fingers, a whole episode about Pudding Fingers Ron and a bunch of other things. I promise, I think we'll have more to cover than Ron DeSanctimonious in the next episode.
Please, God.
Well, buckle up because Elon Musk did an interview with Tucker Carlson where Tucker Carlson knew exactly how to please him by laughing hysterically at even...
It was basically Tucker Carlson giving like Elon Musk a handy live on TV. It was like the funniest thing in the world. I couldn't believe what the fuck I was watching. Oh my god. Okay. Where is it? I need his like path building thing. I'm already getting like bored. This is the gladiator I have, right? Yeah. Okay, that's built in. That's built in. That's up. That's up. Okay, so we're going. So we're down here now. Damn man, this is like what happens when so here. I think we're still building the bleeds, right? Yeah, okay. And it's supposed to be +3 damage over time multiplier for bleeding. Per endurance charge. Okay. This there, so leap slam, blood rage, life tap support, lacerate, chance to bleed, faster attack support, and enduring crime, blood and sand. Maim support, ancestral protector.
With the most subtle joke. He's like, and I think there was a quote where like Tucker was like, he is the funniest man. It's just like he is sucking up so hard because he knows, and everybody knows by now, that all Elon Musk wants is for people to think he's funny. Yeah. Which is weird. Anyways, the videos are up there now. Please watch them. Make sure that like button is clicked. Subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you soon for tech news. Bye.
All right, y'all, so we have some more culture war slop to unfortunately talk about. There's a story that blew up over the past week or so. Apparently, Bud Light decided we're going to do an ad campaign with a trans influencer named Dylan Mulvaney. Okay. Now, I have no idea who Dylan Mulvaney is. And in fact, I don't even know how they identify. So if I end up misgendering them, it's not on purpose. I don't know anything about Dylan Mulvaney. Okay. So they reached out, they decided, okay, let's do some ad campaign. I don't know, maybe they put Dylan Mulvaney's face on some Bud Light cans or something. I don't know all the specifics. But of course, you had a colossal right-wing backlash. Because if there's anything they hate when it comes to corporations, it is their virtue signaling, right? Like when a corporation does pro-Black Lives Matter stuff or pro-LGBTQ stuff, that's what they're most angry at. So like there was a scandal recently when it came to Hershey's because of some culture war thing. But what's hilarious is these same conservatives weren't upset at all when there was a massive story, Supreme Court case, which basically said it's okay for Hershey's to use child slavery in the developing world. There was no boycott over that. There was no anger over that. Nobody cared. Nobody said anything. But the second there was some culture war thing and Hershey's is going woke, they were like, boycott! So the same thing happens now with Bud Light. You have this right-wing backlash. Now, what I find so amazing is that these culture warriors, they would argue the left is silly because the left is obsessed with the culture war and they focus on these non-issues like identity politics and stuff like that. But they are the mirror image of that. They are the mirror image. They have the same sort of zeal and fervor, but they have it on the side of, don't you dare virtue signal at all in any way, shape, or form. And if you do, I'm going to boycott you. I care about this a lot. Imagine going to sleep thinking about a Bud Light ad and being angry over it. Do you have so few problems in your real life that you have space in your head to get angry about a virtue signal ad campaign? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Okay. So, now normally the right-wing chorus, they're all singing the same song at the same tune. They're all on board with it. But this is interesting. Gutfeld, which is sort of like, you know, he's a Fox News host. He has his own show, which is kind of like Bill Maher's old show, Politically Incorrect. They just sort of ripped off the format of that. Gutfeld is talking to comedian Jim Norton here about this topic. Now, Jim Norton, I would say his politics lean right. They definitely lean right. But he's in an interesting position because he's also a totally open book kind of guy, as comedians usually are. And he's on the record as being like, he is sexually interested in trans people. And he's been very open about that fact, right? And so Gutfeld brings on Norton to talk about this, and I found his take very interesting. So let's watch and then I'll react.
I would say, no, I like trans girls, I hate influencers, so I'm kind of caught in the middle here. But no, I'm not big on Dylan, but I think it's such a funny story to me how mad people are. Like, this is not, this is a product that makes you pee your pants and drive the wrong way on the highway. And people are so upset. And I don't think they're marketing against people. They're just trying to market to other people. And I think that woman made a mistake when she acted holier than thou and criticized the fratty humor. She should have just said, well, yeah, we want young trans people to drink this product. My identity is not wrapped up in who else drinks a beverage I drink. Yeah. Like, I like Diet Coke. I wouldn't care if Hitler was on the can. I would drink Diet Coke. If he was high-fiving Bin Laden, I'd be like, I'd like a Diet Coke, please. And I'd brush the little mustache hairs off it, and I would enjoy my Diet Coke. My identity is not tied in with other people who enjoy a beverage I enjoy.
I have to say, though, you said something that no one else has said, and it's the answer to everything. It's not about trans, it's about influencers. There's not a single likable influencer. It changes changes people by making them hyper dramatic, and so you can't like them. Even, it doesn't matter who it is, you just can't stand them.
Well, you don't have to, everything trans has to be campy. Like, it doesn't have to be like, I'm a lady. Like, how about, like, show Laverne Cox. Laverne Cox with Trace Lizette just drinking a Bud Light. Like, that's a perfectly fine ad. But they have to make everything campy and over the top, and it becomes irritating. But it doesn't bother me that somebody trans is on a I just don't care.
Nothing like this.
So he's sort of slamming this right-wing outrage. Look, I mean, again, it all comes back to the main point, which is it's always going to be the loudest who are the most obnoxious and insufferable on these sorts of issues, right? Like, what's going on with these corporations, this is the way it works. They virtue signal on social issues to pretend like they're down for the struggle, so you don't see just how much they're robbing you economically. How much they lobby the government, they're super corrupt, they get their massive tax breaks, they get their deregulation, they outsource jobs, they use slave labor overseas, they pay people terrible wages, they don't give paid vacation time. We can go on and on and on. That's the whole purpose of corporate virtue signaling. But what's interesting, again, is that the right-wing reaction to it is to just be mad at the virtue signal as such. Like, don't reach out to gay people or black people, how dare you? That's their reaction. It's not, hey, you're just distracting from the fact that you guys are robbing everybody blind economically and you own the country. That's not their analysis. In fact, they're perfectly fine. They prefer the corporations run the country. They do. Certainly the Republican politicians do. That they're taking bribes from these corporations and doing their bidding. So it's misplaced outrage, it's misplaced anger. You know, if you had, left-wing activists who are just screaming and shrieking that you must have, we must need a perfectly equal number of gay people, black people, Muslims, whatever. Go down the list of every minority group, right? We must have an equal number of all of them in every single ad ever done ever. I think your average American is going to look at that and be like, you guys are annoying, let's move on here. This is not that serious, right? But what you're seeing in today's day and age is that the quote-unquote anti-woke people are just as loud, if not more loud and obnoxious than the woke people. And every little virtue signal is a massive transgression and leads to a boycott and a week-long meltdown. And by the way, these boycotts never work. Bud Light cucked themselves and released some sort of sad statement over this. But most of the time, there's been an endless list of boycott campaigns against corporations, and every single one has failed miserably. Why? Because the normie perspective on this, like Jim Norton is saying here, is, look, I just like Coca-Cola, so I'm going to drink the Coca-Cola. Or I just like Bud Light, I'm going to drink the Bud Light. Right? Like, I mean, what am I going to do? It tasted good. I'm used to drinking it. I'm just going to keep on doing it. Like, that's the default normie perspective. If you really want to take issue with these corporations, by all means, that's my jam right there, dog. But you need to take issue with the things that are actually a problem. A mild virtue signal means nothing, right? It's not the end of the world. It doesn't show, and they would argue that shows these corporations are all deeply left-wing. No, if the corporations were deeply left-wing, all of their workers would have health care, all of them would have paid vacation time, they'd have a 4-day work week, they'd be unionized. They're none of those things. They're none of those things. This is the way that they could try to be holier than thou and act like we're down for the struggle while not at all being down for the real struggle, okay? So having some diversity when it comes to these companies is totally fine. It's not a problem. And Jim Norton, who leans right himself, is out there like, just shut up. Just shut up. You're all super duper duper annoying. Really? This is what you wake up in the morning and you're mad about? Hershey's chocolate or Disney or Dr. Seuss or Bud Light? Or come on. You can't be this silly. You cannot be this silly. So interesting take here from Jim Norton, disagreeing with the conservative narrative, and I don't think they'll ever make these we're super outraged boycott things work, because fundamentally their biggest issue is that there's even mild inclusivity and diversity in ad campaigns. Like Dylan Mulvaney, I'm sure that's a goofy person, but who cares? Why does this matter? It doesn't matter, and he knows that. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take $0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below.
Without the protection of the NRA, what would happen to us? We would be left for dead. I mean, not, literally, but you know what I mean, right?
For the second year in a row, the Good Liars, which is a comedy duo made up of Devram Stifler and Jason Selvig, went to the NRA convention and trolled them hard. So I'm going to show you what they did this year. I'm going to show you what they did last year. These guys are just absolutely hilarious because what they do is they help to put a spotlight on just how ridiculous the arguments coming from right-wing politicians and right-wing media really are. So of course this is around the discussion about guns, and here you have Devram pretend that he is of course in support of all of this. Meanwhile, the people listening, I mean, maybe when it's set through the way he's saying it here, they begin to question, are we on the right side of this issue? So let me play this for you here. I might as well just stay in the box. Whatever, I'll stay here. Check this out.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank the NRA, and in particular Mr. LaPierre, for standing strong in the face of the constant assaults on gun owners by the gun control nuts. We, the gun owners, are the victims. We are victims of media bias and of legislators with their gun control drumbeat, and after every mass shooting, we live in fear. When will it happen again? Each time the national dialogue turns to rapid-fire stats and figures in an effort to discredit us, gun owners, they say that this country has over 400 million guns, more than any country in the world, and they say that's why there are more mass shootings than anywhere else in the world. But that's just coincidence. You know that famous saying, there are coincidences. The millions of gun owners across the nation are under attack. We are the real victims, but Wayne LaPierre and the NRA take the bullet for us. Thank you. Thank you.
It's like two people clapping.
Without the protection of the NRA, what would happen to us? We would be left for dead. I mean, not, literally, but you know what I mean, right? I worry that one day my children might be the victims of not having as many guns as they want. Our forefathers may have had flaws, it's true. Obviously, there was slavery, women didn't have the right to vote, but on the Second Amendment, they got it perfectly. So in closing, I want to say thank you to Mr. LaPierre and the NRA for providing gun owners this safe space where we can say to the world that gun owners are the real victims. Gun owners are the real victims. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. LaPierre. Thank you to the NRA. Gun owners are the victims.
You gotta wonder how many people there caught on to what was even happening. Because, like, everything he's saying there is right in line with what they're arguing. It's just the, I don't know, maybe the way he's delivering it that maybe makes you question, is this guy really sincere? Because he completely exposes how ridiculous these people are to claim that they're the victims when, I mean, the fact that he kept hammering it, how they are the victims, the gun owners, they're the victims. Maybe it shook a couple of brain cells in that room. I don't know. Probably not. But this stuff is very obvious. Again, he brought up the comparison about how many guns there are in the U.S. compared to the rest of the world, how it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. You know the saying, there are coincidences. It's just too perfect. All right, so let's get to. Well, before I get to what they did last year, they have a Patreon. If you want to support them on Patreon, patreon.com/thegoodliars. They do fantastic things. Here is Jason Selvig. This is what they did last year. So if you missed this, check again. Similar kind of approach here, but this is what they did last year.
Recognizes the gentleman at microphone 1A.
Thank you. My name is Jason Selvig, and I'm from West Palm Beach, Florida. And
I would like to say that I am sick and tired of the left-wing media, and frankly, people in this room today spreading misinformation about Wayne LaPierre. Whenever there's a mass shooting, they all say that Wayne LaPierre isn't doing enough to stop these mass shootings, and even implying that Wayne LaPierre has played a part in making it easier for these shooters to get guns, to get weapons. You heard it after Las Vegas. You heard it after Pulse nightclub in Orlando. You heard it after Columbine. You heard it after Parkland. You heard it after Virginia Tech. You heard it after Sandy Hook. You heard it after El Paso. You heard it after Buffalo. You kept hearing that Wayne LaPierre isn't doing enough. And frankly, that's not true. The NRA, under Wayne LaPierre's leadership, has provided thoughts and prayers to the victims and their families. And maybe these mass shootings would stop happening if we all thought a little bit more and we prayed a little bit more. So I'm asking everyone in this room to think, to pray. Give your thoughts and your prayers, and your thoughts and your prayers, and your prayers and your thoughts. And if we give enough of these thoughts and these prayers, these mass shootings will stop. So I want to thank you, Wayne LaPierre, for all your thoughts and all your prayers. Thank you.
You gotta wonder how much longer can they keep getting away with this stuff? Can they keep showing up at a place like this? These guys are recognizable now. So, you know, this may be the last year they're even allowed into this convention, let alone any other right-wing, you know, rally or convention. But they're doing amazing work. This is really helping to, you know, the obvious satirical nature of all of this. I think is one of the best ways to educate, even though, I don't know, at this point, even from polls that I've seen, even most gun owners agree in just having some basic regulations around firearms. So this really is more of an issue of gun manufacturers not wanting any regulation at all than it is about the actual gun owners. But regardless, this is entertaining. These guys do amazing work, and once again, hats off to them.
A big theme of my streams lately has been about overextension, you know? How when reactionary movements are trying to gain support, like there are two directions they can go. There are two like attitudes they can take, you know, it's like a defensive and an offensive attitude. When they're being when they're being defensive, they play it close to the vest, they try to bring as many people in as possible, they try not to be too divisive. So the Republican Party, since Donald Trump became the president back in 2006, or president's-elect back in 2016, I think they've made a pretty strong effort to signal reactionary politics in a way that doesn't alienate the average voter too much. There have been a couple of big steps, like the transgender ban from the military, but there have also been a ton of efforts to try to pull away from that. There have been like so many attempts by Republicans and their pundits and their affiliates to indicate that they're not anti-trans, they're not anti-gay, they're just anti-this, that, the other, right? The initial anti-trans attitude from the right was them going, you know, you're mentally ill, we disagree with you, but we're just trying to help you out by like cutting through your delusion and giving you a better life through recognition of what's really wrong or whatever. Not to say that isn't still transphobic or bad, it is, and they were being dishonest when they did it too, but it was like a softer attitude than what we have today. So I think one of the, like, there has been so much overextension lately. The kerfuffle with Mr. Beast, where Republican and conservative influencers decided that it would be a good idea to like openly attack the most popular YouTube guy for having a friend who is trans, who has done like literally nothing wrong. Great decision making there, phenomenal strategy, great priority choosing. And there's also been the Bud Light thing, okay? Now I'm gonna read an article out loud, and I'm gonna read it out loud as though I am an average American, okay? I'm an average American reading this as it crosses my feed, okay? And I want you to imagine, you know, how I would feel about it in this little play scenario we're doing, okay? Bomb threat made to Budweiser's Van Nuys factory? The Los Angeles Police Department responded Thursday to a bomb threat made to Budweiser's Van Nuys factory. This threat coincides with other nationwide bomb threats allegedly made to other Budweiser factories this week as the company refuses to cut ties with the transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. The partnership between Mulvaney and Bud Light has drawn criticism from conservatives on social media. Musicians Kid Rock and Travis Tritt have rallied to boycott Budweiser. It was reported Thursday that a Missouri-based Budweiser distributor canceled all planned appearances of the iconic Clydesdale horses, citing threats to its employees. The Clydesdales have long been featured in Budweiser commercials. Guys, do you have any idea how psychotic it makes conservatives that extremely prototypically American company Bud Light is citing bomb threats and threats to its employees? Do you have any idea how psychotic that makes conservatives look? Like, really think about it. Think of how far we've come from them trying to pull their punches a couple years ago. An unbelievable shift in tone. And I've said it before, I think this makes them look psychotic. We're talking about conservatives making bomb threats to distribution centers for beer because Budweiser paid a transgender woman for an Instagram post where she promoted the beer. That is where we are right now. There is no universe in which that sentence registers as anything other than mental illness in the minds of conservatives. That is psychotic. Absolutely insane. Yeah, they're trying to cancel my beer. It's literally un-American. It is insane. I hope they keep it up. Not the bomb threats or the threats to the employees, but I hope conservatives continue to make it really easy to think they're insane. The median voter just does not give a shit about this. I'm telling you guys. Even Republicans think that that Republican politicians and candidates should talk about wokeness less. The average American just does not. They did an Instagram post where a trans woman said the beer is good. You know, comma, question mark, question mark, question mark, comma, bomb threats. Christ. I love Bud Light. Don't give a shit who their spokesman is. Gay. Does not matter to me. Everyone has a right to be happy. You can find love in this world. Good for you. I'm drinking Bud Light. Median voter. The man Republicans fear.
Commercial was when like a conservative brought it up, or was on like some conservative show, or when like some lefty streamer or lefty YouTuber was covering a conservative who was covering that commercial, which I never saw on TikTok or any other platform unless somebody else was covering it. I also didn't know. I heard the name Dylan Mulvaney, but I thought she was a comedian or something, or whatever their pronouns are, rather. I just didn't know like who that person was until now. So it's like the opposite effect. I don't know, man. This is so stupid, dude. Like the anti-trans legislation they have out there, making it difficult for people, for adults even, to even seek like gender-affirming care is fucking ridiculous. And not even allowing parents to like seek out the care for like their own children too is just ridiculous in and of itself. I don't know. Like the whole thing is just like absurd.
Phenomenal. The griller. He is the griller. This is the grill. He is Grill Pill. He looks so f***ed up. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's a f***ed up world. Exactly. Yeah, true proletarian. The success of American political movements have often relied on their ability to appeal to, or at least to manufacture an appeal to, the median voter, the silent majority, the everyman, you know? highly specific, esoteric political arguments that don't register with the average person are probably not going to succeed that well when fielded as a political message, which is why very niche stuff, the Republicans will take it and kind of broaden it out into like a big argument about America, you know? So little twiddly policy details on immigration get turned into like, you know, they're stealing our jobs, America's being destroyed, blah, 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 blah. You have to make it about something big. The problem is, it's not really possible for Republicans to make this big enough to hide how insignificant and delusional and deranged its origins are. Does that make sense? It's really difficult because you can go like nothing changes the fact that the origin of this drama is literally like Bud Light pays trans woman for ad on Instagram, but you pull it back and it's like, well, they're promoting groomers, or they're destroying America by promoting this degenerate ideology. But it's still so abstract that people have to cut through. Well, what actually did happen? Well, nothing. You know, I saw recently James O'Keefe. That is the grifter who founded Project Veritas, the disinfo org, and then left Project Veritas. Why did James O'Keefe leave Project Veritas again? Wasn't he kicked out? What did he do? Embezzlement? He was embezzling money? Okay, gotcha, great. That sounds about right. That's on board for him. Yeah, he went up recently, to Dylan and harassed her.
About our story, I'm James O'Keefe with OMG News outside the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. Dylan Mulvaney is inside the women's restroom right now, so I'm going to ask him for comment about our story regarding women being imprisoned by men claiming to be transgender. Here we go.
The context for this is that the other day, James O'Keefe, now working with O'Keefe Media Group and not Veritas because he got kicked out of Veritas, did a groundbreaking story which, if I remember correctly, had literally no verification. They basically just like said that, but there was like a video interview with some women who said there was a trans woman in their prison who was being like or sex pesty or something. I don't think it was verified or substantiated in any way. They, as far as I know, and knowing James O'Keefe, he probably just paid some women to like talk at a camera, then blurred their faces and went with it. There's no reason to trust anything that he says. He's pretty much a freak. He's a demon.
Yeah, Dylan, this is James O'Keefe, OMG. Women are being raped in a prison in Washington State by men claiming to be transgender. There's footage of them talking about the... Do you have a comment on the story here of the women being raped by the men claiming to be transgender? James O'Keefe.
Wow, they're really getting her here. This is really hard-hitting investigative journalism. This definitely doesn't look extremely weird on O'Keefe's part.
OMG News. What do you think about the women who are being raped by the men who are transgender? Do you have a comment about that?
Please don't come in the elevator.
What do you think about, what is your comment to the women who are being raped by men claiming to be transgender, Dylan? So we're
dude, you totally got her, man. You jump her with a story that you probably made up that she doesn't know anything about, and then when she says please leave me alone, she's not shouting out, get owned, bro, get owned.
Here with Dylan.
By the way, really good poise on Dylan's part. As annoying as I find her, this is pretty much ideally how you would handle things from her end, you know?
Haven't had much Bud Light recently, but we're very interested in the women's prison. Dylan? Okay.
Good editing there. The golden elevator was like the prison. Oh, man. I'm glad that getting kicked out of Veritas has given O'Keefe the range and the artistic freedom.
She did go into she went into the women's restroom.
What the hell are you doing? This is a women's bathroom.
This is extremely normal. This is very good for the median voter. This is very effective messaging.
Trying to show them the footage.
Oh yeah, this is the groundbreaking O'Keefe thing. Again, as I understand it, there's no verification of the story, which means you basically have to take O'Keefe's word that he didn't just pay a woman to talk about being assaulted by trans women in prison and then blur it out and make it unverifiable. You're essentially taking it at his word. And if you'll recall, the last story we covered from Veritas was one in which they said they were talking to the global, worldwide, ultra CEO, super ultra person in charge of Pfizer, who didn't exist. And there was no evidence of him existing outside of a paper that was published like 6 years ago that wasn't under Pfizer, and he just didn't exist in the corporate website or anything, and then everything disappeared. He was never acknowledged again. So trust James O'Keefe when he says that this is a real story and not something he made up.
No comment here at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills? All right.
I know that place.
I wonder where she's going. He's going.
Accidentally genders her correctly, has to correct. Bro, why wouldn't you like try again? Why would you do that? That's really embarrassing. Why would you do that?
Do you guys have any like O'Keefe beer? O'Keefe beer? No O'Keefe beer? Do you guys have O'Keefe beer? You don't carry O'Keefe beer? No one will get a shipment in?
This is such a good bit, dude. This is very funny. Oh, wow. There wasn't even a punchline. Yeah, okay. So that was the... Is he okay? No, he's not okay. Oh, and then right under the video here posted is a comment from Christina Buttons, who we had on the stream, saying more decent people would vote Republican if they weren't so viscerally repulsed by the behavior many Republicans celebrate. And, hey, that's kind of
James
funny.
O'Keefe with
She's
OMG
making...
News.
Sorry. My argument for me. I agree with Christina Buttons on this issue, which is that, you know, even for conservatives, this comes across as incredibly weird. It's just not good electorally. I'm feeling pretty optimistic about the future of trans people in this country right now, largely because the conservatives seem to be losing the plot when it comes to, like, how they handle their disinfo. You know? Hey, Vosh, it's refreshing to see so much going our way lately. As recently as a year ago, I was doomer about nearly everything. Glad to be here with you. Yeah. No, I always wanted to be clear, you know? I try to keep a positive tone on my streams. I know it doesn't always seem that way, but I've always felt like the mark of a strong mind and of a responsible political advocate is to be able to keep a positive attitude in spite of potentially really bad news. Lately, I've been feeling more optimistic, not because my mood has changed. My mood has been consistent, but rather because I've just seen so many signs of what I consider to be, you know, like really, really bad, effectively outreach from the GOP on their transphobia and on some of their other, you know, policy positions, their culture war bullshit. And that makes me optimistic. I can't believe Danil, man. Danil is so wild. All right. Here's a little video, guys.
Danil? Why are you eating like this, buddy?
Right click to remove from the side.
Oh, you're funny. Nice and steady.
So cute. Why is he eating like that? Brain damage.
Preacher, ABBA, or whatever the reach.
Okay, so now we are getting into some things. Right. So let me go back to the other scene. We're gonna go back here because I get Path of Exile. Chris Tyson got exposed. Okay. Okay. We'll do this. Get out of this. Where's window capture? We'll probably end the stream after we go over some of this stuff too. So we got a couple of things here. All right. So this is the last little update that we got here from NBC News, and now this was 2 hours ago. Number 4,787 on Fox's list of exhibits is the HBO documentary film Kill Chain: The Cyber War on America's Elections, which premiered in March 2020. The 90-minute film takes a chilling look into the vulnerability of election technology, according to a summary on HBO Max's website. The film prominently features Harry Hursty, leading voting security expert. It was not immediately clear why Fox put Kill Chain on its list of exhibits. The document shows that Dominion's lawyers objected to its inclusion on hearsay grounds, which I can understand. I can understand why Dominion would say it's here, would base it on hearsay grounds. There's no like actual reason why you would want to include that. I'm not just saying that because I'm like, I am actually a little biased and like I don't want Fox to win this case, but I can understand from like a legal perspective too. It is an out of court statement offered for the truth of man have asserted, because that's technically hearsay. We'll see what the judge rules on that. The Delaware Superior Court's largest courtroom is packed to the gills for the first day of trial, with lawyers, reporters, publicists, and members of the public filling the long rows of wooden benches. While the top lawyers sat at cushy chairs in front of large desks inside the well of the court, more than a dozen of their law firm colleagues are in the first rows behind the bar. Those colleagues, a mix of lawyers and support staff, are packed so tightly that some have arms around their colleagues. Rows of reporters sit behind them, clanking away on keyboards, earning a request from Davis reports them to type more quietly so as not to make the jurors think one moment is more noteworthy than others. I can understand why. Because imagine like a lawyer says something and all the reporters are saying, you know, it would make the jurors think that, oh shit, like this is like really important. This point's really important. In reality, they're just all reporting. In this room, if I were the, I don't know if the judge knows this too. If you're going to allow reporters in, and really you're going to have to allow reporters in there, such a big lawsuit, I would tell them, if you're going to bring in a laptop or a keyboard, make sure it has like essentially like quiet keys. There are keys like that too. Like there are keys that where it's not like my keyboard here. I use blue switches, which is when you press the switch, and I'll show it here exactly. Like my mic is picking it up. That's how loud the keys are. You know what I mean? So get switches, have a keyboard that has quiet switches on there too. Like you have pudding switches, you have, I think brown switches are relatively like quiet. I'm not too sure about that, but you know, you don't want like too clicky tactile switches. Okay, first witness could be former Dominion spokesperson. The first witness who could be called to the stand is Tony Fratto, a veteran communications professional who acted as spokesman for Dominion in the 2020 presidential election. Fratto is now the global head of communications for Goldman Sachs. It's all roses for Fratto, I guess. According to his LinkedIn profile, he served as a spokesman for the George W. spokesperson for the George W. Bush administration, including a 3-year stint as deputy White House press secretary. Okay. The trial was set to restart at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but proceedings have yet to resume as we approach 15 minutes after the hour. No reason to given for the delay. Okay. So that's it. There could be a repeal of the Inflation Reduction Act. Get out of here with that. They're really Jesus. see, Mr. That is true too. Let's see if Scott McFarlane's got any updates. He's usually on my timeline quite a bit, actually. Okay. There you go, McFarlane. See, so attorneys are moving in and out of the courtroom. Some are on their phones. Spectators and courtrooms have been advised they're free to move about or use a restroom if needed. This delay period is going to be a prolonged one. The judge pledged to keep the trial running on time, but we are now 35 minutes from resuming after a generous lunch break and still waiting for judge and jury. Stand by. This is trending now too. I don't think it's anything. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, judges tend to, you're on the judge's time in any case. To be honest with you, they'll do their best, like especially in criminal cases, not to, like, you know, infringe upon like the rights of like a criminal defendant. But in civil cases like this, it's like whatever the fucking judge wants. So the judge wants to take like an extra 30 minutes for lunch. Guess what? You're waiting on the judge. That's him too. He might be looking over some stuff too. Well, I like that. That's good. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. So really like nothing much. Okay. So it's pretty slow. So let us go back to, and that's it. See what's going on here.
I've been using the same stuff to wash my face with for years. Let me ask you, have you looked at the ingredients? Turns out, we've got some toxic stuff on the market. Now, since I'm north of 30, getting the right stuff really does start to matter. And Geology takes it to a whole nother level. You can literally feel the product as you're applying it, starting with the face wash, which feels like the nectar of the gods. Literally, feels like honey. Like I feel like I'm putting honey on my face. And that's because it's infused with vitamin C. Then afterwards, I apply the Vital Morning Face Cream, which nourishes every single pore on my skin.
Dropped the article for Destiny 2 update 7050, and we're going to read through it right here. We got seasonal battlegrounds, fix an issue where the consecrated essence could appear duplicated. Crucible added new 6v6 connection-based matchmaking. Weekly rotator includes Clash, Zone Control, and Rift. The existing 6v6 party rotator is now Mayhem, Momentum Control, and Scorch. Got it. Updated tutorial Crucible quest to reflect changes. Added a metric showing off your competitive division rank. That's the little animation you get when you spawn in. We have Ascendant competitive division. Players can now purchase an emblem from Shaxx. Fixed Errant, Glorious, and Dredgen awarding / gilding. All players must reclaim / re-guild their titles if they have completed the requisite triumphs. Then we have increased the strength of the respawn overshield in Crucible. Nice. We've got in Rift, activating grapple no longer drops the spark. Interesting. Wow, that's going to be crazy. You can literally grab the spark and just freaking grapple. Oh no, that's going to be nuts. And Rift players can no longer dunk the spark while moving faster than 50 meters per second or while using a grapple ability. Wait, what?
Wait, hold on. Okay, so if you have the spark and you can grapple, you're not going to drop the spark. Okay, that's fine. So while grappling, if I'm near the spark, let's say, so it says here, can only dunk the spark while moving faster than 15 meters per second or while using a grapple ability. So, okay, so if you want to dunk, let's say I'm jump, triple jumping as a hunter. I'm over the rift. I'm looking down. I cannot dunk now if I'm grappling down into the spark and see if I can auto dunk into spark, right? Because when you're near the spark, you'll dunk. So you can't be grappling or moving faster than 15 minutes. So you have to be going relatively, and to go less than 15 meters per second, and you can't be grappling in order to dunk. Okay, I understand that now, because I can see where that would be a problem. Like you have to like relatively go. You can sprint there, right? But you can't grapple because you're going faster than 15 meters per second then.
You can't dunk the spark while using a grapple ability. Got it. So you can use the grapple to get to the spark.
Yeah.
But if you're moving faster than 15 meters per second, probably wouldn't.
When you're grappling, right? Like you're grappling, regardless of class, you're grappling, you're moving faster than 15 meters per second.
Dunk, interesting. Vanguard Ops, we've got Legend Difficulty, Defiant Battlegrounds now rotate their weapon overcharge weekly. Defeating Tormentors now provides revive tokens like Champions and Hive Guards in some activities. Fixed Hive door locks and Heist Battlegrounds. Got it. Tune difficulty in Heist Battlegrounds to present in Vanguard and Nightfall playlist. Fix an issue where crash could rarely occur. And solar cells and arms dealer. Got it. Fix an issue where the arms dealer enemies, which continually respawn to drop require solar cells, could be farmed limitlessly for points. Raids in dungeons. Fix an issue in the Duality dungeon where Nightmare of Garon could not teleport back to the encounter space after falling out of the environment. RIP. Got that one fixed now. Interesting.
This I don't care about.
Weapon, fix an issue where certain Gambit weapons were not contributing to the Dark Age Arsenal Triumph. PvE primary balance. We got all these big buffs coming in to red and orange bar enemies. Auto rifles 25%. Pulse hand cannons, sidearms 20%.
That is nuts. Jesus.
20%. And scout rifles 10%. It's time. It's a sidearm meta, but there may even be some spicy auto rifles out there. Let's get in there and let's get to testing stuff. Weapon archetypes. We got submachine guns. Enclosed SMG remove some tuning that gave it slightly less recoil than intended. Got hand cannons. Fix an issue causing the Adept Exalted Truth to have lower magazine size than the standard version. Fusion rifles. Rapid fires have been buffed in PvP, so get ready for.
Holy shit, dude. Get your rapid fires per burst from 245 to 260 per bolt. Wow.
For that, PvE damage is unchanged. Trace rifles increase the base damage by 4%. Reduce precision hit multiplier from 1.5 to 1.35. Reduce flinch by 10% at stability stat. We've got sniper rifles. Rapid fire frame snipers. Reduce recoil by 50%. Increase total ammunition by 30%. So rapid fires could be some DPS weapons now. We got heavy grenade launchers. Fix an issue where the Almalon.
That stasis. I actually got a pretty decent roll on that. It's that stasis like Vice sniper rifle. Damn.
Heavy grenade launchers were missing their VFX. Fix an issue where the dimensional hypotrochoid could be obtained with a ranged masterwork. This prevents the weapon from dropping with range and changes any existing copies with range to the equivalent handling tier. Got it. Exotic weapons. Final warning. Can no longer mark targets through Titan barricades. Tarba gets nerfed harshly. We've got.
See, Ravenous Beast energy down from 3 to 1%. The zoom's not that bad. 16. You guys. I mean. It's not that bad. 16, 15. You'll notice it. You will notice this difference in zoom. That first part, though, that energy reduction from 3 to 1%, you will feel that.
Revision 0 gets a buff, so keep that in mind. Increased PvE damage by Huntress Trace by 25%. The Hawkeye Heavy Burst by 75%. Perks, fix an issue in which the enhanced version of the Wellspring perk generated too little energy when the players had a number of ability charges. Other changes add the capability of the Root of Nightmares adept weapons with enhanced traits if you have unlike deep sight weapons. Enhanced socket will be available to perform this upgrade in the weapon detail screen. Got it. That's going to be awesome to upgrade our adepts now. I'm really actually looking forward to that. I'm going to do that right away. Abilities, Rally Barricade. The area of effect now extends slightly further and above the Rally Barricade. Staying in the buff area was more achievable, especially on uneven terrain. Fix an issue where Stasis Shards created Glacial Harvest aspect would not grant melee energy. Fix an issue where Jolt Chain Lightning was unable to target some types of PvE combatants. Fix an issue where trying to throw rapidly while carrying Tangle could result in uncharged melee attack. bounties and pursuits. Fixing to ensure players couldn't interact with the evidence board after the glaive. Yes, finally, now you can get all your exotic glaives if you want. Added best dressed commendation. Fixing to ensure the objective to complete a dungeon solo spelunker does not count completions before the player is guardian rank 10. Fixing to, that's nice. So now you can go do the solo dungeon if you want to eventually get to rank 11. Fixing to ensure the objective to complete the raid on master difficulty does not count completions from before the player is guardian rank 10. Players who have crafted their first exotic glaive from the Witch Queen can now claim the patterns for their other characters from the evidence board. Nice. Veteran players now receive the correct amount of lore books when they reach guardian rank 7 for the first time. Fix an issue where players are blocked from progressing past guardian rank 3 if they previously bought all available subclass aspects. So there you have it. That is the entirety of Bungie's mid-season update.
Good for them. It's exposed videos. I'm just like not interested in that stuff too. Politics and Omegle. Stuff like this I actually find like interesting. Like with Disney and what they did there too. Like talking about the new Tim Scott. I don't know why he decided to retire from Congress. It's because he's gonna run. He's obviously running for president. Save the watch later. Save the watch later. 2. I'm probably gonna call it quits here, folks. I think I'm done for the day. It's probably a good time for me to stop too, because I can take a quick nap, eat some lunch, and then I can go and then play some like Destiny afterwards too. Yeah. All right, folks. I think I'm gonna call it quits for now. I got nothing left. I appreciate you watching all this with me too. We'll go ahead. I'll get some more videos. I want some more things. But as always, stay frosty, especially now because I am cold. Touch grass. And God, speed. See you bright and early tomorrow, mañana. See you again, folks.